facility. I believe she gets your father's um, retirement for income. Maybe we could look at a Vesta housing or a place where she could go. And if you wanted to stay together, maybe we look for a place that the two of you could stay together. I don't know if you guys have had any discussions on that. You know she has mobility issues. I don't want to get into her health issues with the group. But I think you've got to look at that and what's best for her too.
Yes, well, that's why I'm kind of saying the stuff I am, because I call it, she's just moved out as is right now. It wouldn't take long and she would go. She would pass away.
Why do you say that? Because she doesn't, you mean because mentally she doesn't want to leave?
Yes. Like I said, it's only been a year that Dad, well, actually, it hasn't been a year. It's February 2020, just before the COVID hit, is when he passed away.
Okay.
Jared, any other questions you have for the CEO and HO?
Right. Right. Like I said, just a quick discussion. Like I said, we're hoping to try to, we could try to fix it for a while. Like I said, I want more communication between us, code enforcement, and the Goslin.
Yep.
Right. Right. And like I said, and come up with a list, a good punch list of what we need to do. And then, and so we can get on it. So like I said, you guys got an idea of what we're doing. And if we're not meeting that mandate, then I call follow through with the stuff that we're kind of outlining here. Right, like I said, because I got to discuss stuff with her too, and she didn't want to be on the Zoom meeting tonight, so so it's kind of hard for me to tell you what her thoughts are. So, like I said, I just know her. I know if she's made the leave, that I call
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Hey, welcome to the April 28th special meeting for the Board of Selectmen. Limited schedule tonight just to do the final approval on the town warrant and decide and finalize the voting method. So call the meeting to order. First order of business is consideration of the methods of voting the warrant for the annual town meeting. Sue?
Did I? No, I didn't unmute. I did find that unlike how what I said at the last meeting, that the state, while they did increase the percentage of the people that can be in a public place, they didn't increase the total number. So we can only have up to 50 people. And traditionally our town meetings, or recently our town meetings, have been more like 70 people. So that's something you'll want to consider.
I mean,
No sooner get people up there, and now we've got to
Mhm.
limit them.
I mean, there's, as much as I don't, as much as I like the fact of having an in-person meeting, I think the key is to try and get as many people to be able to vote as we can. And I think if we have the live, if we do it in the live mode, we run the risk of people still being somewhat leery of being able to come into the public meeting and things like that. And I think my thoughts are that we're better off again for this round to go with the votes so that people can do it either by absentee or they can go in and vote in person.
Mhm.
What's other people's opinions?
These are paper votes you're talking about?
Correct.
Yes, a secret ballot is the same as the ballot that the candidates are on,
I agree.
also called an Australian ballot.
Yeah, me too.
Paired.
And a meeting at the gym will not hold 70 people?
It
We can
will,
only have 50.
but we can only have
We'd
50.
be limited to only 50 people.
All right, so you're gonna cut some people out by doing that. I agree with the vote.
I do too.
Do you want a motion?
I'll move that we do the paper vote ballot for the is it June 6th election?
June 8th,
Second,
What's the date of it, Sue?
June 8th.
June 8th.
Yes.
June 8th.
Mhm.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item is consideration of the warrant for the annual town meeting. This is to give the final approval there of what we voted on, and the budget committee had their meetings, so they added their recommendations on there. So it's just to give the final approval on that. And then we'll have to go in and do the signatures on that. So I'll take a motion to accept the warrant as printed.
so moved.
Second,
Discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item would be, is there any public comment?
I see no hands raised, Mr. Chair.
Okay, any selectmen comment? Seeing none there, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion
moved.
adjourned. Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Sweet. Bye.
See everybody.
You're online.
Welcome to the 12/29/20 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. the board does have a quorum. I'm now going to ask the members that are here to state their name. Why don't you start, Joanne?
Joanne Stinson.
Rick?
Rick Welch.
Mary?
I'm not a member of the board, but Mary Quirk, recording secretary.
You're a big part. And I'm Len Sorelli. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have an interview applicant for a board membership. We have a public hearing for Nicole Starlett, a conditional use variance, and an applicant, I'm hoping I'm pronouncing this right, Laura Sigri and Valami Lai on a lot size variance. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its decision. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Supreme Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. Now, we're on Zoom tonight, so we don't have a podium, so we'll just ask that every person speaking give their name, address, and affiliation with the applicant, for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall direct all remarks or questions to the chairman. The meeting is not over until the board is formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. Any questions, anyone? All right, let's get down to business. The first order of business is we have an application for David Murch, who would like to join the Board of Appeals. So David, you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. My name is David Murch. I am a Raymond resident for 20 years. Recently, have been looking to invest into the community. Have been doing that through an election clerk volunteer opportunities. I had originally had interest in joining the zoning board back when Louise originally applied, and I heard that she was going to do it. So at that point, I didn't decide to pursue any further. But then when Louise stepped down, I decided it would be a good opportunity to once again think about being on the board and move forward with that application.
David, can you attend all meetings which are normally held on the last Tuesday of the month, and site walks what are normally held a week before the actual meeting?
Yeah, there's nothing in my normal schedule, either personal or work, that would interfere with either of those.
Now, you've been a clerk, a voting clerk, and you obviously know a lot of people in town. I hope that you realize that sometimes we have to make decisions that are unfavorable and upset people. Can you handle that?
Yeah, I know less people than you probably think, but I recognize that, this board is it's pseudo judicial, so it's important to review the ordinances and ensure that you're following what they state or a proper interpretation of them. So, yeah, I recognize that that doesn't always win popularity contests.
Okay. Board members, do you have any questions for David?
Just a quick one, Len, if I may. David, thank you very much for stepping up to the plate here. And I can honestly say I've done some volunteer work with David, and I speak very highly of him. He's a quick learner. He's very interested. He gets engaged, and it seems like he makes sure to, like he said, study and understand kind of processes. And I truly believe that he will do the same thing on the Board of Appeals. And David, I saw what you wrote regarding the responsibility of the board. And can you, in your own words, just a brief, how do you see the workings of the board? How do you see your role?
My role, I guess,
Do you want me to bring the phone
and
number at that point? Or
a little bit of feedback here.
Yeah, because
Not feedback.
people want to start in on that.
okay.
So I would certainly view my role as ensuring that you clearly hear what I am thinking in terms of what is being presented, not only through the ordinances, but if a petitioner is there to present something, making sure to ask the right questions, because it's important. You're trying to look at ordinances. You're trying to ensure that the petitioner has made a request and that they've provided all the right information. So just ensuring that we're coming to the correct decision, at least as a board. And then my responsibility in that is to let you know where I'm coming from, and recognizing that we may not all come to the same conclusion, but at least it's important for you to hear my perspective, where I'm coming from and how I view the ordinances and what I'm hearing from other people, my interpretation of that, so that we all as a board can come to, a decision that, even again, if we're not unanimous in it, at least it's one that we've all, taken a vote in and had a chance to have a say in. I hope that answers the question.
It does. Thank you very much. Good one.
Rick, do you have any questions?
No, not at this time.
Thank you very much, David, for coming down, and your application does look really good. So I would like to make a motion to allow David to go take the next step, which would be to go before the Board of Selectmen to get formal approval to join the board.
Second that.
Then it passes. And I'm sure Mary can fill you in on the next steps.
All right.
It'll be good to have you.
Yeah, I'll pass you on to the capable hands of Sue Look.
Okay.
She'll take it from there and get you on board.
All right. Appreciate it, everyone. I thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank
I'm gonna stick around and listen in on this. So,
You're more than welcome.
all right. Thank you.
Okay. The next piece of business that we have to discuss is a conditional use variance for Nicole Starrett, 402 Webb Mills Road. Nicole, why don't you go ahead and speak?
Okay. Thank you. As you said, my name is Nicole Starrett. For those of you that don't know me, my husband Ben and I have lived at 402 Webb's Mills Road for the last 5 years or so. And my husband owns his own business. It's a landscaping and excavation and snow removal business. We do quite a bit of work around the town. You may have seen his trucks, maybe not. So we are applying for this conditional use permit to be allowed to continue operating as a contractor from our property, which involves vehicle storage and a few coverets up, down, back, and equipment, just a little bit different than what a typical homeowner would have. This process was brought to our attention this year by Alex. We had an issue with the neighbor who has since moved, and talking to our other neighbors, we don't have any other issues that we're aware of with anyone else. So I don't know how much information you'd like me to provide, but we're just a small business trying to put food on our table for our family and be allowed to continue doing what we're doing.
Can you tell us a little bit about how it's laid out, like your house, and then you have
Sure.
a lot in the background in the back where you keep your equipment?
Yes, yeah. So we have a really weird shaped lot. Our house sits up by the main road on a very small triangular piece. That's our lawn, and then it opens up into a big field area down back, and this kind of a large rectangular area. It used to be a Christmas tree farm, as far as I'm aware, back, I don't know, 60s, 70s, 80s maybe. I'm not exactly sure when. And when we bought the property, there were still Christmas trees down there that were about 60 to 70 feet tall. We've since cleared those diseased trees and leveled the area. So in that rectangular area down back, we have probably a quarter of it is cleared completely, and we have trucks and excavators, loaders, equipment down there, along with 3 coverets. I believe there was a sketch included with my application. And then the other areas, there's a small pond and some rough area and another small parking area.
I want to go over my concerns here.
Sure.
Joanne, do you have any questions while I'm thinking?
Sure, absolutely. And I can just quickly say we did conduct a site walk on the 19th at 9 a.m. And Len and I were there, and we had just a few neighbors came out, and it was great. The Sterretts walked us around. It was good to see the layout of the property. As Nicole mentioned, it's a little different. So we walked by the house, and everything was down in the far back, where we did see some green storage units. We saw construction vehicles. And I think that was pretty much it. You know, a few comments just were made that eventually they may consider adding or requesting to add more storage units or possibly a permanent building, but that's, you know, obviously something that have to go through the proper permitting to do any of those things. So as far as questions, Nicole, how many employees? Is it just the 2 of you?
No, my husband has 3 full-time employees that report to work here every day.
3 full-time plus him?
Yes, plus him, and his father works for him part-time occasionally.
Okay. Is that both of you are in the business? So what I say, that's 5
Yeah,
full-time?
I'm an unpaid employee. I do the office work, but I also have a full-time job at Dielectric.
Oh my goodness. Okay, we'll say 4 then, to be fair. And can you just tell me again how many construction vehicles and what they are?
Sure. Let's see. I just have to run through them in my brain. Hang on just a second. So we have 2 large dump trucks and 1 kind of medium dump truck. It's like a 7-yard dump truck. It's smaller, like what would be used for plowing roads. We also have a total of 3 pickup trucks, 2 excavators, a Komatsu loader, and 2 tractors. I think I got everything. Oh, we have a skid steer also. There's a lot of it down there, and it's not always on site, so I forget what's down there sometimes.
Okay. What is it that you store there in the green storage unit?
2 of the green storage units are used primarily for business storage. We have the tractors in one of them and other attachments for the pieces of equipment. The 3rd is used to store our personal camper and boat.
Okay. And do customers come to your home for this business, or is this all just you going out to customers?
We very rarely will have a customer here. Normally it's on site at the customer's residence or wherever the project is located.
And then just a brief, do you guys operate how many days a week?
Typically just Monday through Friday. Occasionally for snow plowing and such, it'll be on the weekends.
And that's obviously snow plowing at a customer's site.
Right.
And then what's what are the comings and goings at your business on a day-to-day, a normal day?
On a normal day, our crew will typically arrive around 7 a.m. Monday through Friday. They get set up and get their instructions for the day. Then they typically leave, go to whatever site they're working on, and then return at the end of the day, which could be anywhere from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m., depending on what the project that they're working on is. And then for plowing, it's whenever it's snowing, they show up, they grab their trucks, they go. So they're not on site here a lot.
That's it, Len, for me. Thank you.
Thank you. How about you, Rick? Any questions?
The only questions that I had were going to be, I assume there's going to be no crushing, no screening, nothing like that that would be involved in a pit location.
Oh no, not on this site. Absolutely not.
Okay. That was my biggest concern.
Right. Yeah. I mean, we do have equipment, but we try to keep the noise level to a minimum as we can.
Right.
I understand, neighbors are close and we want to respect everyone as much as we can.
Nicole, during the site visit, it was mentioned that perhaps in the future you'll run electricity down there.
Yes.
So at that point, you could start the trucks down there instead of
yes
right next to
we do have the plow truck that my husband uses primarily. We do leave next to the house and have it plugged in. And when we get power down there, that will be contained to the back lot and won't be up by the house anymore.
Okay. Nicole, the Board of Appeals has the power to approve or deny all conditional uses and variances. I'd like to read to you from the minimum standards clause. It says the applicant shall have the burden of proving that his or her application is in compliance with the requirements of this ordinance. And then it goes on to list 10 things that you have to comply to about the ordinance, regarding the ordinance. Now, we could go through all 10 and kind of vote on them. But I think the first one alone is going to be an issue, and I'll read that to you. The conditional use will not depart from the general purpose and intent of the ordinance, nor from the town's comprehensive plan. I don't think you can get around that at this point. What do you think?
Can you expand? I'm not really fluent on these ordinances. I don't know.
Okay, well, let me
What does that mean?
Will not generate noise, vibrations, fumes, odors, dust, or glare which are detectable at the lot boundaries, and all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure.
Okay. I mean, you're right. It is difficult to.
It's difficult to get around the way the ordinance is written.
Correct. Like I said, I mean, we do our best to respect our neighbors and everybody around us, but I understand that the nature of our work isn't always quiet.
I have a statement that I'd like to read to you guys. The Zoning Board of Appeals members have the difficult task of interpreting the town ordinances. The board must, at the same time, look at the big picture while staying within the ordinance guidelines to do what is best for the citizens of Raymond and our town. The Starretts have been maintaining their landscape and snow blowing business for over 5 years with no issues. In this case, it is my opinion, it's clear that this procedure is outside the conditional use ordinance. Therefore, it is my duty as chairman and all board members to look at the factors pertaining to the conditional use ordinance. At this time, where there is a pandemic, many people are forced to work from home or even be out of work. We're all experiencing rules and regulations that we don't like, but we go along with it because it's the right thing to do to protect our town and citizens. I'd like to make a motion that the conditional use appeal for the Starretts be tabled for at least 2 months. At that time, it is my hope that the Starretts could work with their neighbor and the town to perhaps find a resolution to this issue. Maybe, for example, running the electricity down in the back and things of that nature. I'm sure there's ways. Perhaps you could speak to that neighbor one-on-one. I'm sure there are ways this could be worked out. So that's my motion. Can I get a second?
Could we hold the motion, Lynn? I just a comment to that, and we can do it now, a board discussion. Before we do that, I'm just wondering if there's anyone who's opposed to this, anyone to speak in favor. Just like to hear how the residents feel about the current situation, if there's anyone to speak on that.
That's a good point.
I have 4 calls waiting. I don't know if they're calling on this application or the next one. I can screen them now and find out.
Okay.
While she's doing that, could I say one additional thing? I know that we had a particular neighbor that had an issue with our operations, but that neighbor has since moved. They live on the other side of town, as far as I know. And the people that have moved in there don't have an issue and have told us as such. They don't have an issue with our operations here.
Caller?
My name's Tom Hennessy. I live in Raymond,
Yes.
down the road a bit.
Mr.
from
Hennessy,
Woods Mill Road.
are you calling about the Starrett application?
I wasn't originally, but I know of their operation at the Starrett.
Do you want to comment?
I guess my comment is it's been there for 5 years and only one neighbor has offered an opinion and has now moved. I think they should be allowed to continue their operation but not expand it, possibly.
The board have anything to add to this? Any questions for the caller?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Lynn.
I have no questions.
I wanted just to clarify, do you live nearby the Starretts, or?
I do not live nearby, but I go by it, and it's right across from the town office.
Okay.
Shall I invite the next caller?
Go ahead.
Caller, are you calling about
I'm calling about the second agenda item.
Okay, I will put you on hold for now.
Thank you.
Caller, about which application are you calling?
The current issue.
All right. Please proceed. Caller, about which application are you calling?
Yeah, I think there's I'm watching it on my computer, so I think there's a delay, so I'm just going to mute that. Hang on 1 second. There's a delay, so I'm just going to mute that. 1 second. So yeah, I think I'm live now. Yeah, so my family just moved into the abutting property where I believe the complainant previously lived. And we were at the site walk and everything, and I just wanted to speak that you know, we moved here assuming that business was in place legitimately already, and you know, knowing that, we still purchased the property, and that we appreciate the fact that they do try to operate the equipment during business hours, and we haven't found that to be disruption at all for us, and that we don't have any objections to what they're doing at this point, for what that's worth.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions, anybody for him?
Thank you. No.
All right, I have one more caller. Caller? Hello?
Yes, I was referring to the next item with the church conversion.
All right, then we will proceed. We'll bring you
Okay.
back in later.
Okay, thanks.
And Mary, you did send out a letter from a Mr. John, I hope I pronounced his last name right.
Yes.
John Levitry, maybe? Levitre. And he is opposed
Yes, he is.
to the,
And he would like his letter read into the record.
okay, it's fairly long, but I will read it. I hope I have the whole thing. I, John Levitry, and my spouse Louise live at 370 Webb Mills Road, Raymond, Maine, for the last 16 plus years, and are sole owners of both lots 21 and 21A. The reason for the purchase of this property was our desire to live in rural Maine and be owners of a property that would allow us the life we sought. We have enjoyed the solitude our 33 acres allows us. The property has given us natural beauty, peace, and a home we feel would meet the needs and wants of our family. It has met our needs splendidly. Postmarked December 9th, the town of Raymond Zoning Board of Appeals sent notice of a walk as follows, that we would walk the property. Having read the Starrett request for zoning variance and spoken to Mary Quirk and the Zoning Board of Appeals regarding current property zoning and the appeals process, our family has decided not to support the Starrett appeal. Our reasons include, but are not limited to, current zoning for the Starrett property does not allow for this type of use currently being engaged in the site. Heavy equipment noise, decrease in property value, destruction of habitat, and the rural residential appeal. The Starrett's request states that they were unaware of any concerns regarding the use of their property, strains credibility on their claim of lack of concern regarding the property. Property development seems to be on the quick uptick given all the heavy truck activity and Jake brake use on Route 85, Webb Mills Road. Going forward, the allure of Raymond can be devastated by a governmental zoning creep that will be hard to reverse when trying to decide the next time someone wants to add industrial commercial use to a property zone residential. Heavy equipment storage and multiple vehicles in zoning RR. While I am sensitive to the Starrett situation, there was no question regarding the zoning of lot 0207/000 as zone RR at the time of purchase or now. I have never been approached to the current application relative to my feelings or abutters' feelings regarding their intended use of the property. I must therefore conclude that they, the Starletts, feel justifies as owners to proceed. Again, the property is zoned RR. The question remains, why do the Starletts feel they are proper in this request other than the appeal is available for conflict resolutions. Sadly, because of my current health status, I was unable to attend the site walk. My apologies, unavoidable. However, it is critical to my objection to this appeal. I do have a representative who would do a site walk and advocate for us if necessary. Hopefully, the Starretts will find a solution to their problems that will address not only their wants and desires, but consider the relationship to the town of Raymond and their neighbors. Any questions or comments on the letter?
No, I wish he'd called in because I have a lot of questions. Because it sounds like they have lived there for a long time, so they'd be really good to talk to. And it sounds like things have gone well. So I'm a little confused if these are concerns that may arise, but none of these concerns have arisen in the last 5 years that they've been in operation. I feel badly that there's not more clarification to that.
I do too. And I'm not even 100% sure if these people are actual abutters.
They did receive an abutter notice.
They did, okay. Well, that clears that up.
Mike, can I ask a couple more questions?
Sure, go right ahead.
Your point is very appropriate regarding under conditional uses, that it will not generate noise, vibration, fumes, odors, dust, or glare which are detectable at the lot boundaries. And I'm not sure, I'm not convinced that's happening. However, when it says in all aspects of the conditional use will be carried on within the structure, if I read that literally, I mean, it's all outdoor, but it's literally getting in vehicles and driving away. Just a comment, that's just my comment on that. And just, I also wanted to bring up just something we can think about, is that under Article 4 district regulations, when you look at the rural residential district, RR, it says the intent is the town of Raymond recognizes that certain areas of the town will experience residential growth due to rapid population growth in the region. It's the intent of this ordinance to allow these uses while maintaining the basic rural orientation of the community. So, but also keeping in mind what you had read. And under permitted uses, it's various things that this doesn't fall under, but conditional uses that can be considered, one of them are contractors. And that's not having more than 5 vehicles and pieces of equipment that are not screened from view. So that is something we'd have to think about right there, which it sounds like there's more than that. So they would have to be screened if we were to consider that from surrounding properties in the street. When a piece of equipment is located on a trailer or a truck, the combination is considered one. So I'm just noting that it is something we can consider. But I think the only thing I'm bothered by is if the use is carried on within the structure. And the business, the actual conducting of the business is occurring at their customers' homes, not at the residence.
I struggled with that too. And my interpretation was that when they refer to the structure, I thought they were referring to running that business out of the structure of their home. That's just my thought.
Can I comment on the screened from view wording? When we cleared our lot down back, we left a natural buffer around the perimeter of that rectangular section that was supposed to serve as the natural screen of that area. It doesn't define, or at least I couldn't find anywhere in the town ordinance where it defined what that screen needed to be and whether or not it needed to be screened 365 days a year. During the summer, there's a very big difference looking at the lot. In the summer, you can't see anything down there, whereas in the winter, now with all the leaves gone, you can see some of the equipment from the road. So I wanted to mention that.
Thank you. If you notice too on the letter that I just read, the bottom paragraph, I just misplaced it, but he says something about, oh, here it is, wait a minute. that you would find a solution to their problem that will address not only their wants and desires, but consider their relationship to the town of Raymond and their neighbors. So I think he's opening the door there for perhaps you two to talk about this together. So you can think about that.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. I've never met them personally, and I didn't know that they had an issue with our property until right now. So I would be happy to discuss anything with them.
Joanne?
Yeah, Len, can I ask Alex a question at this point?
Yes. Go ahead.
Alex, I'm wondering if we were to consider what Len has mentioned about tabling this for a while because people are working from home or whatnot. However, don't they need some sort of permit to continue running this business? I mean, can we leave it undone like that, or?
Yeah, so that's a good question. This is kind of a 3-step process. You guys are the first stop for them. It is the contractor conditional use is allowed in this zone if the ZBA approves it. So you're step 1. If you guys approve the conditional use, then they need to actually go through site plan. And that could either be with the town planner and myself or with the planning board. And there's pretty specific and pretty intense criteria that they need to meet. Stormwater, buffering, parking, all sorts of things that would be, discussed and figured out at that stage in the process. And then once they get that, they would actually need to get a building permit for any of the structures. So, we're at step 1. This did come about from a citizen complaint in September, I believe, that actually came in. And a notice of violation was issued to the Starretts for the operation, for the use that's taking place. So they are currently in violation. So that notice was given with a 30-day time period that they had to bring their property into compliance. And so what that meant is they could either remove all the structures and stop using the lot as the contractor use, or they could start the process to legalize it after the fact. So obviously that's the option that they've gone with, because they do want to continue to do the business and stay in Raymond. So by submitting the after the fact application to you guys, they effectively are stopping the clock. If this were to go to court, fines are typically assessed from the date of the first notice of violation, and that can accumulate over a period of time. What usually would happen is, if there are time periods where they're doing their due diligence and making sure that they're following through the process like they are right now, then we kind of stop the clock. So I don't know, I think the idea of tabling and waiting a couple of months, the violation would continue to stay open. But really, there's no path forward for them that doesn't involve a consent agreement with the select board or possible legal action that doesn't involve you guys approving the conditional use. You're kind of the first gate for them.
Joanne?
Alex, if we found that this could pass our step and it went on, like they couldn't meet the intense screening they have to go through with the planning board or the selectmen, what happens to the conditional use that we've okayed for this property?
Well, you've approved it, and that approval could have a time period on it. You could say, for example, you could condition the approval on them obtaining site plan approval within a year, which is what I would suggest. That gives them a time period that they need to go through the process, and it's going to require some minor engineering, probably for the stormwater for the large, driveway that comes down in there and the cleared area. So, you could ask, or you could condition the approval if you approved it on, that, and you could add in some other stuff if you want to, that you really have, the opportunity to do that. And, the other thing, the point that you guys are kind of stuck on, where it needs to take place within the structure. I mean, you could possibly try and add a condition on there that, the lots to be used just for storage of these structures, and maybe they all need to be, or vehicles, maybe they all need to be stored within, a structure, whether it's a temporary carport or a permanent garage. Maybe that's something that can be discussed as well, so that they are truly screened, because if they're stored within something, then they're definitely considered screened, from abutters and from the lot lines.
Any more questions, Joanne?
I think that's, yeah, I guess just, supposedly, well, it says in the ordinance that conditional uses pass with the land. Are we able to override that so that we could say once this family had ceased conducting the business? I know there's a certain period of time that conditional use, I think after 2 years of not utilizing that, it would delete itself. But can we put any such thing in there that if they stop operation of the business, the conditional use will now be void?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you could probably add a condition on here that if they were to, cease business for 2 years, that, that conditional use approval expires. Whether or not you can do that, I'm not exactly sure, but it's something we could always verify with legal before, we move forward, if that's something you guys wanted to consider.
And just to explain, Len and Rick, my thinking on that is, I get the impression, and this is my personal feeling from listening to all this and all the neighbors that came through the site walk, it doesn't sound like this is a disruptive business. Business is conducted at the customer's sites. They're there loading up their trucks, getting ready to go, and they go and they do their business. I'm not, again, I know we got the letter from Mr. Levitri and his wife, but there's a lot of questions open to that. It still isn't convincing me that there's currently, the way the business is being run is troublesome to them. It's what might happen, it sounds like. So with the proper conditions, and that it's an allowable conditional use, if certain criteria are followed that we could set, just my thinking was, they run this business, but I don't feel like that property should forever now be commercialized. That was my thought on that. So,
Well, we could approve it with conditions, time limits, etc. You want to make a motion?
I can't.
You
Mr.
can word
Chairman,
it better than I can.
Mr. Chairman, have we closed public comment?
I'm sorry, Mary, I didn't get that.
Have we closed public comment?
You have no more.
I have 3 callers sitting here. I think I know which one was commenting on this particular.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Yeah, we should.
But I think he'd already commented, but I didn't know if you wanted to hear additional comments or you wanted to close public comment.
Let's hear it.
Let's see. Caller, did you want to make further comment?
Yes, this is the original first caller, Tom Hennessy.
Please proceed.
Okay. After hearing all the discussion, it sounds like if they were to put up some sort of screening to pacify the abutting neighbor, if he is a abutter, that That seems to be the crux of the problem. If they planted Christmas trees or something else that would screen their trucks from the other property, would that be a solution?
I don't know. I don't know. You know, if you think about where their home is, you know, right on 85 there, across from the town hall and the little fire station and all that. I mean, trucks go by there constantly. They're pulling into the town office. They're going down the Egypt Road. So, you know, I just don't see where the Starrett's one truck is such an issue at this time.
And this is the phone caller. I agree with that. On top of that, the town office has traffic, but also the town maintenance facility has all sorts of trucks and ambulances,
right,
and fire trucks coming in and out of that place.
Which is basically directly across the street, pretty much.
Caller, have you further comment?
No, I can wait because I'd like to speak about the church thing coming up.
All righty. Let me check with the other callers. Thank you.
Hi, I don't have any comment. I'm waiting for the other agenda item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could that be the president lady?
Caller, did you have any comments on this appeal?
No, I'm waiting for the church transition.
All right, thank you. Mr. Chairman, that appears to be all the public comment.
Yes. Close.
Len, a question?
Go ahead.
Would you like to pull back your motion, or is that still on the table?
I'd like to.
Well, we can vote on it if you'd like.
I guess we could pull it back and add some conditions to it, and then vote on it. You know,
I'm happy to make another motion if yours is off the table at this point.
All right, I'll take mine off the table. You go ahead.
Okay. I would like to make a motion to accept the appeal by the Starrett's for a conditional use permit for a contractor business in the rural residential zone due to Article 4 district regulations allowing conditional uses of a contractor. With that, it would be under the conditions that they follow through and are approved through the site plan process. All of the processes that Alex had spelled out through the town. That, as it states, that not more than 5 vehicles and pieces of equipment are not screened from neighboring properties. And if this is possible, that if the Starrett's business ceases operation for 1 full continuous year, that the conditional use would be voided.
I would second that.
And is there any I don't know if there's any comment, Rick, on that?
No, I totally agree with what you just said. I really think they ought to be allowed to continue what they're doing there. They're not causing an issue.
No.
they're not working there on site. I totally agree with that.
I think, Len, you need to put it to a vote. And
Let's vote on Joanne's motion to approve the conditional use variance with certain stipulations. Those in favor, raise their hand. There's no one here to be against it, so the motion passes. Okay,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome.
thank you.
Okay. All right, let's move on to the next order of business, which is Laura Segree and Valami Lai. They're looking for a lot size variance for 584 Webb Mills Road, which is the old church, as we know. And let me get my paperwork on that. And they're looking for a lot size variance. And it'll be a substantial variance. Is anyone who's here that's going to speak to this applicant, to this application? Is it you, Tom?
Yes, hi, good evening.
Hi.
Tom Farmer, I'm a landscape architect in Yarmouth. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. And tonight I do have Laura Segree is with me tonight. Her sister Val is working, so she wasn't able to join. Laura and Val, like I said, are sisters. They purchased this property together with the understanding that it could have a duplex. The previous owner is a realtor, and he did gain approval for a duplex unit. And we noticed, they noticed also on the tax card that it shows it as a 2-unit parcel. But then, they were talking to me, and we were looking at it, and it appeared that approval had lapsed. So that's our main reason we're back here tonight. That was 2 years ago that the previous owner, Justin Hayward, received that approval. It was a little over 2 years, so that lapsed. It was a 2-year time frame. So we're back. We're requesting approval for 2 units on this parcel. And within your packets, there's a site plan that shows it's kind of a conceptual plan at this point because they don't have your blessing yet, but they're looking at 2 kind of identical units with parking in the middle, shared parking lot in the middle. The leach field was previously approved as one long chamber across the back because the previous owner was going to keep the existing structure and renovate it, remodel it into 2 units. But they've talked to some structural engineers, and they just don't feel like it's worth keeping that existing structure. So they want to take that down. That existing structure, by the way, is about 4,700 square feet, and they're proposing 2 units at about 908 square feet each. So the footprint alone is being reduced by about 60%, over half of what currently exists. Do you guys have the site plan?
I do.
That shows, it shows that it's behind me here, that
Right.
shows 2 units. Okay, good. So they're pretty small units. Like I said, about 908 square feet. That includes the front porch, the open porch on the front. We wouldn't be going any closer to Webb's Mills Road, nor would we be going any further toward the sidelines. We'd be reducing the footprint in the rear from currently it's about 15 feet to the existing structure. We'd be going to about 31 feet, and we'd be leaving about 37 feet open in the middle. So it's going to be a lot less intrusive, I guess. Certainly not more unconforming. It's more conforming, if anything. But it is a smaller lot. You know, the lot size is only 8,712 square feet. And in this zone, it's a 2-acre zone, but the zone does allow for duplex units if you had the 2 acres. And I think that's really about it. We did receive some of his other permits had lapsed also, like the entrance permit onto the main Department of Transportation road. So we did receive a new permit from the DOT for the entrance. We would have to resubmit the septic design, but this septic design is actually more conforming. It's basically taking the one long chamber that went across the entire back and still has the same setbacks from the property lines and the building, 15 feet from the building and 5 feet from the side setbacks. But it actually increases the distance to their well, to their proposed well on their site, which is down in the north corner of the lot. Previously it was, I want to say it was like 60 feet to the well, and now it's 90. Find it. Yeah, 90 feet to the owner's well, and about the septic tank would be 80 feet to the owner's well instead of 50. So it's overall, you know, we think it's more conforming and more compliant than what was previously approved, and also it's going to be brand new construction. So we think it's going to, you know, be an investment in the neighborhood and really help the aesthetics of the neighborhood. I know that church has been abandoned for many years. It's getting to the point where it's almost falling in now. So with that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Is there
questions?
I have a question really for Alex. Alex, is this a duplex or is it 2 units? Everything I read says they have to be attached to be called a duplex, and these are not.
Yeah. So, and I had a couple of things I wanted to kind of bring up right off here with this one. You have a great point. So one of the issues, so there's really a few different issues with this one. The first thing is they have a non-conforming structure and a non-conforming use, and they're changing the use of the non-conforming structure. Our ordinance requires the ZBA to approve of any use change for a non-conforming structure within the shoreline zone. So that's kind of the first issue. To change the use, they need you guys to approve of it, regardless of what the use is. I think we're good there. The next thing is the first approval was for a duplex. And what they're proposing here is 2 single-family dwellings, not a duplex. So one of the issues that we're now dealing with is the land use ordinance actually doesn't allow for 2 principal structures. So that's something that's going to need to be changed. There's some ways around it, but I don't see any of those ways working in this particular situation. Kind of the most common one is the principal structure and one is an accessory apartment. But that accessory apartment has a bunch of requirements that you have to meet as well. Honestly, in this situation, it would be easier to just attach these 2 structures together somehow and call it a duplex again. The next issue is lot size. technically they're requesting a variance to lot size, which I don't believe was done the last time around and should have been. Technically, the ordinance requires twice the dimensional requirements per dwelling unit, and a duplex is 2 dwelling units. So you really do need twice the road frontage, twice the lot area. So they actually need a variance for road frontage as well, because there isn't enough road frontage. I don't know. I think this is it may be a corner lot. I'm not sure exactly how much they got, but that would be something we need to look at as well. And then the last thing is an oversight on my part. I'll take full ownership of it. In the shoreland zone, any variance appeal should be reviewed by DEP. Needs to be sent to DEP 20 days before the appeal hearing. And we didn't get that to DEP. So they should, I mean, and it's just barely within the state shoreland zone of 250. But I believe it is slightly within, so they would have to at least have the opportunity to comment on it. So I think we're in a situation, before you guys go too much further, where we're probably going to be having to table this until we at least get a comment back from DEP. But there may need to be some adjustments to the plan as well.
Is there anyone else? Oh, go ahead, Joanne.
Yeah, Al, I just want to make sure where we're at too in this. Okay, so back when Justin Hayward came before us, we approved a conditional use change to now a conforming use, which is residential, correct? Right. He wanted to do a duplex and thought he could if it stayed within the footprint of that current building. That was my understanding, but we granted there were no variances or anything done. So that's where I was confused about what has actually lapsed. The change to a conforming use did not lapse. That's still good.
The variance granted actually did expire. It required that a building permit be issued within a certain amount of time.
Okay.
That didn't happen. So, and I don't know exactly what it was. I can find it here and dig it out, but it was pretty clear. It did require, it had a certain time period to it.
Okay, so that made our change from a non-conforming use, a commercial use, to a residential use, that's now void. We're back. Okay, and then I'm just, so we would have to deal with that if it comes back before us again. But then also if this structure, the existing structure is torn down and they start over, then do we have to look at setbacks and everything? How does that work?
So it's a non-conforming structure in a non-conforming lot. So if they were to just tear this thing down and try and come in for a building permit, it still does require ZBA approval because they're changing the use of a non-conforming structure. And they need to keep that non-conforming status because otherwise they have to meet the setbacks of today.
Okay.
They don't want to have to do because they're going to end up with practically no building envelope. So they need to hold on to that non-conforming status.
Okay, and I just, maybe a comment. Len, you're absolutely, that was my first question too. These are 2 single-family units, which I don't believe are allowable.
That was my interpretation also.
Yeah, and then just, maybe for the applicants when they come, just a reminder, because something I haven't heard at all yet. If you're coming to request an actual variance, we need to have, and you wrote out some answers to the criteria that must be met to prove hardship. They're very strict criteria. So I encourage you, if you come before us again asking for a variance, to put a little more time to try to answer those questions. Anyways, to show that there is hardship that you have not created to try to do whatever it is you're going to do going forward.
And also, if I can add, one thing you might want to consider, Tom, it might be too difficult to do 2 dwelling units or a duplex. You could do a single family that has 1 common kitchen and then kind of 2, I guess, sleeping areas that are on their own and still have it all under 1 roof and call it a single family. So you could possibly get creative with it so that it doesn't need the variance portion of this and just needs the change of use.
Right.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this? Is there anyone that is opposed that would like to speak?
Mr. Chair, are we opening it to public comment?
Go ahead.
Okay, let me start with our. Mr. Hennessy, did you wish to comment?
Yes, it did. Yeah, I was at the site plan walkthrough the other day and made a handful of comments, and I was asked to repeat those and tonight. So some of the comments that Alex made was the same observations I made. What I find astounding is that we're even considering putting 2 residential units or even one on a 1/5 of an acre in the shoreland zone, and not the claimed half plus or minus acre that's on the surface or the subsurface wastewater disposal application. So that's my first comment, and let maybe Alex answer that one.
Can you answer that, Alex?
And the question was on building a single family home on that small of a lot, right?
Caller?
That's my question, because it is within the shoreland zoning, and I pointed that out to the other Tom, the planner, that it's all within 250 feet of the shoreland, and it's not a half acre, it's 1/5 of an acre, not 2 acres as I understand the ordinance requires.
So basically, if the ZBA approves of the change of use, this existing structure now becomes a single family dwelling for use. So it's now a non-conforming structure, non-conforming single family. So it could be demolished and rebuilt as long as it's not made any more non-conforming than it currently is. So if they went through that process, demolished the church and built a new single family that is smaller and more conforming as far as setbacks and lot coverage go, then they should be fine. But there's obviously other things that need to be met along the way, you know, wastewater and the utilities and stuff like that.
Okay, so if it's less impervious surface, I know that rule is part of a rule, and it's a brand new septic system that never existed on the lot, and you're adding driveway and parking area for at least 4 cars. It seems like there probably aren't many lots in the town of Raymond that pass that current existing things.
Can I make a comment to the caller, Mr. Hennessy?
Yes, Joanne, please.
Mr. Hennessy, I don't know if it helps or not, but just to clarify, as Alex stated in the beginning, that there are a lot of issues with the current application, so they need to go back and start over, and then we'll start over. And I just want to assure you we will do our best to look at a lot of questions you're asking are about the ordinances, but right now we don't know what they're going to propose to know whether these violate the ordinances or not, and that's what we will look at for whatever the future proposal is. So I'm not sure if that helps you or not, because this proposal, we'll vote on if we're going to table this or not. But I think we pretty much agreed that this current proposal is not doable in this state.
Okay, I agree with all that. The one thing that I pointed out is that during the summer, that's a parking area for both all the boat traffic and trailers and the public beach. And now the proposal is to add another driveway and prevent additional, well, cut back on the parking that exists today. Right.
Any other comments? Any other callers, Mary?
Yes, we have two more callers, and Mr. Murch had expressed an interest in commenting on this.
Okay. Are you done, Mr. Hennessy?
Yeah, I believe there's plenty of problems here, so I'll let you people continue.
Thank you. Next caller.
Caller,
Hi.
Please identify yourself.
Hi, Abby Spicer. I own the cottage behind the church at 22 Cottage Lane. I think given all the concerns that you mentioned, that I'll hold my comment to see what comes back before the board at this point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Still another caller, Mary?
Yes.
Okay.
Caller is not responding. David?
Yeah, thank you, Mary. So Alex and the board members have addressed all the issues that I had, so I have no comments.
All right, thank you. Let me try for the other caller. No further comment? Caller?
Yes.
Hello, do you have comment on this issue?
Yes, I do. My name is Greg Gagne. I have one of the cottages behind the church. And my question is, no matter what is accepted to be put on that lot, my name is Greg Gagne. I have one of the cottages behind the church. And my question is, no matter what is accepted to be put on that lot, will the fence be a see-through fence, or will be a solid fence that will take away the view that some of us enjoy? Will the fence be a see-through fence, or will be a solid fence that will take away the view that some of us enjoy?
Joanne?
Yeah, when Mr. Gagny, I think you said, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You know, if that's something for us that's within our purview to address, whenever we, again, see what the next proposal will be, we'll talk about it, and you're welcome to comment on it at that point. Yeah, again, we don't have a formal proposal before us now at this time. But
Okay.
keep that question out there, and we'll see if that falls within something we can look at.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I.
Thank you. Is that the end of the comments, Mary?
That is all.
Okay, let's close the public comments, please. Tom, does Laura want to speak on the issue?
Just say your name and where you're from.
Hi, I'm Laura Segree from Freeport, Maine. We are looking forward to build a newer structure to the property. Our goal is to, make the surrounding better looking than what it is right now. And our desire is to have the structures like we submitted it, but just so that it's for privacy and for enjoyment. We feel that the look of it is better in the surrounding, and I think the use of it is also better, and that's what we're proposing. We understand that this lot is a grandfathered non-conform, but so we're trying to see what we could do with the lot that's there, but we want to make it better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition? No. I guess it's time that we take a vote on this. I have to agree with Alex, and I think I would like to make a motion that this lot size variance request is tabled until the other boards involved in the town and the state get a chance to go through this, and then the Board of Appeals will come back and vote again. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Okay, the motion is tabled.
I think just vote on it quick, Len, before you.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Okay, all those in favor, raise their hand, please. Motion passes. And that'll conclude that business. And what we have left here, Code Enforcement Officer Communications.
Sure. And just, I guess, one final little piece on that last one. Tom, if you can get a revised plan put together pretty quick, I think we could probably get it over to DEP.
Yeah.
Like I said, if you just did a single family, it might not be something that requires their review, but depending on what you guys decide, I mean, maybe we could chat tomorrow or something and figure out how we can kind of keep this on schedule for next month.
Okay, can I ask a couple of questions or can we do that tomorrow?
Well, certainly, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that you as a zoning board are not allowed to approve two separate small structures as 2 units on the lot. It has to be one structure.
That's my understanding.
Same here.
And then as far as I think this is probably a DEP regulation, which I can look into, but no more impervious surface than what currently exists on the lot.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we do have a backup plan that shows a duplex unit. It's basically the same size. These two buildings pushed together with the roof line is different. We just thought that this was better for the neighborhood to have two smaller structures that match the homeowners association behind us. But we can come back with a revised plan and talk more about it then.
Yeah, Tom, if you go on the code enforcement page of the website, you can actually schedule a time tomorrow that we could have a phone conversation if you want.
Great, thank you, Alex.
All right.
Does anyone have any questions at all? Then I make a motion that the meeting is adjourned.
Are there any code enforcement officer communications?
Nothing, I guess nothing specific. The planning board is holding a workshop in January to discuss some land use, zoning amendments. Nothing, I think, that would really affect you guys. We would have one change, kind of more of an administrative clerical change to the appeals section of the ordinance, but it's nothing that really affects the process. And it sounds like we might be meeting in January. So if that's the case, I could probably give you guys a summary of some of the land use changes that the planning board's discussing in January. But other than that, that's it.
Okay, so make the motion that the meeting is now adjourned.
Second.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Hey, welcome to the January 12th Board of Selectmen meeting. Call the meeting to order. First order of business is approve the minutes from the December 8th meeting. Your motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is the public hearing on dangerous building pursuant to 17 MRSA subsections 2851 through 2859. Before we start, we're meeting this evening to conduct a hearing to determine whether the structures located at 9 Shaker Woods Road are a nuisance or dangerous building within the meaning of the applicable state statute 17 MRS 2851. If the board determines the structures are a nuisance or dangerous building, then the board will determine what action the owner must take. Under the statute, the structure or any part thereof is a nuisance or a building is dangerous if 1, the structure is structurally unsafe and unstable. 2, the structure is unsanitary. 3, the structure constitutes a fire hazard. 4, the structure is unsuitable or improper for use as a residential dwelling. 5, the structure is a hazard to health and safety and given the fact of inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, or abandonment. And 6, if the structure is dangerous to life and property. This is a standard the board will use to determine if the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building. Information will be provided for the property referenced above. Before I describe the procedures the board will follow, I must ask if there's any interested parties for 9 Shaker Woods. If so, would you please identify yourself, your name, address, and your position on the property? And Jared, you'll have to, yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here to represent 9 Shaker Woods Road, Raymond, Maine. I am the official owner now.
Okay, and your name, just for the record?
Yeah, Jared J. Marston.
Okay, thank you. The procedure the Board of Selectmen will follow in conducting the hearing are as follows. 1, information of evidence will be presented by exhibits and witness testimony. 2, documentation to be used in this proceeding will be marked as exhibits. The board has accepted evidence that the code enforcement officer and the health officer has provided an exhibit A in the e-packets. The presentation of evidence will proceed in the following order. The code enforcement officer and health officer will present an opening statement and relative evidence by why the structure is a nuisance or a dangerous building, and if so, what the remedy the board shall order. Following the completion of the code enforcement officer and health officer's presentation, any opposing party will have an opportunity to present an opening statement and relevant evidence that they want the board to consider with regard to the structure, if the structure is a nuisance or dangerous building, and if so, what remedy the board shall order. C, this code enforcement officer and health officer may ask questions of any opposing party and any witnesses, exhibits that they present. D, the opposing party may ask questions of the code enforcement officer and health officer and any witnesses or exhibits that they present. E, the code enforcement officer and health officer can then make additional comments on any opposing party's testimony or witnesses. F, the opposing party then can make additional comments on the code enforcement officer and health officer testimony or witnesses. G, the board can then ask questions of the parties and witnesses. H, each side may make a closing remarks of not more than 2 minutes. I, only parties of interest in this meeting will be allowed to participate. General comments from the public will not be taken at this time unless it's specific to that property. After all the information is presented, the hearing will be closed and the board will deliberate on the structure, on whether the structures are a nuisance or a dangerous building, and take a vote on the remedy for the situation. This is an administrative hearing, not a court trial. Therefore, the formal rules of evidence shall not apply. Before we start, do any board members know the owner or have knowledge of the property so that you cannot fairly or impartially hear the facts and decide the matter based upon the evidence presented in this hearing? Seeing none, okay. Does anyone have questions on anything I've just read? Okay, in that case, we will move into that. I'll turn the proceeding at this point over to the CEO and health officer. We also have in the meeting Zachary Brandywine, from the law firm to assist us with any questions that may come up in regards to the procedures. So, Alex?
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Alex Yoros. I'm the Code Enforcement Officer for the town. And I do have some information that I would like to enter into the record as exhibits. And this information was provided to you guys in the e-packet in a memo from myself dated January 8th, 2021. So I'll just go through those, give some, I guess, information to kind of get the ball rolling, and then Kathy will kind of take over from there and fill in some details. The first exhibit, Exhibit A, is on page 10 of the e-packet. And this information is, it's not the first time you guys have seen this. It's basically a general history of the parcel and kind of all of the main events that have taken place in the last 30 plus years. Some of the key things I want to hit on in this particular exhibit would be the junkyard violations that start to crop up in the early 2000s. There were numerous notice of violations sent to the property owner for a growing junkyard. And then fast forward to December 2009 and January 2010, there's an initial order to comply issued from the fire department with some follow-up from the code enforcement officer at that point, explaining basically some concerns with the garage that's being used as a dwelling unit. And they were general safety concerns and specific to some fire hazards that they were afraid of at that point in time. So here we are, 10 years later, and we are kind of still having the same conversations. And on page 11 of the e-packet, we outline, still in Exhibit A, we outline kind of the three major issues that we're looking at right now. And the first one is an illegal travel trailer that's being used as a dwelling unit on the property, a dilapidated and dangerous mobile home that looks to have been abandoned some years ago, and that was the original mobile home that the Strouts were living in. And then the Strouts' former garage, which has been converted into a dwelling unit. So those are kind of the three pieces that we're looking at here, in addition to the junkyard. So on Exhibit B, which is pages 13 and 14 of the e-packet, you'll see that the current process that we're in now started about a year ago with the former code enforcement officer, Scott Dvorak. He had issued a notice of violation for the travel trailer being used as a dwelling unit. And he mentions on that notice that there's no legal means of wastewater disposal, which is certainly a health hazard if someone's using a structure or a travel trailer as a dwelling unit with no adequate means for wastewater disposal. That is a violation of state law. So we do believe that this travel trailer is unsanitary and unsuitable or improper for use as a dwelling unit, and hazard to health and dangerous to life and property. Moving on, Exhibit C, which starts on page 15 of the e-packet. This is a second notice of violation, which is a follow-up to that first notice that Scott had written earlier in 2020. Page 19 does show a photo of a sewer drain for that travel trailer, which you can see is capped, and there's some spillage on the ground as well. Exhibit D, which starts on page 20 of the e-packet, is the NOV, which was notice of violation, which was issued to Mr. Marston on November 18th. This is specific to the unpermitted junkyard and two additional dangerous buildings, the mobile home that I had originally mentioned, and then the garage that they're currently living in. There's photos of the mobile home on page 24 of the e-packet. It looks as though there may have been a tree that fell on it at one point in time. This structure is definitely no longer suitable for use as a dwelling unit and should immediately be secured and removed from the property. Mobile home's unsafe, unstable, a fire hazard and improper for use as a dwelling unit. Definitely looks abandoned and could be considered a danger to life and property as well. So I feel that that one definitely is within the lines of a dangerous building. Exhibit D, which is pages 23 to 28, show the junkyard or you know, pieces of the junkyard. Adds to the concerns that we have with this property. A good bulk of the junkyard is along the road or the driveway in there. So the concern is that that junk along the side of the driveway could prohibit emergency vehicles from accessing the garage, which is where Mr. Marson and his mother are living. So that's definitely a concern of ours. Plus, you know, the junkyard is a violation of local ordinance and state law. And there's some concerns with what is actually even out there and how much is out there. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Kathy, and she can provide testimony for the garage and some of the health concerns that she has. Looks like you're muted, Kathy.
Kathy, you're muted.
There, sorry about that. So my name's Kathy Goslin. I'm the health officer for the town of Raymond. I also work as a paramedic, the deputy chief of the fire rescue department. I became involved with the Strouts. At that time, Richard was still alive, and Lorna in 2009, after the department did an inspection, after a concerned citizen did an anonymous complaint on poor living conditions. As Alex said, we did investigate it. We found it to be unsafe at that department. We wrote it up. We did install smoke and carbon monoxide detectors at that time. We issued a violation notice, but working with the CEO, Chris Hansen at the time, the homeowners were asked to install 2 egress windows, which they did do, and no further actions were taken by the town. Last spring, I was back, as Alex said, with another code enforcement officer for the back mobile home that is there. But I want to basically go back to the garage. Now, when we say the garage, it's actually their living quarters, and people need to understand that. We were called in October 2020 from the homeowners, Jared, who is Lorna's son. Richard has now passed away, asking help to evict the occupants of the back trailer. So we went back in and looked at the property. We also looked at the garage again. Understand this is about the size of a 2-car garage. They've lived in this for many years. Back in the early 2000s, the town was involved in helping them move into the front trailer on the property. They did move into that for a short time, and they decided to move back to the garage. And in discussions with Lorna, she said, I wanted to live in the place that my husband built. But understand, this was never designed as a house. So some of the issues that I have as the health officer, very unsanitary. There's a dirt floor on a small part of it. When we did go back in October, they had made some small improvements. An old heater had been replaced. There is a working bathroom. Whether it works 100% of the time, I'm not sure. But the part of the big health issue with the property is you can't move in the house due to the accumulated junk and stuff. I will say that I think Jared has cleaned out some of it since his father or his stepfather did pass away, but it is not a condition that anybody should live in. It's unsanitary. There's electrical issues. There's wires there. I know they said that he was trying to hook up to solar at some point, and the wires are just hanging. There's a lot of dirt. The house has just not been cleaned. In discussions with Lorna Stroud over the years, she said she still wanted to continue to live there. She did not want us to kick them out, were her quotes. But then in one of the last discussions I had with her, she did say that after her husband passed away, they were thinking about possibly selling the home so that they could live in a place better off for them. Now understand that there's batteries in the house. I'm just looking back at some of the notes. There are two small bedrooms, but they don't use them. They basically, my opinion, and Jared can jump in after, I think they live in their 2 recliners. Multiple extension cords, all of that, a sink and refrigerator in the main room, all unsanitary. I don't believe the stove is even usable. They had a small microwave. But the home is just an accumulation of stuff and trash, batteries, things like that, and it's not a safe place, especially for Mrs. Strout, who is now in her 60s, and while she's lived like this in quite a few years, she is having some mobility issues and she needs a better place to live. So my recommendation would be that the garage be deemed as a dangerous building and the town look and work with Jared into getting them to move into a different dwelling and probably raise the garage. That would be my recommendation at this time.
Alex, anything else on opening?
No, I have nothing else to add at this time.
Jared, this is the time for you to present your information.
Yeah, a little bit, just I call trying to get used to this. So, right. So, right. I was gonna say, because I just basically inherited it, whether a mess or not, and we've been wanting to, I call, update, move on or whatever. I call all in discussion. I think some of this is kind of blown out of proportional. Right. Like I said, because we want to remove some of the junk because there's value in it. So I call, we're all for that. Those that knew my father knows the situation. Right. And like I said, and of course this year, because I just started a decent job. That's why taxes are getting closer, or getting farther ahead. And then COVID hit, and of course now here it is January, and basically kind of unrest political wise. And I had a very hard time getting hold of the junk Schnitzers or whatever it is, the steel place in the Lewiston. And they was like, well, if you have us come in and get it, basically maybe $4,000. If you can do it yourself, quite substantially more. And he goes, and right now with the COVID, even though Maine is a light case, they're controlled by their corporate headquarters in New York. So there is issues there of getting people to come in. And then, of course, in November, I ended up having medical issues. And I'm basically getting back on my feet now. And of course, it's dead of winter. I'm on layoff. And, you don't want to spend all your eggs right off. You kind of want to wait till you get going again. So, right. And like I said, we got a car trailer lined up, so we are going to start to move, get rid of some cars to get more funding up, but it's kind of a time issue crunch, not just because of this, but like I said, there's COVID and other stuff going on. Right. Also on Garrett's trailer, I do know we got the permission to tear that down. The shed that he built on it is tore down, and we are going to start to tear that down and get that off. And, right, yeah. We also, that pink trailer that is planned in the works to get rid of. We can start to remove that. Yep. And we've been also cleaning the house, trying to get the issues taken care of with that. I would like to see, depending on how this goes, to sit down and come up with a checklist. So that way you guys know we're making progress. And I got proofs to show that I'm working with you to hence going forward, making progress. Right, to address any issues you have. I think that's it for my speaking.
Okay, thank you. C would be Alex and Kathy, if you have any questions for Jared.
Yeah, Jared, there's a mobile home, a newer mobile home on the front of the lot, which I believe you rent out to someone else. Is there any possibility that you guys would be able to move into that mobile home and move out of the garage at least, maybe even just temporarily or long-term? Or is there any possibility of that?
That would be very hard at this point. It's only 2-bedroom, and you think the house is cramped. Just, 3 people in this, that'd be awful cramped.
So there's no possibility you could evict the tenant and replace them, basically.
That would be difficult. Basically, coronavirus mandates. I'm not all on legal. I was trying to get a lawyer to be with this. But to evict someone, right now there's no evictions going on. COVID-19.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Kathy?
I'm good for right now.
Okay, Jared, this time you could ask specific questions to the code enforcement officer and the health officer on anything they've presented so far.
Right. Yes, is there any issues that we could address immediately to, trying to find lack of better words, but so we can stay there until, we can find a place or, whatever is determining of this meeting?
I think if that was going to be the case, Jared, I think first and foremost is the electrical hazards in the house. You'd have to have an electrician come in and bring it up to code. But I also think you have to think long and hard if you want to put any money into that garage. Or would you be better off? I know in a discussion you talked about selling the property and paying the back taxes and then moving into something better suited. I'm kind of thinking that might be your better set. You're going to have to put a few $1,000s into this home to make it livable. You're going to have to remove a lot of the trash and a lot of the garbage. Just the stuff that's in there that block exits that you can't get around in. make sure it's cleaned, fix the electrical. I know last time you still had some plastic up along the ceilings. You're going to have to do a lot of that to build that, to bring that building up to code. And I think the discussion should be, is that going to be possible?
Trying to. All right. Like I said, I just don't right now physically see. I call like going out, getting an apartment, which would be $1,200 a month, and then trying to find, then of course get a real estate agent, all of that. Going as in a financially or even safer move. Like I said, I'm willing to address, like I said, I've been right along, just like I said, slow, removing stuff from the building. Right, and of course, I'm willing to get some help to do that. But I think that's it for this right session.
I think, Jared, one of the things you have to talk to your mother about is her medical conditions, and is it time for her to go into maybe an assisted living facility? I believe she gets your father's retirement for income. Maybe we could look at a Vesta housing or a place where she could go. And if you wanted to stay together, maybe we look for a place that the two of you could stay together. I don't know if you guys have had any discussions on that. You know she has mobility issues. I don't want to get into her health issues with the group. But I think you've got to look at that and what's best for her too.
Yes, well, that's why I'm kind of saying the stuff I am, because I call it, she's just moved out as is right now. It wouldn't take long and she would go. She would pass away.
Why do you say that? Because she doesn't, you mean because mentally she doesn't want to leave?
Yes. Like I said, it's only been a year that Dad, well, actually, it hasn't been a year. It's February 2020, just before the COVID hit, is when he passed away.
Okay.
Jared, any other questions you have for the CEO and HO?
Right. Right. Like I said, just a quick discussion. Like I said, we're hoping to try to, we could try to fix it for a while. Like I said, I want more communication between us and code enforcement and the Goslin.
Yep.
Right. Right. And like I said, and come up with a list, a good punch list of what we need to do. And then, and so we can get on it. So like I said, you guys got an idea of what we're doing. And if we're not meeting that mandate, then I call follow through with the stuff that we're kind of outlining here. Right, like I said, because I got to discuss stuff with her too, and she didn't want to be on the Zoom meeting tonight, so so it's kind of hard for me to tell you what her thoughts are. So, like I said, I just know her. I know if she's made the leave, that I call will affect matters drastically.
She did tell me herself last winter that, oh, it was before your father passed away, that you were considering selling the property and moving into a one-story home, a smaller place. She doesn't want to do that at all now?
I did not say that. Right, I really got to talk to her because it can fluctuate from day to day, you know, like the issue they're having, like today, she would probably say, yes, let's get rid of it and get the heck out of Dodge. The next day, it'll be, well, no, you know, Richard, you know, built this for me and, you know, living here. So that's why I say I'm kind of treading carefully until I hear what her opinion is. I guess, right. Like I said, we really would like to try to fix it before selling it. Like I said, that also just buys us time so we can actually make plans. If she wants to sell, we can sell it and move on. You see what I'm saying? There's kind of a balancing act here.
Hey. 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 Alex and Kathy, any additional comments on what Jared has said?
I understand what Jared is saying. My only concerns is this is a fire hazard with electrical issues and a lot of stuff blocking egress, that I think if the town was willing to work with him to come up with this list, due to the winter, we can't get up there with a fire truck, we can't get up there with an ambulance. I think they'd have to find temporary quarters until this has been deemed safe to live in again.
Yeah, I would agree with Kathy, and that might be something, once we're through this process, you guys can discuss with Zachary. You know, there is an opportunity through dangerous buildings to create an order that would allow them to return to the garage, but it may, you know, entail the town physically doing some work or you know, funding some of this work, which could be assessed as some type of special tax in the end. But like I said, that would be something you'd want to talk with the attorney about.
Any questions from the board? Marshall?
Yes, Mr. Marston, you mentioned that you had recently leased out the front trailer, is it, or the front camper?
Yes.
Do you have a signed lease, or is that just a friend that you're leasing it to, a relative, or?
Yeah, it's a verbal agreement.
Okay, thank you. And the next question I have is, you've gotten quotes to have some of that metal removed?
Yes.
Are they willing to move that metal at this time of year?
This time of year, it'd be very difficult.
But would they be willing to do it?
I would have to, because I can't, for them, say yes or no. And it also depends on COVID-19. Because I could say yes, they would come and move it. Right. But whether they got the manpower and all of that at Snitches, they have, you know, like 3 or 4 crews. And there's no guarantee that they can get in, because they also said they're about 3 to 4 months to get to a job.
Okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Sam, any questions?
I have no questions at this time.
Teresa? Okay, at this point, we'll have the code enforcement officer and health officer closing remarks, not more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I think, just one thing I would like to say is our primary focus here is definitely Jared and Lorna's safety in this. So we want to make sure that they're taken care of and that they're not put into a situation where if they need help, they can't get it. So that's kind of the big focus here in getting this situation resolved. I think that you guys have some options and you can discuss with Zachary what those are. It might be a situation where we give them, up to a certain date to remove the junk. And, maybe they have 30 days to correct the issues with the dwelling or find somewhere else to go. I mean, that's something that you guys can discuss, but, it is a safety concern that does need to be addressed.
Kathy?
I would agree with Alex's statement. I'm more concerned about the garage and their living conditions. I'm willing to work with the family to see if we could find a temporary place for them to stay, but also look at assisted living or the over 65 Avesta housing or the over 55 Avesta housing for Lorna and see if she qualifies for that. I think Jared, in respect for your mother, she may, once she gets into a different place, if she does, find that it's much easier to live. I know my biggest concerns are the health and safety there, and I'd love to give you time to fix up the garage, but what happens now during the winter? I think we have some huge safety issues the board has to decide on.
Thank you. Jared?
Yeah, the one big concern about all this also is the ability to find a place. She might be able to go into a Vista housing. I know I got a few friends that have been signed up to get into a Vista housing, and they've been on a waiting list for 6 months. I just know with Garrett, that the occupant in the trailer, he actually just found a hotel room, and he's been in that, and he might have found an apartment, but that is still questionable, right? So like I said, I call if everything just goes forward fast, I really feel like we'll be out on the street. So that would be my.
Thank you. No, it hasn't been, not an easy situation, so I appreciate your time there. At this point, we'll close the evidentiary part and move into the deliberation part, which the board takes, ultimately then the board will make a determination. So,
Mr. Olson, this is Zach Burnwine. If I may just for a second, I would suggest just putting out a call to anyone, any member of the public that has information about the condition of the property or the buildings on it, if they'd like to be heard on that issue. That's my only recommendation before closing the evidentiary part.
Is there anyone in attendance that does have any information on that? Okay, seeing none, then we'll close that. I guess, Zach, if you want to just kind of run through where options are at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm happy to. So now that the board has received the evidence and the information that it needs to make a decision, my recommendation is to take this in small bites. The sole of decision for the immediate decision for the board is whether the structure of the property constitutes a hazard to health and public safety. And what I would recommend doing first is having a discussion about what the facts are. So you've heard information from your code enforcement officer and your health officer and Mr. Marston about the condition of the property. I think before you make a decision about whether it is dangerous or not, you should decide what is the condition of the property. What is actually going on the property? Are the buildings dilapidated? Are they unsafe? You should have a discussion about that. And based on the facts that you find, and I'm sort of happy to guide you through that. After you determine some facts, then you should take a vote on the ultimate issue of whether the buildings and the property are dangerous or not. And then after that, the board should have a discussion about what it wants to do with respect to the property, what the sort of correct remedies are, and I'm happy to guide you through that as well.
Okay, so I guess as far as the finding of facts, that would come from Alex and Kathy at this point.
Well, what I would say is, you've heard some descriptions of the property. I think it's the board's job to decide whether those descriptions are in fact the facts based on just the representations that you've heard and the photographs and the correspondence and the record from Alex.
Marshall, Teresa, Sam. Marshall?
I think in hearing Alex's comments, reviewing the history of code enforcement activities on this, and specifically looking at the pictures, I don't find any difficulty at all in deciding for a hazardous situation there.
Sam?
I agree with that. Did I miss something in that? Was there some question about the air quality in that building as well? Alex? Nothing about that?
No.
No. Well, I think safety is, since safety is our major issue, I'm hearing from Jared that his mother would be unsafe if she moved out of that place. Is that correct? You said that she would pass away shortly after that, or something along those lines.
Yes, I call sentimental value. Like I said, it's only been a year since Richard, my dad, her husband, passed away. Actually, not a year. And I call like, yes, her health is not the greatest, but right, like she's happy where she's at. And kind of what we learned from the nursing home, is like if they can be happy where they're at, let them stay there where they're at until it's deemed unhealthy, right, for them to be there.
Well, that's quite a question then, because it's unsafe, obviously, for her to be there in the building. And it has a sort of a danger if she's forced to move out. Is there some way, Alex? Oh, never mind. I take that back. I agree that there's no question that the building is unsafe and something has to be done. And it's too bad that your mother's involved in this. That's all. Thank you. That's all I have to say. It's useless, actually.
Teresa?
I guess looking at this has been going on for quite a few years. And just knowing Kathy, she has been really working, I believe, with you guys. And I think that the code enforcements have been working. That I think some of this could have been cleaned up. I have not been out to your property at all. I know right now, I know COVID's gone on, but I also know that people are really busy and they are working. So maybe that you could get people out there. I think one of my concerns is you want to do a list and they have given you a list of what needs to be done. So I think just giving you a list again is just repeating what was already done. I am worried about the safety. I am worried about the electrical. I think this, just from looking at the pictures and just hearing Kathy and Alex talk, I think that the structures are hazardous, and I'm worried actually for both of you. If it comes down to that mobile home in the front, if that gentleman is moving out and you guys can move in there to possibly get things done, that is an idea. But right now I do feel that they are unsafe, and I take Kathy and Alex right now at their word. That's it.
Yeah, I do as well.
Marshall?
I asked Kathy if she has seen the mobile home in the front.
I've seen it from the exterior only.
Okay.
I went with both Chris Hansen and Alex. It appears to be livable. There is still a lot of stuff on the outside that Richard put outside, but it appears to be livable.
Thank you. Thank you.
In regards to, the issue has been raised about the safety of getting emergency equipment in there. Is that in large part because of the junk stuff that's there that's in the way? Or, because I guess what I'm looking, I mean, ideally, we want to get out of the shed for right now, because there's problems there. The ideal situation would be is if they could go into that trailer, but then they've got the issue of getting the current tenants out of there. But from the safety standpoint, if you still have the situation where you can't get safety equipment in there, from what I understand, there has been runs and things there that so we have a history that's that there have been emergencies that and does that put them in a greater risk because we can't get the safety equipment in there?
Well, at this time, we wouldn't be able to get a fire truck in the road, and it's a combination of two things, Ro. It is the accumulation of vehicles on the side of the road, and that they have done some improvements to the road. I know we had a grader or something that did. It's a driveway that goes up a slight incline, probably 1,200 feet into the garage. We would only ever be able to get an ambulance maybe 600 feet from the garage, and we'd have to haul people out from there. If that was the case, you'd be lucky if you got a fire truck 800 feet in. There would be concerns that way.
Well, is that trailer closer to the road?
The livable trailer, yes, is the first house, is the closest to the road.
And is that got clear access at this point or not?
In the winter, we could probably get a fire truck 200 feet from it.
And the ambulance?
What was that?
The rescue?
Probably about 200 feet, with snow and rut and ice.
Zach, you look like you want to say something.
No.
Can I ask something to Zach?
Absolutely.
Can he legally evict that person? I know it is crazy with COVID, but can he?
So I will answer that question, but I want to, I want to sort of help try and separate that from the sort of immediate issue before the board. So evictions are paused currently in the state. You can't seek a writ of eviction right now. But that's not the issue before you right now is just whether the buildings, structures, the property itself are dangerous. If you find that they are, and in a minute I think I'll recommend to you sort of an up-down vote on that issue. But if you find that they are, then I think the discussion for you all is, what do you want to have done with the property? And that discussion can be informed by these other considerations that you've heard tonight. Once we get to that discussion about what you want to have happen with the property, I'm sort of also going to recommend maybe a way to think about that sort of will help clarify how to structure the order that you issue.
Okay, thanks.
I would say that at this point, if the board members feel that they've determined the facts after having heard the evidence, and there's sort of no other discussion that you want to have about the facts, you should take an up-down vote. There should be a motion to vote on whether the buildings and the structures and the property itself rise to the level of a dangerous building, and I can read you the standard for that. And then after that, if you find that it is, we should have a discussion about what you want done with the property.
Okay, well, are we ready to take that motion? Marshall?
Yes. We're ready. I'm ready.
Will you make the motion?
Can the attorney make the motion, please?
Well, it should be a board member who makes the motion. So it's in the record. It's moved by a member of the board.
I would move that we have found the habitation on 9 Shaker Road to be hazardous.
Second.
So we moved and seconded. Any further discussion on that? All those.
Let me just read you the standard so it's in the record again before you take the vote. Under the Maine's Dangerous Buildings Law, which is Title 17, Section 2851, to adjudge a building or structure or property to be a nuisance or dangerous, the municipal officers, that is the Board of Selectmen, must find that the building is structurally unsafe, unstable, or unsanitary, constitutes a fire hazard, is unsuitable or improper for the use or occupancy to which it is put, constitutes a hazard to health or safety because of inadequate maintenance, dilapidation, obsolescence, or abandonment, or is otherwise dangerous to life or property. If you feel the property rises to that level, that's the standard you're voting on.
Okay. Any further discussion? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, the motion is carried. So now we go into, we have deemed it as unsafe. What are our recommendations, or what are the actions in order to help them get into compliance?
So let me just suggest a way of thinking about this. You should think about what you ultimately want done, or what Alex and Kathy ultimately recommend should be done with the property to make it not dangerous. And that should be what you order Mr. Marston to undertake at the property, and you can decide to give him 30 days to do so, 60 days to do so, however long you feel is appropriate. You can also, if there are sort of multiple things that Alex and Kathy recommend should be done with the property, you can divide out those separate items, and you can give Mr. Marston X amount of time for each of those different items. But you should sort of work backwards from the point of what is the ultimate sort of goal or outcome that you want for the property to make sure that it is no longer dangerous. One other thing I'll note is, I think it is customary in a dangerous buildings context, to give at least 30 days for a property owner to bring a property into compliance. That is the amount of time that the property owner has to appeal the decision to Superior Court. So you don't lose any time by allowing that 30 days anyway. If at the end of the amount of time, whether it's 30 days, 60 days, or however long you decide is appropriate, that you've afforded the property owner to bring the property into compliance, and it's still not done, the town, can go onto the property and do whatever work is needed to be done to bring it into compliance, but it does not have to. I would not recommend sort of waiting forever beyond the time that you've afforded the property owner to bring the property into compliance before the town undertakes that work itself. But if you wait another 30 days beyond the time that you've said that you're going to wait, that's fine too. If Mr. Marston is making progress towards achieving the outcomes that you want, I think it's fine to allow him to continue to do so. You don't have to exercise your rights to go onto the property and bring it into compliance yourself, but you certainly can.
No thoughts?
Oh, we need a list.
Yeah.
I mean, that list is got to be worked up with Alex. But I mean, thoughts as far as time wise and things like that, time to cure.
Under the circumstances, well, with the COVID pandemic and all that sort of thing going on, I would say we should exercise a little bit of generosity in the timeline.
Marshall?
Kathy, how do you think you could find housing for these people within a reasonable period of time?
That's a good question, Marshall. I'd like to say yes, but I think we'd have to find an opening come up someplace. I can ask. I don't think it's going to be within 30 to 60 days. It's probably 3 months minimum. And that's a guess.
I mean, the one logic says that, I mean, a lot of that work that needs to be done in there can't really be done while somebody's in there, can it?
Right.
So I mean, you got the situation, the ideal situation would be is if they could go into the trailer in front. Then that's open, they can go and, get the work done in there. Short of that, is there some temporary facility that's available that they could go to while that work is being done? Because, to try and work around people, work around while people are in there, first of all, spreads the time out to get the work done immeasurably, because you can't be efficient on how, on how the work is being done. But if it's essentially vacant at that point, it's a lot easier to do the work in there. Marshall?
Kathy, would it be reasonable to assume that trailer could be moved forward sufficient to be reached by the fire department?
Not this time of year, Marshall. It wouldn't take much without the snow and that to make the trailer readily accessible. They have had vehicles that drive right up to it. So the front trailer is not the huge concern. You wouldn't get a fire truck in, but you could probably get a car in.
No, the thinking obviously is to get them into a safer environment.
Correct.
And if that's the trailer up front, then I'm sure the town, if it would be willing, could plow that part for this season. To enough to get the fire truck and the ambulances up in there.
I'm finding with COVID right now, people are not hesitating still to come in to fix stuff. I mean, they may be backed up, and that may be where if he can get some lists of some people, maybe like the people that are hauling away either the cars or metal, because they wouldn't be coming in contact with you guys at all. But as far as electricians and contractors and stuff like that, I'm not finding anybody.
there's another, another group that's out there that we had a presentation from last week or last meeting, the Fuller Center people. I mean, these are types of projects that they look at to some degree on some of those things. So maybe a contact with them to see if it's some things that they can do to help out on that too, because, on that, they do expect the homeowner to put some money into it and whatnot, and then they, with the intent that it's repaid over time, but it brings in essentially volunteer help to get things done too. And we do have contacts there because she came and gave the presentation at the last meeting, so.
They would need a licensed electrician to do a lot of the
I
electrical.
think any of that stuff that, they can do what they can do, but if it's beyond what they're capable of, I mean, they do a lot with siding replacements and, things of that nature, but no, electrical and plumbing is, that's Alex has got to make sure that that's up to code anyway, so. All I'm saying is that, it's another resource that potentially is there. So now you're down to looking at, more targeted on what you're trying to get in there for people. Marshall?
Sorry, I think the more immediate concern is the health and safety of the mother and the son.
Agreed.
I think we need to address that issue. And again, if we can get them into the mobile home and let the town plow up to it, so at least we can get a fire truck close. If that's a reasonable solution, that's fine. If not, then we start looking for housing for Mrs. Strout.
And that housing, in my opinion, would be temporary as long as we have the action item that says that here's the work that's going to get done in there.
And a deadline.
Yeah. Then you're looking at that from a more of a temporary standpoint than a long-term standpoint.
I agree. That's the second series of thoughts that I have about this, but I'd want to address the health and safety issue first.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because the other issue is the junk issue. I mean,
right.
The advantage to that when it can get done is that gives some cash to work with.
Right.
But the logic says that's not going to happen until spring at best anyway.
That really is right.
Looking at some of that stuff, what they'd have to bring in to be able to get some of that out, you're not going to get that done in the winter.
Well, can I ask, who's plowing up there now?
I'm plowing myself, so.
Great, so it's got to be plowed, I mean, and so you're saying the cars and stuff are in the way?
That's what they are saying, but I plow myself because I work part-time for a gentleman plowing, and I get to use his truck.
Well, there's nothing that the town can come in to move the equipment out of the way. If they're going to plow, they're going to have to move the stuff back too. So
see, that's what you guys are saying, and I'm just telling you, I'm plowing the driveway. And if I'm plowing the driveway, what's in the way?
It's not, just so you understand, so the select board understands, you can get to the trailer in a four-wheel drive vehicle. To the house, he's plowing it, but then they're walking up the last 300 to 400 feet.
No, we are driving right to the house.
Today.
Right. Yes.
Today.
Yes, you guys come on over and I can show you.
We'll wait. There needs to be some snow on the ground before we make that.
Right, because it's not consistent. I'm not.
The trucks can get in.
Right.
And if it wants
All right,
to move,
so
load it down.
so essentially we're where are we at? We need to put a action plan into the order here. So part of that is going to be work list that needs to be done, but the other part of it is the temporary lodging.
What I, if I may, this is Zach, what I hear, I think from the board, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I hear three things. The first is that because the junkyard poses a danger, it needs to be removed within a certain amount of time. The conditions in the mobile home and the garage the dangerous conditions need to be abated. And there's a whole sort of list of things that need to be done that Alex and Kathy sort of have the details about. And then the third thing is that those places need to be vacated. Nobody should be living in them until that work is complete. You know, with respect to abating the dangerous conditions in the garage and the, you know, the order can just delegate to Alex and Kathy as the code enforcement officer and the health officer, sort of oversight of that. You know, the order can say those structures need to be brought into compliance to the satisfaction of the town code enforcement officer and the town health officer. And you can put a time frame on that when it has to be done by Mr. Marston. And if it's not done within that amount of time, you know, the town can go in and do it itself. The same with the junkyard removal, and the same with sort of the order to vacate the property until that work is done. You don't have to act on any of those things if they're not done within the amount of time that you said that they're going to be done. But you know, you should leave yourself the authority to do so.
Isn't that the situation we're in now?
It is, but the order, ultimately the order is going to give the town the authority to go onto the property and do all this work if it doesn't get done, which the town didn't have that authority before this vote, before this order was issued.
Okay, thank you.
Just for a note, I kind of agree with the lawyer. That's what I was trying to talk about before, about getting a system of checks and balances so we're moving forward. And I call the quick way out just seems like to say out and, you know, basically left with dealing with where to find a live right now, which we're talking about, and it's not sounding good, and stuff like that. So, right. I was asked to see if we could have you guys bring the loader down and we could move the cars or what you guys have concerns about out of the way so a fire truck could get in and out. So I don't know about that, but that, you know, is that an option?
Can I guess I just wanted to say something too. I think that what I'm looking at is this list has been going back quite a few years, is what it is. So
Right.
It has been a problem. It has been accumulating. So giving you that extra time to move forward to do this, is it going to get done?
I haven't had a chance to show or prove myself. This has been my father's. I just inherited it. I'm not going to take stuff away from my father and sell it on him. You know, if that's his. I mean, you know, that to me is just like if I came over to your house, decided you didn't need that car there, and I'm going to sell it.
No, I know, and I understand what you're saying, but I also understand too, is your mom also knows that this has been an issue too.
That's
You know what
right.
I mean, so
Right.
And I
and
understand that you've inherited, I get that. And I think knowing that this has been, I think that's the first thing I think I would have done. And I'm not telling you what to do by no means, is I would have gotten with Kathy and Alex or whoever to get a plan in action. But it's been when did you inherit it? Like a year ago?
I don't got the exact date. My father died in February 2020.
So it's coming up on a year. Yep. Okay.
Yes, basically just when this stuff happened. And of course, there was even a legal aspect where he was in a nursing home. Even though stuff was in my name, I couldn't part with it until the state gave me the okay. We met that 5-year criteria.
Yeah.
So, I mean, my hands are tied.
Okay.
Right, and I gotta have time. I mean, what else can I do? I mean,
I think.
Yeah. Go ahead, Marshall.
I think we're still diverting off the main issue, and the main issue is the health and safety of Mr. Marston and Mrs. Strupp. We need to deal with that sooner than later. And I have no problem giving Mr. Marston till July or August or whatever it might be to do what he thinks he needs to do to get that property cleaned up and habitable again so that they can move back in there. But we still need to address the issue of the health and safety. And I think that needs to be done quickly. And that will also give you time, Mr. Marston, to get in there and clean it up without people bumping elbows over there.
yeah.
So if we can work along those lines, let's deal with the health and safety first. And then give him, we can give him all the time we feel is right to get that property cleaned up. We're not trying to throw him out. That's the worst thing we want to do, but we're concerned about the health and safety of the family.
Sam?
I agree with that 100%.
Okay,
I
so
think that's the issue we have to deal with now.
So the question then would be, what's the timeframes we want to establish for vacating the existing building? And then we can placing time limits on getting the actual punch list done. I mean, that can be done a lot quicker, but and then
Right.
the other elements.
Okay. I would love to say out in 30 days, but I'm not sure that's a reasonable thing. I think that if we gave them till September 1st to get it cleaned up, that might be reasonable on the backside. But I think for them to move, we are at the mercy of several unknown factors at this point, one being the real estate market.
Right.
We don't know what's available out there. So I think the sooner the better to move them out, but give them plenty of room to clean it up and make it habitable again.
Yeah, I mean, the backside stuff, I don't, that's not, time is not.
No, exactly.
Not of the essence on that. But, I mean, if you were to say, if we were to say 45 days to vacate, that date can be extended if we can't, if something can't be found or something, whatever, but you still have to hang some numbers on things.
Well, I agree with that. I agree with the deadlines, and 30 days is the appeal period. If it's not appealed, then we can go forward from there. 45 days is reasonable. Make it March 1st. Out by March 1st.
Yep.
Right. I understand on what you guys are saying, but we're gonna need help in finding a rent, maybe even some financial help, right, to afford the rent, because now we're biting off, basically trying to do the rent and get the place fixed up.
Yes, yeah. And that's where, Dawn and Kathy and
Right.
Jenny
DHS.
can help out on that stuff. So, the action item there would be to get with them to see what assistances are available on that, because there are some things that exist out there.
Are we setting aside the trailer on the property totally? That's out of the
Well, I mean,
question.
that's a decision he's got to make. If he wants to ask those people to leave, and if they'll leave, then he could move into there. Then the issue is they're looking for a rent at that point or whatever. But the issue is getting them out of that shed into something that's safe, so that then the work can be being done back inside there, so they can get back in there ultimately.
Agreed. But before we move into the trailer up front, I'd like somebody from health and safety to do an inspection on the unit to make sure it's safe.
Yep. I agree.
So Zach, are you going to write the order? Or?
I am, and what I've heard, and again, please correct me if I'm wrong. What I've heard is essentially March 1, 2021, to vacate the property to and until such time as the dangerous conditions are abated, brought into compliance, and then a longer period of time, and you should sort of decide exactly how long, to remove the junkyard and other debris, and to actually bring the buildings into compliance to the satisfaction of Alex and Kathy.
Before we go too far, I'd like to clearly define your word property, because this trailer is on the property.
Well, I think the order should be worded broadly so that it delegates authority to Alex and Kathy to make sure that the entire property is no longer dangerous.
That's fine.
That
Thank you. That's fine.
So I heard March 1, 2021 to vacate to and until the property is brought into compliance. I think the open items, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the open items are how long to remove the junkyard and how long to actually do the work, bring the property into compliance before that falls to the town, and the town has the right to go on the property and do it itself.
Well, I mean, the bringing the house, bringing the living quarter into compliance, that, in my opinion, is they'd want to get that done as soon as possible. But I mean, from a practical standpoint of bringing in contractors and things like that, I think we're saying out by March. I'd say you'd be hard pressed to say move in before May, because that's another 60 days. Because there is work to get done there, and then it's the fact of bringing in tradespeople and whatnot, or whatever, to get that work done.
Well, see, I would be willing to go out as far as September 1st on that, because I think there's a lot more work over there. Looking at the pictures, there's a lot of work over there.
Mm-hmm.
I think May might be a little bit too quick, Rolf.
Okay. June? I mean, the fact is the order is going to be written so that, that things like that, if there's things that are in process, and
right.
There's, and it's the factor of, okay, we've got this in line, but it can't happen until this, then that's going to get approved.
Fine.
I mean, so the order wants to be written that way, so that, if we need to be flexible on some of those dates because of availability of contractors, because of availability of materials and things like that, I think that's got to be in play during this, just because of the availability of a lot of that stuff right now.
Okay. But again, I don't want to get into an extension after an extension after a prolonged extension.
Well, I mean, essentially, if you do an extension, it's because, okay, we've got this lined up and it's not going to be able to occur until here.
Fine. And that would be for Alex's discretion?
Yeah, because as he's got to, ultimately, he's got to issue the occupancy permit.
Okay. Thank you.
And then the junkyard, I mean, what I would almost say on that is, give some time phasing on that. That says, bring in, first phase would be bring in someone that can evaluate it all and to give you a schedule on when they can move it out. We can put a date on there of October 1st. But if they come in there, they say, yeah, we can do this, we can do that, but we can't get it out of there until such and such a date, then we'll work from there. But I mean, that gives all through the summer and all through the fall. Does that sound reasonable?
Sounds reasonable to me.
Sam?
Yes.
Don, you had a question?
I just wanted to make an inquiry of the attorney with respect to the fact that this is a town-owned property and it's under an additional agreement for payment of taxes, which at this point I think is a minor issue comparative to safety issue. We have that as well, and so I mean this is a foreclosed upon property, a town-owned property, and I know that there's been some effort to make good faith payments, but there's that issue too, and I don't know if that needs to be incorporated or not, Zach.
I would, for purposes of the order, I would keep them separate. But you raise a good point, and to address it, I would just say that under the state dangerous buildings law, the town has the right to recover its costs associated with this hearing and with any work it ultimately, if it does, end up doing on the property by means of a special tax. That because it's a foreclosed upon property, you're not going to recover the costs through a special tax necessarily. The other option for the town, if it wants to really pursue recovering its costs associated with this, those include attorney's fees, other sort of logistical resources that have to be expended, is to file a collections action, which would allow you to ultimately attach or lien any other property beyond just this property. That is extremely rare in my experience, but it is sort of not a bridge you have to cross just yet.
What about this issue? I mean, we've heard talk of, and this is something that we don't do as a municipality, i.e. plow private property, move things around on private property. But this is a unique case. I mean, here we have a life safety issue and it's essentially town property. So does that distinction, waive the prohibition against utilizing, and I would say de minimis sort of town effort, pushing some cars back or making way so that we could make a, public safety response? Is that something we can and should do because of the unique nature of this property? If it made sense to us, I'm not committing us to it, but if it made sense to this ultimate resolution and their safety, would that be something that is acceptable under law, or is it something we still should avoid?
I think it's something you should still avoid, except that, this is where it gets a little weird, except that if you have, you're going to have this dangerous buildings order, which is going to give you the authority to go on, ultimately give you the authority to go onto the property and do work that needs to be done to make it safe. If part of that work to make the property safe under the authority of this dangerous buildings order is, removing cars, plowing the road, then, that is not a cost. That is not a cost that is being passed on to the taxpayers for work on private property, which is generally prohibited. It is instead a cost that can be assessed against the property as part of this this dangerous buildings process. So that may have been a little confusing. I apologize. The answer, I think, generally, John, is no. The town shouldn't do work on shouldn't expend town resources on private property, except that if it's part of this dangerous buildings order, it's probably permissible.
Right, and we should, assess a, fair and reasonable cost for any work we might have to do. That'd be my sense, but I think correct. A cleaner way to do these is always with, third-party contractors and to avoid the town at all. But this is for folks, who don't know the history of the property. This is a town-owned property, which makes it quite different in my mind in some ways.
Okay, so do you have what you need now, Zach?
I think so. Do you have a consensus on the board as to the date by which the junkyard's got to be removed and the buildings have got to be brought into compliance to Alex and Kathy's satisfaction? I had heard June. I had heard October.
Well, October was on the junkyard.
Okay.
June on the house.
Okay.
And it was March 1st on the vacate.
Yep. We will. I'll include that in the order. The order has to be signed by all the members of the select board. What I'll do is I will pass this on to Don and Alex and Kathy. Ask them to review it as town officials and make sure it conforms with what they heard tonight. And then I'm going to ask them to pass it on to you all for your signatures. If for some reason it does not conform with what you understood you were ordering tonight, we can reopen the discussion part of this hearing, but not the receiving of evidence. Your decision's already sort of been made, and it would just be to correct my drafting error and make the order conform to what you intended.
Jared, I know it's been an uncomfortable meeting for you unfortunately it is. But the intent is that we want to work, we want to work with you. So it's not, we're not trying to kick you to the street. We're not trying to kick you or your mother to the street, but we're trying to come up with something that puts you into a safe environment and ultimately get you back to where you want to be.
Yeah, kind of at a loss right now because let's put it, I feel some of the people, yes, really want to help, and I hear others that not so much. So I'm kind of at, like I said, conflict on how everything stands. But
Kathy?
Jared, maybe we can touch base later on this week and I can get some more information from you or your mother to make see what other programs she might qualify for her age and for housing, and we can at least start the look for you if that's what you want. Some assistance in trying to find a temporary place.
yeah, we're gonna need assistance because there's other issues going on than just this. So gonna need assistance.
Okay.
Needs as soon as possible.
We'll talk this week.
Yes.
So at this point, I will close the public hearing.
Well, that's what's kind of.
Next order of business is consideration of zoning board of appeals appointment. And I think I see Dave is here. So
hello.
So we've got you. This is for the zoning board of appeals. Any information you want to give us on what your background is and how that's going to help with the ZBA?
Well, my background is actually in software development. So when it comes to specifically land items, no, but I will say that with software development, we have, specific standards and coding standards that we got to adhere to. And so I'm not saying zoning ordinances are programming code, but I'll tell you, they're, it's laid out in a certain way and you got to do things in a certain way. So I certainly have an eye for detail, and I think that certainly can help.
Questions from the board? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to appoint David Murch to the ZBA.
So moved?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, the motion is carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for volunteering.
All right.
His appointment papers are out by the back door for signature.
Okay.
Next item is consideration of a request for Raymond to become proactive in the mitigation.
You guys done with me?
Yeah, we are. I'm sorry. Consideration for requests for Raymond to become proactive in mitigating the infestation of the brown-tailed moth and the white-tailed moth. Mary Therese, you're on. But you're muted.
I think I do that every time. I'm sorry. All right. Well, I really just wanted to start initiating a conversation about brown-tailed moth in Raymond, and a couple of reasons for that is and thank you for, I know it's a late night, and so I appreciate taking your time. I'll try to be quick. Brown-tailed moth, the symptoms of being affected by it can be easily confused with poison ivy and with any kind of other bite, insect bite. And my concern is that because of that, we're not recognizing the extent of how many people might be getting impacted by brown-tailed moth. So I just would like to find a way to have this more in the public eye. To be knowing what to look for and being able to recognize and spot infestations. And one of the reasons for that is how quickly brown-tailed moth invades. And it's not only the symptoms, it's the defoliation of the forest as well. So, what I have heard from residents and who have experienced this is that they see it one year and they don't really recognize it, and then the next year there's severe outbreaks because of the way that it increases over time. Say it again? I'm sorry, I thought I heard someone have a question or something. So my hope is just to have a conversation about how to get out in front of it. Through public education, public awareness, learning how to mitigate it ourselves without having to, if we let it go, other towns have experienced that if we let it go, if they don't jump on it, then they have to resort to aerial spraying. And that becomes really expensive. It becomes a complicated issue for those people who don't want drift on their property. And we have hot spots here, so I think it's important to be paying attention, and I'm just not seeing it out there in the public awareness. So that's why I'm here.
Well, what are you proposing we do?
Well, I think something on the website would be good. Some other kinds of ways to get information out, whether those are posted flyers in different places. However we can inform the public would be good. Raymond, putting it in Raymond Roadrunner. There's some very good videos on how landowners can go after their own infestations for a time. My husband and I have been working on our own infestations for several years, and last year was just, we couldn't reach it, and it was too hard to get to. And so there's that concern about how to get high up there and do that safely. But meanwhile, if you get rid of one nest, then, we've prevented hundreds more from there, just one nest, because there can be 25 to 400 of these caterpillars with these toxic hairs that last for 3 years in the environment. And they
that's
create these, I'm sorry?
No, I'm agreeing with you because my wife and I are faced with the same thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think in 2018, Raymond was put on alert, or in the maps that the Maine Forest Service did. The community was sort of one to be noticing it was in alert stage. It hasn't shown up this year as anything that the state would get involved in, but it's certainly something that I think residents would be well served to be involved in. And I know that we have a lot going on. We've got COVID going on, but at the same time, we're being asked to be outside to socialize. And so we're putting ourselves at risk in that regard too, just, raking leaves and on our swing sets and so on and so forth. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah,
Makes sense?
I don't see any, Donna, if Mary Caress gets with Kayla, she can get her information for putting on the website and things like that. But I mean, if I would think also it's one of those that if we ever get back where we can be doing things again, it's a presentation you could do at the library too for one of the information nights there. But have you had discussions with the representatives yet?
I have not, only because I don't know that we're there yet. I think right now this could be addressed very inexpensively with public awareness campaigns. And one thing I will say is that we do have hot spots. Fry Island is one. Certainly up by this tower on the Valley Road is another. And there is a procedure that can be done if we can't get to the clipping, because oftentimes these nests really like the tops of the trees, is that trees can be injected. It's about a $200 process per tree to inject them to reduce it will kill off the brown-tailed moth just by that injection. And I wonder if we couldn't, again, getting out ahead of this, just put a little money in the budget so that if we see, I go up to the Raymond Hill Road, and beyond the field there's got to be 4 or 5 trees that are completely infected up on their tops, which means they're being defoliated, and we're going to have hundreds of nests post that. So if it's at all possible to put away any kind of budget, not a lot, I think that would be wise on our part, just as a public health consideration, attracting people to the community, and so on and so forth. So no, I haven't, simply because of this, wanting to do it on a low-key level to begin with. There is a training, I'm sorry?
No, go ahead.
There is a training that the state does. One has to apply for it, and then they have to go through it. And it's about getting grants. It's called the Canopy Grant that assists towns in their forest management. And I would think, I have not been able to check this out, but I believe that this would fall under that category simply because of the defoliation that happens and the killing of the trees. Yeah, Marshall.
What's the difficulty with aerial spraying?
Kathy, did you want to take that?
Some of the chemicals are considered carcinogenics. Teresa and I did talk earlier today, and I told her about Fry Island. As the health officer, I do get notices from the state. Right. I am aware of the Canopy Grant. We've used it. The fire department to help with some brush cleanup down off the Cape Road and that. So that is available. You just have to write the grant. My concern, Marshall, is there's about 5 or 6 different chemicals that work on these little buggers, and which one would the town do, and then what happens in the long run on private property and you sprayed a chemical that's dangerous.
Don't call it out now, Kathy, but would you have a recommendation if the time came?
We always used to burn them.
We,
Well,
that's,
sometimes
yeah,
you
we
can't-
cut
yeah,
the limb
that's
and
what I
burn them,
do, yeah.
yeah, that's what we did.
Drown them. I mean, you don't even have to burn them. You can just drown them. I mean, it just
Kerosene
doesn't
torch,
take
yeah.
That's what we did
Some
with
of the
motors.
chemicals are dangerous because they kill other species like butterflies and that sort of thing.
and bees, right, are pollinators, and so
Yes, yeah.
they're indiscriminate, and so it's another reason to get out ahead of this
Yes.
with public awareness.
One of the big problems that you run into is that the trees are on private property. So the town going on to a private residence tree and doing something on there starts to raise certain issues, which is why I asked, why, one of the appropriate steps is talk with the state representatives, because, you have a situation where, if you take care of a tree in Raymond, but the guy's on the town line in Casco and doesn't, what have you done? It really has to be looked at from a cross-border situation.
I agree, Ralph, but also this is an infestation that I don't believe eradication is possible. I think it's really keeping it under as much control as possible with as many healthful means as we have.
Yeah.
So even if we only get to one tree, and certainly I'm not advocating to go on to people's personal property as much as to see if the property owner knows of this, has been impacted by it, and if they'd like some assistance,
Yeah.
or can learn how to identify it and cut it out, clip it out themselves. Again, remove one nest and you've removed 400 nests to come, right? Which means a pretty substantial cut.
Don?
I see this potentially as similar to the milfoil infestations we had, a decade or more ago, and how we worked together, the public sector, the homeowners, various agencies, interested agencies. And so I think we could help with public education. We can certainly pursue grants. I have a small amount of money that you've authorized to me for provider agencies and or social welfare, social good type programs. It's a very small amount of money, and I'm not saying that I would commit that at this point, but I have some discretionary money that you've made available to me. So I think that as a starting point, though, certainly public education. Let's look into the canopy grant. Let's see what we can do to enlist the assistance, as we did with milfoil, of our homeowners. And then, of course, with the milfoil, we also did have for a period of years town involvement, not only with milfoil, but with Raymond Waterways Protective Association, water quality issues, that contribute, of course, to the quality of life and the economic viability of our town. So I think we can do some things together, and I'm stand ready to do that. And as far as contacting the legislators, I can do that. So, we can do some things, and I'd be happy to speak with you about that and maybe pull in our department heads, such as Kathy and Nathan and some others who would have probably Alex, and talk about how we could work together.
Thank you very much, everyone. Appreciate
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thank you, Mary Tress.
I'm going to jump off. I'll see you
Okay.
again sometime.
So we'll be in touch. If you want to contact me, or if you want me to contact you, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Good night, everyone.
Okay. Next item, consideration of Southern Maine Public Works Mutual Aid Compact.
Nathan, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I guess that's me. This is Southern Maine Public Works Mutual Aid Compact, as Ralph said. This is something GP Cog's been working on for better than 10, 15 years in some form or fashion. All it does for us is allows us to bill back the time if we were to go help another town. Just puts it in writing, and it's pretty simple. That's really it. Another town would have a disaster or something, and they were to call us to go help, we would have a means to legally bill them back the time and materials and all our expenses.
Right, and it codifies what we've been doing right along. I mean, we've been helping other towns, and other towns have been helping us. I mean, we're probably more a beneficiary than one that's going out there as a contributor. However, we've done both. And so I guess the Public Works Directors, this started with the Public Works Directors Association. And, now with Tony plant at GP Cog. He's taken this as one of his projects, and I don't see anything in the agreement that would cause any concern or harm. I think it would give an orderly way to make sure that we handle these things in such a fashion as the receiving town and the giving town would be understand what they were getting into, and be, for the town that was contributing material or personnel in an emergency situation, then we would have a way to account for and recover that financial investment that we might make to help our neighbors. And I think in this time of pandemic and the difficulty that we're having in the world, working together with our neighbors is a good thing. And I think this is just a more formalized version of what we've always done. And so I certainly recommend it, and hope you'll approve it.
Discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to authorize the town manager to enter into this agreement.
So move.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item is consideration of quitclaim deeds. Who's got the info on that? And we've got what's in the packet, but.
So look, you have that?
I can read them off if you like, but I can't make the motions.
No, I know you can't make the motion, but.
Yeah. But all three of them are ones where the checks have come back in, that they have cleared, and they've paid off what they need to pay off.
Okay.
And
Teresa,
Sue's on
you're on.
vacation this week.
All right, motion to accept quitclaim deeds for R2R LLC. Is that the one? Yep.
Yeah.
Book 298, 38, page 126, book 32517, page 149, book 35064, page 306, book 30940, page 80, book 33358, page 301, book 35913, page 117, book 31729, page 149, book 34141, page 79, book 37080, page 58. And I'm just looking to see if there's an amount. That one's $2,842.54 on Rusty Road.
Second.
It's more than that, because one of them here is 13,500.
Well, no, there's different ones.
All right. I will second Sam second.
That'd be a third, but that's all right.
That makes it third.
Any further discussion?
The main point here, of course, is that all interest, taxes, penalties have been paid, conveying the property back to the original owner of record, which is a good thing.
That's fine.
All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried.
Okay, motion to accept quitclaim deed for BBW LLC on Rusty Road in the amount of $13,517.82. And that's on map 67, lot 046A, and book 29837, page 343, book 32517, page 62, book 35065, page 3, book 30940, page 206, book 33358, page 311, book 35913, page 207, book 31729, page 24, book 34140, page 309, book 37079, page 331.
So moved.
That's a second.
Second, sorry.
Third.
All those in favor?
Nice one, Sam.
Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried.
All right, motion to accept the quitclaim deed from Anthony Rinaldi on Cape Road in the amount of $793.73. And it's map 2, lot 20, and book 35064, page 346, book 35913, page 119, book 37080, page 60.
Second.
All those in favor? Marshall?
Second. Sorry.
See all hands raised, motion is carried.
Trying to keep up with the iPad, sorry.
Let's see, that's it on the quick time deeds. Okay. Next item would be public comment. No one requesting. Selectman comment. Marshall?
It's time again to consider some people for the Spirit of America Award, which is given annually to Town of Raymond volunteers who have excelled. Last year it was Dick and Cleo Sanborn. The year before that was Beautification Committee. Year before that was Vitalization. So if you have any suggestions for this year, I'd be happy to funnel those through for approval in March.
Any other comment? Any town manager's report and communications?
Okay, we're going to start with a raft of dates here, I guess. So we have upcoming regular meetings, February 9th, and then March 9th. And then we have our reminder of upcoming budget schedule. It's that time of year again. February 23rd, the town manager will submit the budget to the Select Board and Budget Finance Committee. March 2nd, we're going to have our first department head review. And of course, everything we're doing now is via Zoom, and that's at 6:30. The March 16th will be our second department head review. It's also 6:30. March 30th, budget workshop, 6:30. And then I guess we're consistent on 6:30 now too. April 13th, we have our select board warrant review and approval. April 27th, Budget Finance Committee budget article recommendations. Town meeting at the Jordan Small Middle School gym will occur on June 1st. If we have the open town meeting at 6 p.m. However, we may opt, or you may opt, to have a secret ballot vote as we did last year, and that would be, if so, that'd be June 8th, 2021, and via secret ballot, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, January 18th, Martin Luther King Jr. Day. So I guess the one thing I would tell you in the way of communications, as you know, throughout the pandemic, we've periodically reviewed and adjusted our internal and external protocols. You know, as department heads, we meet frequently and make those changes, which we make you aware of as they occur. But, you know, my main goal is to make sure we keep the public and our employees safe and healthy. And so looking at those again, I'm not saying we're going to make any changes, but Kathy Goslin has been, you know, on this for day one, and internal people, Nathan, Suluk, others have, you know, worked on this to make sure that we do everything we can to keep everybody safe. So we're in a heightened time of pandemic, and with the increased risk, although I don't know if it's been identified in Maine, but with the new variants of the COVID virus, we're very, very concerned. And I think I can say, Kathy, that this is here and now in our community, and we have major, you know, pockets of infection. And so it's very concerning and has been right along. But so I'm just letting you know that that's a topic that's under discussion internally, as it has been right along. But I'll keep you posted, and we're going to continue to, you know, do what we've been doing. And I should say, for the public watching, the town's in good fiscal shape. I think people are generally in good spirits. We've had, you know, almost no citizen complaint or concern about the way we've done business. I would like to thank the office people, particularly, who are on the front lines, the public safety people, obviously, particularly, who are really on the front lines out there providing services on a day basis. And, you know, all of us, the public works guys, everybody's out there doing what they need to do to keep the town running safely and keep the revenues rolling in so that we can continue to provide the, you know, revenues that are needed for the town's operation and our schools and county. So, you know, that's the big issue. It's been the big issue. It'll continue to be a big issue, and we're taking care of what we can behind the scenes. We'll continue to do so and keep you posted as we make adjustments and make sure that we post those as we have on the website, social media, electronic signage, Roadrunner, all of the above. So thank you all for your support, and thank you to the citizens who have been so cooperative and helpful in making this all work together for the town.
Thank you, Don.
If there's nothing else, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So
So
move.
moved. Second.
Second,
All
Third.
those in favor?
yeah, you can see him.
All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is approved. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers food producers, their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We relied quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior, and they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry is supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the Wednesday, January 13th, 2021 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The board does have a quorum, but I do not anticipate any votes this evening. So I'm going to dispense with our normal reading of the introductions. So to start off with, it is a workshop. We do have a bunch of ordinances to go through. To start with, I'd like to thank both Alex and Jim for putting all this together for us. I know it was a heck of a lot of work, and it makes our job a lot easier when it comes down to time to reviewing ordinances. And also, just so thanks, guys. And then just take a moment. On your screen is Tom Hennessy. Tom was interested in the Zoning Board of Appeals, but there's no, they have a full board right now, and we do have an opening. So I asked Tom to join us this evening and kind of watch in and see what we do. It's not, for Tom, this is not kind of a normal meeting in that we're not looking at reviewing a project. But just for kind of review, half of our job, or maybe a third of our job, is also prepping ordinances for the town meetings. So there's two kind of funnels in the town. The financial stuff goes through the financial board, and all the ordinance work goes through the planning board. So sometimes we're looking at things that are not directly related to planning issues, but if it's an ordinance change or request, it comes through the planning board. So tonight, we do not have any reviews, any projects to review, but we do have a list of ordinances. This is kind of an annual thing that we start working on months ago, and we kind of build a list, usually derived from what Alex or Jim sees as problems in the ordinance, or the board runs into problems and interpretations. So one more thing, just so that you know what you're getting yourself into, the plan, we kind of view projects based upon the ordinances. So ordinance work is kind of important to us, but we do not kind of make decisions based upon what the community kind of say wants on a particular project. Our decisions have to be based upon what the ordinances tell us we can and cannot do. So with that, I think, Jim, you've changed our order of events here. Nah, we can't hear you, Jim. Jim, you're muted. Jim.
Jimmy, where are you?
You're still muted, Jim.
Jim, you remuted yourself.
Mine's unmuted. There. Are you good now?
Yeah, you're good now.
I didn't touch it. Swear to God. I did change the order a little bit to kind of packet these up together in kind of topics to help us kind of go through. So road and backlot driveway both kind of deal with street and road construction standards. Those are the first two that we're going to look at. And I think the road section is the first piece of your packet. The biggest issue we have there is when we were doing a backlot development recently, we realized we had contradictory terms in our ordinances with road and street. Road had a different connotation as to what it is versus a street. Everything in our ordinance from a design practice uses the term street. Road, I think, is just a term that's been in that ordinance for a long time. And so where it's deeply delved into the ordinance, what we decided to do was strike it out into the backlot section, where that was one area that we noted that it was in, but there are several others. And rather than, like we always try to do, is find every little road definition, we defined road, and if you scroll down through it, you'll see what we came up with. A term commonly used to describe a route or a track consisting of a bed of exposed mineral soil, gravel, asphalt, or other surfacing materials constructed for or created by the repeated passage of motorized vehicles. The term shall also include undedicated roads that are described in a recorded document. The term road shall not include those ways that have been discontinued or abandoned. For the purposes of the Town of Raymond land use ordinances, a road must comply with the standards set forth under the definition of street to be utilized for acceptable lot frontage or street front. Again, that's because we have in shoreland zoning and throughout all our ordinances, we've got these little nuances and changes in the definition. This kind of makes it all come back. This will be the consistent. We want to put this in all the subdivision ordinance, shoreline zoning ordinance, and site plan ordinance so that it is consistent throughout those ordinances. And in the event that road is defined somewhere in some performance standard, this sets it back to the basic of the definition so that essentially when somebody uses the term road for purposes of design, they are really implying street. And then they go into the street standards and street ordinance for how to construct and what you would accept for viable street frontage or lot frontage. Yeah. Any questions on that one? I think that one's a little straightforward. My description might have been long, but I think it's pretty straightforward what we're trying to do here.
We okay, guys? Great. Kevin?
Looks good to me.
Ed?
Okay. The next piece, which unfortunately in your packet is, I think, closer to the end. I'll see if I can find the page for you here.
Well, I don't need pages to work. Just what item number?
It'd be the backlot ordinance, the road terminus, private road terminus and backlot driveway terminus.
Fire lane, no parking sign on it.
Correct, yep. I'm just trying to pull it up myself here. Again, what we found with that is working with the fire department. We found that our standard in our ordinance doesn't really work that great for the fire department as far as being able to turn emergency vehicles around. So one of the things we want to do is make sure that that geometric configuration works for turning fire trucks around to what the equipment is we have today. The other piece of that we've run into over and over again is people illegally parking in these turnarounds or using them for parking, temporary or permanent parking lots for boats or whatever. That's not the case. So if it's not signed, then nobody can take any enforcement action. So by the fire department requesting the sign that you see there, that enables them to take some action in the event that they respond and they have to move something. They have the authority to do such. The only thing within that is there's some descriptions about street grades and brake angles, and that all makes perfect sense from a design practice. The only item in here that we need to have some discussion about is under summary of changes 1E, Roman numeral 4. Street grade shall not exceed 10 degrees along the entire length. Under our backlot driveway provisions standards that we have now, we do allow the road slope I said road, I'm in violation. The street grade is allowed to go up to 12%. What they are discussing here is under their provisions, they're not supposed to go up anything over 10%. I think there's some compromise in here that we may be able to look at. We haven't gone into that yet. I wanted to get some feedback from the board and let Wayne maybe describe what his concerns are as well. If it is a practical thing that the fire department can't do on an extended, lengthy run, and we have a lot of properties in town that have excessive slopes and access issues. There may be a way that we come up with maybe a waiver criteria under this ordinance that allows for short sections to exceed 10% up to 12%, as long as we look at very carefully some safety criteria that will affect the maneuverability of the emergency vehicles or fire trucks. So I don't know if Wayne, you want to say anything to that, or whether any of the board members want to have any opinions or questions or concerns.
Wayne, is this an ordinance? Is this a directive out of the fire manual?
Wayne, you're on mute.
You're on mute, Wayne.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yep. And
yes, it is the standard for fire department access where this 10% grade comes from. That's the standard that we work with. The National Fire.
We have regular roads in Raymond that are greater than 10%.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, I'm sure we do. Yes.
Sure.
So why would we?
I know one road that the chief refers to a lot when we discuss this is like Tarkin Hill.
Yep.
Is greater than that, and that was a discussion that happened at that time. So
yeah, they've had I think you had a winter incident up there where it was difficult for you. I can't remember, is it to get up or to get down?
Get down.
Get down, just because of the excessive slope and fear of icing conditions and going off the road. So again, back to that idea of a waiver criteria, one of the things we would look at is trying to limit the length of anywhere where we had to go in excess of 10% up to 12%. And if it were on a curve, looking at safety provisions such as guardrails or other widening of the curves to allow for a more convenient turn of equipment. You know, like I said, we have a lot of properties in Raymond where access at 10% is one, going to be very costly. Two, it's going to take, you know, likely a lot of blasting, and that gets into its own questions. And again, we've already got some roads in town, as you pointed out, that exceed that. I just think that probably from a public standpoint or a landowner standpoint, we might get some pushback on this. I just think that we don't want to necessarily box ourselves into a corner here where we can leave maybe some out for special cases, you know, where we do get into short bursts of steep slopes.
Yeah, and the chief and I discussed your email back to us on this with some of your thoughts on the waiver criteria, and we would certainly be willing to work with you to try to develop a waiver for that 10% grade for those backlot.
I mean, that's my opinion. Obviously, you know, I am an engineer. I work in the profession, but obviously, I want to get some input from the board members and what their thoughts are as well.
Exactly.
Ed? Kevin? Greg? Anyone?
Is there a reason to limit it to the 12%? Could we even maybe make it more?
Well, you could, but I think what we found is we had a project. Floyd Brown had he wanted to do a backlot driveway or a shared driveway earlier. I think this year or last year, and we took the fire truck down there. That one was around 17%. And what happens, Greg, as we found out, is when those trucks go up that for an extended period of time, they lose water out of the tanker. And in the winter, obviously, that becomes an icing condition on top of losing the water. So there is a magical point there where just the slope, they lose water out of the trucks. I don't know if that's 12%, 14%. I don't know. I think the idea is you try to limit those to a short duration so the truck can come back and get to a more level.
Yeah, for sure. If you had a short distance with a 17% grade, it might not be an issue. So there's probably an issue of a ratio of percentage slope and distance.
Right, exactly.
Which is why maybe 12% is limiting us too much. So
maybe we can say in excess of 10% and just leave it at that, and then you let the whoever is designing that, you know, provide us the evidence that they can meet the safety criteria. And that's the crux is really coming up with what will be the safety criteria.
Yeah. Understand.
Do we want to include in the regulation the way of getting a waiver, or just have it like other regulations where, you know, we can decide it in the meeting?
Well, I think we want a waiver criteria because I don't want to leave the general jurisdiction up to you to kind of make it up on the fly. I think it's a lot easier if the waiver criteria is in place. Then you've got something that you can at least follow as far as a standard. And it's all going to be around safety. That's going to be first and foremost, safety and fire truck maneuverability. And I think if they can meet that, if you can meet it with a fire truck, then you can meet it with basically anything else.
Right.
Well, I guess I would ask what the fire department might be comfortable with in terms of distance and degree.
Well, I was just going to ask a similar thing, but I'm surprised there's no national standard on that.
There is. That's where the 10% comes from.
Well, no, I mean, but no, I mean more than that. You know, like we've been discussing, the length of the slope and the degree, like a table that says here are acceptable approaches, you know, based on length and degree.
Yeah, because clearly in other regions, you take North Conway or somewhere up in New Hampshire where you have really steep, excessive slopes. maybe they have different equipment, but I'll let Wayne speak as far as to the standards, but I really think sometimes it comes down to the equipment they may have.
Well, then that would be another, set of tables too, 4-wheel drive, what you're going up, the weight of the vehicle. I mean, it's just an engineering problem that you have to put those together.
Right.
And that's what we would work on with the fire department.
Right. I don't have an answer for you sitting right here at the moment as far as, percent of slope versus distance and what would work, but we can certainly try to look into that and work with Jim on that.
Yeah, we have things that, it talks about like K values, which is the derivative of slope versus distance of the curve and everything like that. And I'm guessing that there's probably something on a national level that talks about the K value that's acceptable for a fire truck, in a low speed limit. That's also derived on a speed limit basis. So if you're going slow, obviously you can do a little bit more. If you're going fast, and transitions can cause more problems. Because that's also going to be a transition. When you're going from 17%, somewhere you got to belly out because we can't come off a street at 17%. So there's a transition in there as well. We don't want the tanker or fire trucks bottoming out.
So if we go 10 degrees here, we're going to be in conflict, right, with our.
If we go 10 here, we are in conflict with our table in our street ordinance. That's all I'm pointing out. So either this changes, then the street ordinance is going to change, or either way, Bob, I think we're probably going to get into both ordinances to tweak a little bit.
Okay.
The only way we don't tweak it is we just say 12% in backlot driveways and leave it at that. But it sounds like we don't want to necessarily recommend that 12%. Sounds like we really want to do our best to keep it at 10. Except for unique cases or situations where we can limit the big butt.
So we're going, am I hearing we're going to leave it at 10, but we're going to try to come up with some sort of waiverable condition that addresses a steeper slope for a shorter period of time? Is that?
Sounds good to me.
Works for me.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Make
We'll
Wayne work.
Yeah, Alex and I will work with Wayne and Bruce to come up with some language there or some waiver criteria. We'll try to keep it short and sweet, but obviously safety is first and foremost.
Right. Ed, that sound okay?
Okay.
Hey, Jim?
Yes.
One question on the terminus is that you put in your packet. Do you know what the radius is of that terminus?
I don't, but I can look it up. I don't know off the top of it right now. I'm guessing it's probably around 20 feet, 20-foot radius for that fillet, but I will double check that. And we'll work with you on that as well, as far as, what we'll do, let the board know, in our street ordinance right now, we have an appendix which has an example of the terminus, which I believe is in this packet as well. We'll revise that and match what is acceptable to the fire department, and we'll fill in those radiuses to what works with the fire truck. So when you see this next time, you'll get an updated terminus detail as well. This one that's in here right now is the one that we have currently in our ordinances. We haven't revised it yet to match the fire department's request.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, by the way,
I'm sorry, you're okay with backlot and private road terminus as we go? Okay. All right, Jim.
All right, the next one is clearing of vegetation. Right now, we really have it restricted. Alex, is it 15% of the lot? Is that 25? 25.
Yeah.
Yep. All lots are restricted to a 25% lot clearing. And I think it might have been Greg who brought this up to us, that in some cases, these people have decent sized lots and they may want to tree harvest. And we really restricted them in doing such. So what we came up with, and I'm trying to dig it up here, give me just a second, is to change it in the ordinance so that folks can clear to a certain level, and then, where is it?
Page 36 of the PDF, if you're on that.
Yep. All right, this is perfect. Okay. What we would like to do is, if they only wish to cut trees, then the threshold would be 15. I'll get this out here. Without a minor site plan approval from the planning board for any clearing, removals, vegetation, or stumps regarding above this threshold. So they have right now up to 15,000 square feet or 25% of the lot area. What we would like to do is, if they want to go higher than that for tree cutting alone, then they have to get a permit from the code enforcement officer and just prove that it's been part of a harvesting plan done by a forester. Anything for clearing would require a minor site plan review. And the reason we thought that was, if we're just cutting trees, we're not getting into as much soil and erosion concerns, what could contaminate runoff, get into waterways. Once we start grubbing, we are getting into a situation where we're opening up the land for vulnerability of erosion and contamination of nearby waterways. That's something we want to be much more careful about than just the cutting. So that's the plan at this point, would be permit by code officer if it's for cutting. Anything over 15,000 would need a minor site plan review.
Greg, you're up.
I was looking for something a lot more simple, like change it to 75% and not all that other stuff. I'm not looking to make things more difficult. But
yeah,
and the third have in addition to this, in regard to we've got 600-foot shorelines all around all our lakes, 100 feet around all the mapped streams. And why we have to do this beyond that point to protect the waterways is questionable. And I talked to Chris Hansen about that. I hope it was all right with the planning board that I did that because he's familiar with the issues that surround his concern over this. And I asked him if Wyndham did anything similar, and he said no. But he did say that they have an impermeable limit. I think that may have been 25% in Wyndham. But we like to look at other towns in terms of what they do for ordinances. And Wyndham doesn't do anything like this. They don't limit how much you can clear.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that, because the impermeable limit makes sense, but if some people like open lots, some people like trees, you know, and you're taking the choice away from them.
Well, the issue that I have with it, the only issue I have with that is, when we look at phosphorus export, which is the main contributor to obviously our lake and water quality, if you take a forest and you make it a lawn, you are going to add phosphorus to your local waterway.
Well, you're assuming they're going to be fertilizing the lawn.
Yeah, maintain. So that's the caveat. Again, the tree cutting was just to make sure there is a cutting plan that's not done haphazardly. Anybody who cuts it for harvesting is going to engage somebody like Greg or somebody with a forestry background if they're cutting for purposes of timber harvesting. As far as for clearing to have a big lawn, again, if this were in a subdivision, and I'm just throwing this out, if it were in a subdivision, we would make them either limit or provide a stormwater computation to show that they're meeting the phosphorus export. In this case, you're saying, all right, I have 10 acres, I can clear cut whatever I want, as long as I've got a forester. As soon as you go over 50,000 square feet, we just want to see a plan as to how you're going to regulate that clearing. It's not that complicated.
Well, my point was, let's take the lawns out of it. My point is, if somebody wants to put in solar panels and they got a bunch of trees in the way, and they want to put in a fairly good sized solar panel installation that works, you've got to cut a fair amount of trees. And if you have a small lot, that's going to exceed easily the 25% limit. And the solar panels is not I mean, that's a lot of people are starting to do that now.
But how big are a solar panel for a single family home?
If you
Because
have
like,
a
once you
con-
go
if you
beyond a
have a-
single family home, now you're in a commercial use, you're in a utility service if you're feeding back to the, you know, like we see a lot of these solar farms, you know, they're feeding back, it's a solar,
right, if you're
that's
just
a
doing the
commercial
feedback
use.
thing, but that the direction of solar panels is to store your own energy. So
I'm
therefore
on
you
board. Yeah. No,
and
I'm fine with
I know I'm saying you put more panels in to do that to get you by the low periods, you know, the dark periods or the snowy periods. So you put more panels in, gather more energy. And so I'm just saying we're going to probably see more panels, and that leads to having more open sky. I think we should just, you know, put that in as something to consider.
I mean, we can put in there, I don't know if we want to call a solar panel a utility, but we could put something in there as far as for utility purposes of utilities on the lot. You may exceed that as well. Again, I guess
I mean, you can also put in, you know, the lawn, the phosphorus concern, and I agree with that too, but just putting in a blanket 25% just seems to be rather
and
harsh.
that's what's in there right now. So that's what we're working with.
Oh,
I mean,
no, right.
That piece I didn't add. All I'm just saying is that if you want to change it to 50% and say anything over 50%, you got to get a permit. I don't know. I think 75%, we're going to open up maybe some issues with some people who clear out their lot, and you know, all of a sudden the buffers are gone and things like that. Plus, you got to remember too that if it's part of a subdivision where there are restrictions, the subdivision restrictions override this request.
So I'm in favor of some sort of restriction, maybe 25% can go up a little higher. And I really like the part about if you do any grubbing, stump removal, that sort of thing, we really need to protect that. I think that there's a little bit of an issue. I mean, I know that in general, we want to be able to use our property as we want, but I think there is an issue with how removing a whole bunch of trees can impact surrounding lots in terms of just what it looks like. Specifically, there's a little lot on 121 just after you leave 302, and I don't know if they clear cut the thing. I don't know how big the lot is, but they've cut a whole bunch of trees. And to my eye, it looks terrible in terms of what the neighbors are looking at. So I just think there's a little bit of concern that we ought to have regarding abutting lots as well as the lot in question.
Yeah, I would agree. And actually, Kevin brings up a good point that I think we really haven't addressed is, I mean, if we are truly going to be going to a lot of solar panels and we are going to be cutting lots for solar panels, I mean, is that something that we need to look at as far as the amount of land that's going to be devoted to solar panels all across the town? You know, I mean, do we want a town that has nothing but solar panels?
Yeah, this is starting to be this is starting to pick up a little momentum as we've seen a massive burst of solar farms across the state.
Yep.
It's something that planners and towns are starting to ask some questions on because some of these farms are massive, and you know, you take a nice open farm field and suddenly now it's full of, you know, black squares everywhere. Some people have absolutely no problem with it, and some people think it's an eyesore. From a standpoint of the DEP has taken on them because they are low impact on the land. They really haven't made them do anything as far as stormwater. The biggest issue has been most of these farms have gone into open areas, but some are now popping up into wooded areas and are clearing and grubbing those areas. So DEP does get some involvement with those. But I don't think we've thought about this on an individual basis, and without consulting somebody from the solar industry, I wouldn't have a clue at this point what would be a decent amount of land that somebody would need to operate a solar array in a manner that they can generate 100% of their own electricity. Kev, you're on mute, Kevin.
It's not so much just the land because it's the open sky. So you may only have, you know, 50 feet wide and maybe 8 feet high of solar panels, like say on top of your roof, but you need to have the view you know, that the trees are in the way left and right of that to gather the energy from morning to night to the evening. So it's a lot more than just where the panels are.
Understood.
So
Yeah, you need that southern orientation to get maximum sunlight
from
through.
east to west, because you're really going to gather all day to make it worthwhile.
And honestly, when we get down on the shoreline zoning, that obviously becomes an issue. But I think most of our lots are 2 to 3 acres minimal. So you know, you're talking 25% there. You're talking half an acre that could be available for most lots. So that's a fair amount of land that you have available to put, you know, a few arrays in to generate electricity for your home. I get there may be cases where it's more, and maybe we can look at putting something in there for self utilities or something like that. You know, we didn't think of that when we were looking at it.
Well, Mike's concern about grubbing and so forth, I think the Clean Water Act regulates if you disturb more than an acre of land, you got to install all those silt fences and that sort of thing. I don't see that as an issue that we have to address.
What about if it's less than an acre though?
For some reason, it's not regulated below that amount.
Well, maybe it should be.
Why? We put limits on all kinds of things. For some reason, 1 acre was, as far as I know, unless Jim knows anything different than me about the clean water and when it triggers the.
It depends on your proximity, or it depends if you're in a watershed at risk, different thresholds. It's 20,000 square feet of impervious, and usually anything over an acre requires you to get a permit by rule from DEP. Again, you know, just that maybe Alex knows, but when somebody cuts an acre in a residential zone, I'm sure he probably gets a phone call or two from time to time about what's going on, what's going in there. Again, we're not asking for a whole lot here. It's just a permit through the code officer if they're cutting. Grubbing, I do think, if you're grubbing, what's the purpose for grubbing? Are you creating a larger lawn? Or again, if it's agricultural, it doesn't fall under anything. It's exempt.
Yes, yeah, I don't see a problem with that, creating a larger lawn. I know you do.
Well, I mean, if everybody has a 2 acre lawn, suddenly we got some runoff issues. From an engineering perspective, it's just what happens.
Yeah, no, Maine soils are very acid that typically doesn't go very far. I think a lot of your runoff is immediately next to these lakes. I don't think it's 600 feet or more back from 100 feet from streams. That's my opinion. So that's where
I think the DP looks at it as if it gets into a water body, gets into a stream, you know, once it gets into the stream, it's in the stream, and until it, you know, has a chance to settle out, it's going to transport. I think that's the concern.
Yeah. Oh, no doubt.
But again, this is your decision. You as a board, I'm just presenting you, you know, what we see as common practice. Again, I agree with you. I haven't seen the 25% in a lot of ordinances. Some towns have it. I'm guessing it probably evolved from some old state model, and some towns have probably phased it out and others haven't. I don't know if the 25%, if it's an arbitrary number, if it's based on, it's an old number, it's been in the ordinance for a while. I'm fine if you want to move that north or south. But I do think that I'm definitely fine with clearing of trees, but when we start getting into grubbing large areas, I think the town, again, should just take a careful look at what's going on and make sure that erosion sedimentation, maybe it doesn't need to be, again, this would be a minor site plan. This doesn't go to board. This would be a staff review. So it's not as cumbersome as you might think.
Well, the issue is that of maturing trees. I visited a lot of lots where people have trees that have gotten too big, they can't handle them, and they have no way to get them down except to hire a company with thousands of dollars to remove these trees. So there's a concern on the other end too. If you, you know, people are required to keep their trees to the point where they become a liability, that's not a wise thing for the landowner or homeowner either.
And I don't think we're meaning to restrict that. I think all we're saying is just you got to just get a simple permit or a notification to the code officer if you want to cut those, and that's very simple. I don't think that's a huge burden on anybody.
Yeah, it's another step, but
I mean, that's not even me. That would be just Alex, making sure
I
that
know.
they've got.
Well, you know me, I think we just have too much government in our lives.
No, I never knew that from you, Greg. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, I'm doing the best I can.
This is not a Jim and Greg show. Others, please feel
Yeah.
free to chime in.
No, all of these things are reasonable to discuss for sure. I don't have any issue with that.
So where do we, Bob, I'm going to take your line. Where do we want to go with this, folks?
Well, I like the way the thing's written, and I harken back to that lot I drive by now every day, and they've got a big pile of dirt and trap and stumps, and it is being protected for erosion, but it needs to be. And I think the minimal review that we're doing here is going to help make sure people do the things they need to do to protect from runoffs and that sort of thing. And also, I think it might help protect against larger clearings than what is sort of sensible for neighbors to look at.
Now, to that point, I just want to make clear that agricultural purposes are exempt, and maybe, Kevin, we can find a way to exempt some utility provisions as well.
Yeah, that would be good. At least something in there to, to me, promoting, green energy is a good thing.
But when as written, it doesn't exclude that, Kevin. It just is going to require a permit.
Right. I mean, I guess that depends on who's sitting in the code office at the point, because that's kind of his purview then, right? I mean, I don't care about getting a permit as long as it's not going to be denied. I think there should be something in the ordinance to say that that's a permitted or.
That could be good, but like any permit, it's appealable to either one or two, right? If it's our ordinance, it comes to us, or it goes to zoning board of appeals. It goes to one if the permit's denied.
Alex, what happens now if somebody comes in, and I don't know when this has happened, because again, most of our lots outside shoreline zoning are fairly large, maybe in the village, but have you had any cases where you've had issues with people clearing the lot or other things?
There's been two since I started. One would be the Starretts across the street, but that has been an ongoing issue for a couple of years, and they do have a open notice of violation, which does include the clearing limitations in that. And then the other one would be the one that I'm assuming Mike's talking about, which is 7 Main Street down near 302. That's another one. I didn't specifically cite them on this clearing limitation because I couldn't exactly prove that they've cleared more than 25%. I do feel like they have probably cleared more like 75, but it wasn't as easy to prove as the Starretts one is, because the Starretts done on Eve in sometime between 2016 and 2018. So it's very easy to see through aerial imagery on Google. So it's very easy to calculate exactly how much has been cleared. So it is something that is taking place, but the key word in this section, I think, is development. Because if they're not clearing for development, it kind of goes out the window, but that's just my opinion. And I do know that's how Scott and Chris also viewed this.
So when you say development, you mean like the initial building of something and installing the related stuff like septic? So like if a house is already there and they've got all their everything in, septic and so forth, then the 25% isn't applicable?
No, I mean, I would look at it as if someone's clearing to build a house, that's clearing for development. But if there's already a house on a lot and they've got, a substantial amount of land, say they've got 3 or 4 acres behind the house, if they just want to do a harvest, go down in there and clear a bunch of the timber off of it, they're not clearing that for development. They're simply clearing it for harvest, and it's just going to go back to its natural state over time. That in my mind, that wouldn't be clearing for development because there is no conversion of the land. It's simply just a harvest.
So currently under your reading, we don't have any limits on that sort of thing?
Well, I mean, the Department of Forestry has a whole set of laws that they require timber harvests to follow. And Greg knows all about those. And we're actually a state enforced town as far as the shoreline goes. And there's very specific rules to timber harvests. So there are limitations to what you can do, what you can't do. But it's a whole other rule set and it's pretty lengthy.
Just as an FYI, we do not define development under the land use ordinance.
Sorry for opening such a can of worms.
I mean, it's a good discussion though. I mean, it does lead into, I mean, every once in a while, every 10 years, somebody tries to come in here and manipulate these ordinances to their benefit. So it's a good practice to do it before somebody else does it to us.
So is it the opinion, Alex, are you pretty comfortable with like the scenario we just described where there's already a house and they got 3 acres and they just want to do basically some harvesting? Are you pretty comfortable with the forestry regulations in terms of protection for maybe cutting too much so it's a blight for the neighbors? Or I'm sure, I would guess that the erosion concerns are pretty well covered. What do we think?
Well, most of the time, I mean, Greg knows more about the practice and what goes on with tree harvesting, but most of the time you're not ripping the ground up when you're tree cutting. I mean, yeah, you're going in with a skidder, or what time of year you go in can make a difference, and conditions can make a difference as far as mucking it up a little bit. But for the most part, you aren't really doing substantial soil damage such that you're going to get major erosion, unless you're on really steep slopes or something.
You can do that without cutting a single tree.
Absolutely. But once you go in there and you formally decide I'm going to stump this and grub it, now you've made yourself vulnerable. So I guess that's all I was coming at. And then the question is, if you own 10 acres and you cut 75% of the lot, that's still a fair amount of trees. But if you have 2 acres and you cut 75, that looks a lot worse.
Well, that's the thing. If you got a 2-acre lot and you're limited, you may need more than that by the time you put your driveway in and you build your house and you have your open area for your lawn. I don't know. It seems too small to me on a smaller lot. 25%. What if you want to have a garden or solar panels? No.
Again, if you want to go more than 25%, then maybe it's 50%. I don't know. I have no measurement or no way to figure out what other towns are doing, because it's obsolete in some towns and some are at 25.
Yeah, I wouldn't know. Except for what?
Alex, how would you make the call that Greg just described? If you have a 2 or 3 acre lot and somebody has all those things on it and they want to, cut some trees because they want to on their barn, they want to put a bunch of solar panels to get and it involves cutting. Let's say that 50% of the trees are already gone because it's a small lot, but now you got to cut enough so that the panels can get the light. What do you do? What do you say in that? If it goes up to 75%.
All we would say is you need to file a minor site plan through staff just to be quickly reviewed. And I think all we'd be really looking at there would be basically erosion control practices.
Well, I mean, if that's the case, then I think that should be put in, is what we're concerned with, is the erosion control practices.
Mm-hmm. That's primarily what we'd be looking at, is erosion control practices and what is going to become of that surface. Is it going to be a lawn? Is it going to be, if it's agricultural purpose, like I said, it's exempt. And if it's, and if we decide we want to put utilities in there, that could be exempt.
Yeah.
Well, just shorter trees.
I understand you want to, I mean, but the tree clearing is different than the grubbing. That's,
Yes,
you know,
yeah, right, right.
you know, I get that.
But what it says in the article is clearing.
Right. And that's where you get into it because cutting and clearing are two different terms used in construction.
Right.
So it seems to me pretty not real onerous on the property owner, because if the development wishes only to cut trees in excess of a threshold, then a permit must be obtained. Well, what's that permit? What's that going to be based on? That getting that permit? I mean, I would think. Well, I guess I don't know what criteria is going to be looked at for that permit.
Good question.
Well, primarily, it's going to be erosion control of the tree cutting or for the clearing.
For just the tree cutting.
For the tree cutting, all we want to make sure is that it was reviewed by a forester, I believe.
Right.
Okay, well, that sounds, that's not, to me, that's no problem at all for a property owner, or hardly a problem.
Yeah, up to Greg.
But I guess at this point, I'm a little more concerned about the issue of whether it's a development or not. So in other words, if there's an established lot and then someone wants to go cut a whole bunch of their trees, and that could really make things look pretty crappy for the neighbors. And this doesn't seem to protect that at all. Not to open a bigger can of worms, but that's kind of what I'm seeing on the site at 7 Main Street.
Yeah, and one of the things, Mike, that I've kind of run into with that one is my first conversation with him was, well, what are you planning on doing here in the back? Because he's cleared a bunch of land out in the back and it looks like he's going to build something. And he says, well, I don't know. I'm not planning on doing anything right now. If he had said, well, I would like to build X, then he cleared that for development. And right. I can say, okay, well, you've cleared in excess of what you're allowed for development. But he doesn't currently have a plan to do anything. He just wanted to cut the trees. So is he clearing for development or not? You know, so it's something where if I'm going to take someone to court for it, my concern with that one is it is pretty open. We don't have a definition. And I would need some proof of them clearing for development, even if it is, you know, it looks to be pretty clear.
Well, maybe I'm missing something here, but for my eye, I just as soon take out the whole issue of for development and just say for any lot, whether it's already developed or not. Because then that would sort of cover, you wouldn't have to get into that issue with the guy at 7 Main Street. And then to me, we're protecting all these types of scenarios, regardless of whether or not there's already a house or structure there, or whether or not they want to develop. To me, that's not the issue.
So you'd rather say something if the owner or property owner wishes to only cut trees.
Yeah.
I thought this was a simple one.
Yeah.
You know, I told Chris.
Sometimes also in these things we we include the purpose of what we we have a little blurb, intro blurb to our ordinance, and in that purpose we could kind of state what the goal of the restrictions are, and those being that we want to maintain the water quality. We don't want to restrict for utility development or solar panels or along those lines. And I think that would answer Kevin's problem. Probably not Greg's problem because it's an ordinance, so it'll never answer Greg's problem. But,
I have a lot of faith in people.
But if we take out the development, does that sound workable?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. It's an article. It's within the article, and typically, just trying to look at our ordinances here as we're on the line here. Typically, under standards, we don't do the purpose. I think rather than the purpose, I would rather just lay out what exemptions we would consider, whether it be for agriculture or whether it be for private utilities such as, but not limited to, solar panels, antennas, solar, I don't think anybody, well, there may be some still out there, the dishes, the satellite dishes and things like that. So I would be open to saying that those could be exempt from from this standard.
As long as somewhere in there we include the erosion control as a primary responsibility.
Yeah, we can finesse some language in there for that.
Jim, I think that makes sense because I don't think anyone, based on the cost and expense of putting in solar panels, I wouldn't think someone's going to cut a whole bunch more trees than they need to get, the full day sunlight. So maybe, if we just exclude that use from this ordinance, then maybe we're sort of not really creating more harm, and I agree with Kevin, green energy is good.
Yeah, and I think, to Bob's point, the purpose of this was to really just stop people from being able just to go and clear cut their lot for the sake of clear cutting their lot, or just to create massive lawns. I think we're all okay with a big lawn, just as you have adequate protections in there to protect your neighbors and the environment.
All right, everything okay? Ed, you
Okay,
okay?
so we'll clean that. We'll fix that up a little bit and add the provisions for utilities and for agricultural purposes, and put a little erosion control language in there.
Okay. Next up.
Next one, I hope is easy. It has to do with the mixed use. This was just a case of, I think, a clerical error in the ordinance. It basically said that both floors had to be only for commercial uses. We know that's not the case. We do allow in mixed uses that we want residential upstairs and commercial downstairs. So it was really just a matter of clarifying what was what.
Yeah. Anyone have any problems with that one?
No.
All right.
Septic?
Next one has to deal with septic waste disposal. And I know Alex did a little research on this. I'll just quickly summarize, but then I'll let him chime in. Basically, when we're within a certain distance of, originally it was Sebago Lake, the Pool and Water District has its own standards and regulations for sizing of septic systems based on daily use per bedroom, because that's how we size septic systems in the state of Maine. When this ordinance was written, I think we just adopted that for all water bodies in the shoreline zone. And what we are thinking now is, if you look at that section 6, it just helps clarify it a little bit more that you shall meet the Pool and Water District wastewater disposal system permit protocol. One thing that we did discuss after that provision that Alex made is, we thought it would be more practical, easier for people to understand if that applied to just great ponds, because when perennial water body could mean anything from a wetland to a stream to any large area ponding water, and that's not necessarily the locations that we need to be that stringent on. It really is around the larger water bodies where that direct effluent can get into the lake quickly, and that's why it's a setback of, I think we use 250 feet, but I'll let Alex explain it a little more in detail.
I think you're doing a great job, Jim. I don't even think I need to say anything. He got that pretty much spot on. The Portland Water District is no longer on the 1988 regulations. They have a permit protocol that I think was most recently established and updated in 2014, something like that. But the big takeaway is they only regulate within 200 feet from Sebago. So our ordinance has taken that further and said all perennial water bodies within 250 feet. So, we talked about possibly amending this, weren't really sure how it was going to go, but we've at least set it up so that, like Jim said, we would get rid of the perennial water body and just say great ponds, and update the reference.
We also stayed with the 250 because we thought 200 was a number that most of us aren't familiar with. We're familiar with 250 from DEP standards, and we thought 250 was a better regulatory setback that everybody is aware of.
Yeah, we should do that with a 600-foot shoreline zone while we're at
I
it.
actually agree with you, Greg, on that. The rest of Raymond doesn't agree with us.
Oh gosh, that was what, 30 years ago or more? Yeah. I'm sidetracked, so.
We're gonna be muting you pretty soon, Greg.
Any thoughts on that? And Alex, is it 100 gallons per day or 120?
120. So it goes up from the standard, which is 90, to 120 per bed.
And another reason we thought that this was still practical was that obviously now with a lot of lakefront development, we're seeing more Airbnb, seasonal rentals where there are probably more occupants in the structure. This provision that the water district put in was to be conservative so that these septic systems would be larger and be able to handle flow so we didn't get into failed systems. So I thought is that this is a good backup because we are seeing more and more rental properties with a lot more people than were probably anticipated in some of these single family residents.
Good point. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Concerns, problems? You okay?
Okay.
All right.
Okay. The next one is the ZBA findings, and Alex, I'm going to let you run with this one, but I think it's mostly about making sure there's a section they added in there about findings.
Basically, what this requires, if there's a variance granted, we generally will issue a certificate, and that gets recorded in the Registry of Deeds. And I thought that this was actually state law, but I could be wrong on that. But it is pretty standard and has been for many years that if a variance is granted, ZBA issues a certificate, and that gets recorded in the Registry of Deeds in order to record that and make sure that it runs with the property.
And just to clear, the first part of that I saw it was redlined. We actually made that change last session. It just was, I think, a carryover for the dates of the meeting.
Yes.
I remember that, yeah.
But this is important because it is a document that goes with the land.
Yeah. Again, makes sense to me.
Just, I take it the Board of Appeals was involved in this one? Alex?
No, it was actually Mary that pointed this one out to me. It's on our application for the ZBA, and she had noticed that it wasn't actually in the ordinance, but was on the application and thought it might make sense to correct that.
All right, nice going, Mary. So you really do something in that office, huh?
Whoa! Whoa! Brave man, Bob. Brave man.
Yeah. When you're on Zoom, I got
Bob, I know where you live.
Hey, thanks, Mary. Better than me.
Okay, I think that one is pretty straightforward too. I mean, it makes a whole lot of sense. The next one would be junkyard regulation update, and that is on page 42 of your packet. And basically what's happened there is the state regulations, I believe, have changed, and this is the new section that describes that. Is that correct, Alex?
That is correct. The old reference was actually repealed at some point in time. I don't even know when, but so this would be the updated reference.
Problems?
Again, more clerical than anything, I think.
Okay.
Okay, now we get into the next two topics have to do with the fire department. And I believe both of these, correct me if I'm wrong, Wayne, are basically the same as what we saw last year.
That's correct. That's correct.
this is just, again, again, we can have this discussion, but last year you did endorse this to go to the Board of Selectmen. It was at that level that they nulled it and subdued this. I don't know. So it's back again in 2021. I think everybody was here at that point. So again, it's just a recap. The sprinkler systems would affect any single family home over 4,800 square feet. And the NFPA one is to really just update the standards following the NFPA 101 provisions to the 2018 version. Is that correct?
That's correct. NFPA 1 and NFPA 101 to the
Correct.
2018
Yeah.
edition.
And that language has been just sitting there eagerly waiting since 2020. So
I don't see any reason to revisit this here.
well, we just have to go through the formality of
Well,
again
yeah, no,
endorsing
I know that, but I mean, as far as discussion goes, I think we kind of beat this one. Anyone have a change of heart since last year?
Can I just ask about under Article 9, Section 4? It's on the last page of the small handout. The first sentence says a fire sprinkler system is required throughout any existing large residential, one family or two of 4,800 square feet or more. I'd sort of like to get rid of the word large. I just think it might cause confusion. I mean, it's clearly defined in terms of square feet, so I don't know that we need large. And I think if we leave the word large in there, it might allow some argument of some sort later on or confusion.
That makes sense to me.
Okay, that's really a wordsmith issue, but we can address that.
All right.
And that was again Article 4.
Yeah, Article 9, Section 4,
Article 9, Section
the
4.
first sentence.
It's on page 3 of 3 of the handout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Are we good with this now?
Yep.
Okay, now we go back and get into a little more what I thought would be more discussion on tiny homes, tiny houses. That takes us back to the pages that started. Alex and I both have been trying to peruse this. The state, obviously I attached the legislative action that they took on this. It's still up in the air as far as a lot of the requirements. It looks like a lot, but when it push comes to shove, it's really still a difficult thing for code enforcement officers to regulate. They did do a nice job, I think, as far as if you look at the piece I handled out, 80-C tiny home, they did define and have a decent criteria in there as what defines a tiny home. The issue I think that we're still struggling is where do we under what portion of our ordinance do we regulate these? You read through this and it talks about the axles and everything like that, and it starts to make you feel that it falls into the category of mobile home, but then it is a standalone structure. Our thought, at least my initial thought, would be to kind of put this into the same section as we did the manufactured housing, just because we had quite a discussion about that a year or so ago, and about foundations and what constitutes a structure and what's the regulations on that. Again, this will come down to a lot of what Alex will have to do as far as regulating this. So currently the definition says that the tiny home will not exceed 400 square feet. And the vehicle is without motive power. Tiny home does not include trailer, semi-trailer, camp trailer, recreation vehicle, or manufactured housing. I guess what I might recommend is we just take the state definition, put it into our terms of definitions, and then maybe just put tiny homes under that whole manufactured housing piece, but I'm sure somebody's going to tell me that they don't have to be a tiny home doesn't have to be manufactured and there's no certification and everything like that. So then I'll leave it to Alex to where we should go from here as far as the code side.
Yeah, I mean, Jim and I always struggled with this one. I think that that's probably pretty clear, but I mean, I reached out to other code officers. I reached out to our attorney, and I think what I got back from pretty much everyone was there's just not a whole lot of stuff out there for us to rely on right now. There's a, there's an IRC appendix for specific to tiny homes, and there's a lot of questions on the standard that the tiny homes are being built to. Is it similar to an RV, or does it more line up with like a park model type structure? The way that I've always looked at it, and really the way I'd like to continue to look at it, is if it's a stick-built tiny home, it probably should meet the standards that a large tiny home has to meet as far as specific to safety. So egress, and plumbing, septic, waste disposal, stuff like that. Electric should be done to the electric code. I mean, we still want to make sure that these dwelling units are safe and have to meet the bare minimum of a regular dwelling unit. They're just smaller and more efficient. I guess that's kind of where I'm leaning with it. And I think that what was recommended to me from a couple other code officers was, if we're going to look at bringing or putting anything into the ordinance, it might just be a definition to start and see where things go in the next couple of years and work with it. But the larger municipalities, there really isn't anyone out there that has a specific code or real standards for tiny homes.
I agree with you, Alex. I think we should have a standard that agrees with the current standard for larger houses, yet, in safety, electrical, plumbing and everything, yet allow them to have smaller dwellings. I think a lot of the tiny homes that I've looked at, they've built them and they're very similar in construction to a full-size dwelling, but they're just smaller because one or two people can live in a very small dwelling very comfortably. So they don't require to have X amount of square feet in a living room or, kitchen or whatever. And it's more like, I'd say building yourself an apartment to house standards.
Kevin, do you see it with our manufactured homes and mobile homes, or do you see it more as just a normal residential
A
development?
downsized residential dwelling is what I see it.
That's what I thought you saw. Yeah. So in which case, what we would really need to specifically address it if it's just going to be under what we would consider to be normal single family construction.
Yeah, I do think it's important to define it, just because it's a term that is becoming popular in the industry, and people coming into town may just want to know, I want to put a tiny home in, and if it's void in our ordinances, then that just creates a lot of confusion. If we at least define it, it gives us some kind of baseline to start the review from a code standpoint. I guess in the definition that the state has, the only thing I would add, which I heard you say, Bob, is tiny home means a living space permanently constructed on a frame or chassis and designed for permanent living quarters. I would like to have the word dwelling in there somewhere, because we do define dwelling in our ordinances, and just so that people understand that there's no exemptions for tiny homes. They fall under our dwelling requirements. We can define it just so that if somebody does come along and wants to put some tiny homes in, they understand that it falls under this category.
And then just add the definition to our definitions.
Correct. Yeah, I think we'd add tiny home in our definitions, and then, just make sure that we refer to it as a dwelling or a dwelling unit.
Kevin, does that address?
And I think that it probably would.
Yeah, and that's what I was looking for. I mean, they can be manufactured tiny homes that meet standards, our standards.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we can use that state model, that the definition that they have. We can just dress it up a little bit. So again, it refers to a dwelling unit.
I have a question.
Here comes the NFPA guy.
I'll let whoever else was jumping in first, and I can follow up.
Well, I guess the only thing I would say would be in that definition, it might be best to say something along the lines of it's still needing to meet the requirements of a dwelling unit. So that, because what's going to happen here is there'll be dealers that, there already are dealers that are making these things to a different standard, and they're selling them to people saying, oh, they meet all of the requirements. You can use this as a dwelling unit. And then these people are coming in and saying, okay, I was sold this thing, and kind of similar to a mobile home where you get it and it's still legal and built to, the HUD standards. They think that they're just ready to pull it up and into the lot and they're good to go. So I think it would be best to have something in the ordinance that makes it clear that we don't have a substandard allowance for tiny homes. It needs to meet the rules for everything else.
Sure. And under that definition, 80C tiny home, A gets into some American national standards. Do we want to strike that and maybe insert that language you just described, Alex? Because it does get into NFPA standard 1192, and I don't know personally what 1192 is. Wayne, maybe you do.
It's recreational vehicles.
Right.
So we don't want that. We want it to be a higher standard.
Right.
Which is exactly what a few other code officers have told me, is this standard is essentially allowing someone to use a park model or an RV as a dwelling unit.
So Alex, you and I probably can wordsmith this down a little bit based on this discussion tonight, and definitely take out that section A and change that around a little bit. But I think we've got a good sense of where the board wants to take this, and obviously where you need to take it so that you have some jurisdiction as far as how these are built.
Yep.
Does that work for the board?
Yep.
Sounds
good.
Thank you. Moving on, I guess at this point, the last one is to deal with affordable housing. And I gave you some information here on the back end of this, which I got from the state actually, into incentives for affordable housing. Obviously, we've heard a lot of that in the news with some of the larger municipalities, as these prices for homes are skyrocketing right now. Affordable housing is getting more and more pinched and difficult to find. I believe our comp plan is already outdated, but one of the major components of a comp plan is to provide means for affordable housing and makes you eligible for a number of grants. I'm not going to get into where we are with any kind of comp plan. I mean, that's a discussion, another sidebar, but I think what Bob and Alex and I had talked about is how do we encourage developers or entice them to provide affordable housing, and where would we want that? So this again is just an early discussion on this. We haven't really developed anything. Our thought process would be we should really look at our village districts. One, because they are the center of our community, where smaller lot sizes are allowable, where services are more readily available for people with economic strain, and where it just seems to make more sense than to have them in remote areas of the town, to put them in the village district where transportation and amenities are much more easily accessible and affordable. So that would be the district that we'd be looking at. As far as what we would want to do for incentives, I don't know if we want to look at, if somebody comes in with a subdivision, do we want to look at a density bonus? Do we want to give them the ability to do less frontages? There's a whole gamut of things we can do, and I guess I'm just trying to get a feel for what the board thinks is a good approach to incentivize, the village district for some more affordable housing. We haven't seen anything since I've been here in town since 2012. For affordable housing. So just interested in what the board has for opinions.
Yeah, it seems like maybe some density reduction, reducing some of the density requirements, maybe that would make sense.
Yeah, and if for those board members, Bob and Greg, you folks who were here before, we used to have a density bonus for elderly housing over 65. Actually, we just reapproved a subdivision back a couple of years ago. They had that, and somewhere along the lines that got eliminated. Again, it is a difficult thing to. I think that was probably a difficult thing to enforce. You go up and knock on the door, can I see your AARP card? But it does become a little bit of a challenge as to make sure that people aren't subleasing or other people of under retirement age are living in those communities. But this one is pretty. It's a different beast. Just because you're trying to help out those that are in economic, stress or in a different place economically and can't afford. Right now, obviously, we're in a massive spike in real estate prices. Things are escalating extremely fast, and those people that are less well off are getting left behind, and they are a viable part of all of our communities. So how can we assist and provide them at least some development opportunities?
Let the restaurants open again. All of the above.
But if we're going to do a comp plan, it will be a necessary component of our comp plan as well. And I know that there's discussion starting to spike about that, as well as, we need to start kind of looking at the comp plan going forward somewhere in the near future, because our old one is expired and outdated.
I mean, to me, it's kind of challenging for a town to try to promote affordable housing, because when we need it the most is in a situation like now where real estate prices are just going crazy. Right. And so why the heck is the developer going to build affordable housing when they can build something and sell it for a whole lot more? So it seems like a big challenge to find enough ways to financially incentivize that sort of thing.
Well, I think, Mike, what we see in a case like this is you get organizations like Avesta that are looking to, they're always looking in around Cumberland and Androscoggin counties to find affordable developments to put in apartment units or multi units for that purpose. So again, if an organization like that were to come to the town right now, they would be stuck utilizing current zoning densities. And if they did approach and we had something on the books, maybe we could fit a few more, multiplex units in or duplexes in or something like that.
Gotcha.
And I do think that we want to look at that from a standpoint, probably from the idea of multiplex or multi-units developments. It might make the most sense where affordable makes the most sense. Single family affordable housing is probably difficult just because of the land consumption. If we're trying to be efficient, I would think that a developer who is doing affordable housing would more likely come in with a multiplex type development, rental type properties.
So Jim, do you think we could do something along the lines of a density calculation, which at some, we would need to know where some sort of target point would be that would make it attractive enough for a builder to build? But
yeah, and I think you and I had a conversation too, is maybe we could even reach out, maybe reach out to somebody like Avesta or some organization that does a lot of these affordable housing projects and just see what is their breaking point or what is the incentive that they need to look at a community like Raymond. I know they're looking at a community like Poland right now. So they are starting to reach out more into the rural areas than just the urban centers.
And is it possible to look at something besides income, but have it targeted to the dwelling price?
Right. Well, when I say income, that's what I mean. It's what people can afford. So it's really the price of the unit that would be. And I think there's some information that may be available at the state as to what criteria, they would put that at. Like everything else, though, that bottom line is escalating.
Right.
It's like if you look at a FHA now, I think an FHA is somewhere up in 300,000 range, for a first-time homer. That just seems crazy, but that's where it's gone.
Wow.
Anybody else have any thoughts as to what areas we might want to incentivize? I mean, there's things in there too that if you're on public water, obviously you get a higher density because you don't have the septic and well competing on the land. Some of this will play out basically on what can sustain on the land for sewer and water consumption. That is usually one of the bigger things we have to be careful about. But you know,
You
just
think there
interested.
are there models, Jim, that we could copy off of?
Oh, I think for a community like Raymond, it might be a little thin stretched. You know, when you get into the cities or in some of the Cumberland County coastal areas, obviously they've got things in there for affordable housing, but it's on a whole different. I mean, you got public sewer, public water. The densities can be much different. We can take a look to see what might be available in some of those communities and maybe see what the thresholds are that they use to find terms or things like that. But you know, where we don't have a huge amount of our town on public water and we have no availability of public sewer, you know, that in itself dictates what the land can hold.
Yeah.
Any thoughts?
Well, the issue is a lot bigger than Raymond, but
absolutely
nothing wrong with addressing it somehow.
No, and to your point, I mean, it gets into public transportation and everything that you can possibly imagine as far as, you know, where we'd want to put these things. Again, that's why we thought the village, you know, or close to the commercial district off 302, where people would be potentially connected to public transportation and again, amenities of the town close by. Shopping centers, service centers, you know, we don't want these people utilizing their vehicles and racking up expenses as well.
Okay, so for affordable housing, I guess we can ask Jim and Alex to keep on pursuing, right? See if we can find some other models to look at.
Yeah, and just as a forewarning, you know, this may be one that maybe just trickles over. Maybe this is a bigger issue that it might take a little bit longer time, but let's see what we can do in the short run. And if we don't feel we're comfortable with it, you know, we can carry it into the next year. But obviously, again, this should be paired up with whatever we end up doing with a comp plan down the line as well.
Would it be feasible to study the vacant land that we have in town to see where this would work? I mean, there's not a lot of sites. You may have to look into maybe a zone change or something to provide incentive. You know, take a small residential area and you know, change it to village residential
or we could add, you know, I think that's where we were going, Ed, is that we'd be looking at maybe a new section of the ordinance. Right now we have open space ordinances for cluster development. Maybe we could come up with something equal that would be for affordable housing development.
Yeah, I think at least my take is that it would be easier to have a complete development that's affordable housing as opposed to bring in, you know, say arbitrarily the price. You have subdivision single family houses that are going for 200,000, and if the developer sells one house for 100,000, he gets an advantage.
The vote. No, I agree with you that's why I was like saying it should be like an affordable housing development ordinance where again it's, you know, if they come in with that, then they get the benefit, because to your point, like we did with the elderly housing, somebody comes in here and they maximize the density and get 6 extra units in there, and 5 years down the road we have no idea who's living in there, and they could be on the market for back to every market price or no age restriction. It's just difficult to track, where if you do an affordable development, you know the whole thing, it has to meet the criteria. Any other thoughts?
No, I think that's we'll look for some models. We'll have the density calculation that we'll look to see what will make it attractive, and it will be a solely affordable housing development, no mixed use.
Yeah, and I think, maybe offline, Bob, you and I, and Alex, maybe we can get a Zoom meeting with somebody like from Avesta to understand what they look for suitable development.
Good. Okay. Timeline. So I'm guessing that there's no real major problems. We've got, where our timeline would be, we'd have to have our public hearing in March. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's typically when we've done them in the past. We have it in March, and that time it gives the council or the board of selectmen time to review our recommendations and process it to get it out in front of the town meeting, typically held in June.
So we would need the ordinances ready for voting in our next meeting.
I would say yes.
Right? I mean, this is January. February, we would need the ordinances to vote on, to send that, to have the, no, excuse me, we'd have the ordinances review.
Right.
March, we would have the ordinances ready for the voting.
You need a full red line review version ready for the next meeting.
Correct.
And then we'd have a public hearing in March.
Right, with the vote.
Right.
Is that doable? With the exception of the affordable housing, is that all doable for you guys?
Yeah, Alex, I think most of it's there. It's just a little bit of wordsmithing. I don't think there's much work at all there to have that ready for the next meeting, red line.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. For those, for you late arrivals, I asked Tom to join us this evening. Tom, just as a repeat, was interested in the Zoning Board of Appeals. And I asked him to join us tonight to see if he would consider the planning board for our openings, and Zoning Board of Appeals does not have an opening, and hopefully we didn't scare him away. Tom, do you have any questions for us?
Well, you haven't scared me at all. So,
Good.
but I stayed silent on a lot of those issues because I have my own questions, I guess, on some items of concern. But no, you haven't scared me away.
Okay, great.
Well, Tom, feel free to come back when we have a public hearing.
Well, that might be scary. But so I do have a semi-engineering background. And,
perfect.
Yeah, spent a lot of years at Bath Iron Works and in the Navy.
So we can sign you up, Tom?
Let me think about that. Just yeah, Barry warned me about this meeting versus the other ones.
Yeah,
For that bad, huh?
with the exception of he probably likes this meeting better, right?
It seems less contentious so far.
All right, so is there anything else we need to talk about? Yes.
I don't believe so. And Alex, I am not aware of any applications that are forthcoming to the board. Are you?
No, not at this time.
So as we stand right now, it looks like we'll again be doing ordinance review at the next regular meeting.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Let's do it.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Oh.
Aye.
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 Ed, we're done.
Woo-hoo.
I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're a senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the January 26th, 2021 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does and does not have a quorum tonight, a unique situation which we'll explain shortly. I am now going to do a roll call. Would the members of the board please state their name and position? Start with Joanne.
Joanne Stinson, Vice Chair.
There should be in member.
David Murch, member.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have some new business to do with election of officers. And then we'll move on to old business, a request for reconsidering of a decision, and then a tabled application for lot size variance, then code enforcement officer communications, and adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussions. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone. Well, we're on Zoom tonight, so we just ask you to state your name and affiliation with the application, for, opposed, or neutral. All persons will address all remarks and questions to the chairman. The meeting is not over until the board has finally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or concluded outside the meeting room. Any questions on all of that? Okay, we'll get right to it. We have some new business regarding annual election of officers. It was decided back in 2019 that voting for the election of officers would be done in the first meeting of the fiscal year, not the calendar year. Joanne mentioned at that time that the bylaws needed to be updated. And Mary, I'd appreciate it if you'd look into that and see if we can get those updated. So I would like to make a motion that the voting of officers take place after the fiscal year. Can I get a second?
Second.
The motion passes.
I think we need to vote on it, Glenn.
Let's vote. All those in favor, raise a hand. Now the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the request for reconsideration of a decision. Requester John F. Levitri, and his reasoning is a request for a formal administration review of decision of approval of conditional use application. In our last meeting, the board approved the Starretts. We approved the Starretts could move on with their application to continue to do business, the construction business out of their home. And Mr. Levitri is asking us to review that decision. Well, it happened tonight that one of the members of the board that was here in the original meeting has called in and is ill. He can't be here. The rules dictate that in order for us to hear this appeal, we have to have the same members that were here during the original meeting. So unfortunately, because of that, we will have to reschedule within the approved time. And if we cannot do that, the reconsideration is denied. Alex, can you tell us more about the time limits, please?
Yeah, sure. So the request for reconsideration is required to be done within 10 days of the original decision. Mr. Levitri did submit that within the time frame. So you guys are required to hold that reconsideration decision, and if you decide to reopen it, all the discussion included with that within 45 days from that original decision date, which is February 12th. Since there was only 3 members present at that meeting to vote on that application, you need a quorum for this particular reconsideration consisting of at least those 3 members. And unfortunately, you can't do that because Rick is out. So like you said, it can't be heard tonight, but a special meeting is going to need to be scheduled before February 12th. And like you said, if we're unable to do so, then the request is essentially denied on default.
On that, anybody?
So Len, do you know if Rick can in fact make a meeting before the 12th?
I can't speak for Rick, but I don't think so. We have to wait and see. He said he'd be in contact with us shortly regarding that. Mary, is there anybody on the phone or anything regarding this? I can't hear you, Mary.
Not yet. I don't see the number up yet. Let me check in the back and see about putting that up, okay?
Do we need to take?
Oh, it's up. It's up. I have no calls of yet.
Take calls on this where we really can't do anything.
Can't hear him.
I have no calls of yet.
I show a box with Mr. Levitre, but it's muted, so I don't know if he is somewhere on the phone or something.
He's logged in under Zoom. He was the Zoom access, since he was the one who asked for the reconsideration.
Damn.
I'm asking him to unmute.
There he is.
There he is. He's free.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I believe we can.
You.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure what to say. Unfortunately, I was in the hospital with a complaint of chest pain the night of your meeting, and I just couldn't be there. So Nick DeRoss is an abutter as well. He is was working he's in the National Guard. He was called up to Augusta, was doing contact tracing, and he works horrible hours. Now he's just been called up with less than 48 hours notice, and he's not available again. I had sent an email to Mary with a letter from Mr. DeRoss, and I was hoping that had been provided to you along with the other documents that I sent to you as well.
Did get the letter.
Oh, good. I'm glad for that. I'm not sure exactly how to proceed because you don't have a quorum at this point. So
no, Mr. Levy,
yeah,
we really can't proceed. I'm sorry. We really can't proceed because it would be mute. We can't vote. So we just have to schedule a meeting so we can resolve this once and for all.
So is the next step, Alex, then for us, do we have to table it again, set it aside, see if Rick could attend a meeting before the 12th, and if not, then as you said, it's deemed we're not going to hear this reconsideration?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
I did verify that today with the attorney.
Okay. Then I move to table the request for reconsideration of the decision from Mr. Levitre until it's determined whether Rick Welch can indeed attend a Zoom meeting on this before February 12th, I think it was.
Seconded.
I think that's a shame. I think you could have done better. Good evening.
It just, if I may take 1 second, do all the board members understand?
Throw out the reconsideration, not throw out the original request.
They're going to throw out the reconsideration.
Yeah, not the request, not the request for the.
Yeah, I didn't get that. And that,
No,
do you just wait? I wanted to tell you something. Did you see?
I want to hear this. What they're saying now.
Mr. Levitre, is there still a question?
Mr. Levitre, is there still a question? Mr. Levitre, is there still a question?
I have a question.
Mary,
How could-
Easy.
how-
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't even know how to proceed. How could there be a question when you won't, you're gonna table the request? I'm
That's right.
astonished. I mean, you have gone to business and worked at the municipal building for years and watched what happened. And to say now, oh, well, too bad. We just don't know if we can figure this out. We had this information from the Canberras and their attorney. You know, the Duras were there. All of this stuff has happened right in front of your eyes. One
Mr.
previous,
Levitri, there's nothing we can do tonight. We're
I'm
willing
not
to
sure there ever will
get
be.
to
have a
that
question.
meeting. And we'll take it from there. That's all we can do. Our hands are tied.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm really anxious and upset. So if I was inappropriate, forgive me. I'm sorry.
Not an issue.
Thank you, sir.
Ed, let's move on to the next tabled application, which is Laura Seagree and Valamy Lai.
Excuse me, Mr.
I have
Chairman.
a question.
If I may, I would like to go to some of the callers who apparently are calling in and see if we can clear that.
Do we need to have any callers on this?
But I don't know whether they're calling in on this.
Oh, okay, I understand. Okay.
Caller at 1-207-841-6752. Please unmute and ask your question. And please turn down, when you are on the phone with us, please turn down the volume on whatever you're viewing it on, so we don't get the feedback. 207-841-6752, please unmute. No response. Caller on 207-655-5351, please unmute. Thank you.
Hello.
You have a question for the board, sir?
Yes, I do. My name's Dana Desjardins. I live on River Road in Raymond. I'm calling in favor of Mr. Levitri's request for reconsideration. I know it's too late, but this has been going on, ladies and gentlemen, for a long time. I started with Chris Hansen, and I worked with Chris, and I worked with Scott. Both of those people, code enforcement officers, left. They never answered my calls, and I had a hard time getting a hold of Mr. Sorois. Thank you, Mr. Sorois, for calling me back after the 7th attempt. What's going on here tonight is unbelievable, and it's a shame that's going on. And things have to change in this town because this is not how we do business. It's
Our
a shame
hands are
because-
tied on this matter. We cannot move forward. We understand what you're saying, but it's mute at this point.
Well, can't they get an extension on the time, sir?
We'll schedule a meeting within the time frame.
But
We'll do our best.
Can they appeal the time frame?
No,
I
that's
don't think so.
This is unbelievable. Unbelievable, sir. Unacceptable and unbelievable. Thank you very much for your time. I know the fix is in. Now I do know the fix is in. Have a good evening.
Harry, let's not take any more calls on this, please.
Oh my, how could they do that?
If I can take 1 second, I just want to make sure everyone involved in this is clear to what Len and Alex have said. 'Cause I don't like to leave things undone, and there's a lot of, I'm not sure everyone understands, but as Len and Alex mentioned, we didn't have the proper quorum tonight, so we couldn't hear the request for reconsideration. We didn't say we wouldn't. We are going to try to reschedule it within the allowed time frame. So we absolutely are going to do our best to try to hear it. Nothing's been decided. It's been set aside to try to reschedule it. And I'm sure Mr. Levitri will be informed as soon as possible, and it'll go out to the public as soon as possible if we are able to reschedule this. I just want everyone to be clear, no decision was made. We cannot hear it. We're not legally allowed to hear it without a proper quorum this evening.
And all of us will again be notified once it has been rescheduled. All abutters will be notified.
May I speak? Can anybody hear me?
Go ahead.
My goodness, you know, I wish that from the beginning, never mind. Have all of you have received the documents that I asked Mary to email and send you in hard copy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And will the alternates get that as well? Because has there been
Sir,
any?
excuse me, sir, Mr.
on any-
Levitra, we have no alternates. We have no alternates.
There are no alternates.
No.
Okay. I really am, thank you, Mary. I appreciate everything you've done. You've been very helpful. I really have nothing to say, but I guess I just have to wait and see. The people who are interested, now we're not even going to have more phone calls on this. I think that's just not government in the sunshine. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Forgive me if I've been inappropriate again. Good night.
Hi, could I just speak before you guys move off this? My name's Travis Nato. I live on 384 Webster Mills Road. I abut John and Nick Ross' property. I just wanted to just kind of check in because it seems like because someone couldn't be here for your quorum and there is a possibility that you can't get that person there within the time frame that you've set, you're going to dismiss this, and it's affecting people that live in your community. And I just want to let you know I'm disappointed to hear that. I've only been here for 3 years, but it's pretty disappointing to see and hear when this has been going on in front of you for quite a while, and your hands were not tied at that point, your eyes were not tied at that point. So that's all I'll say, and thank you for letting me speak, and I hope you all have a nice night.
Hey, Len, before we move on, can I just make one comment? I believe a motion was made to table this or please postpone it. I don't recall a vote on that. I might be wrong.
Yeah, there was, and it was second.
Did we vote on it though?
I think, yeah, we should vote on it to be clear. Thank you, David. Len?
Can't hear him.
Can't hear you, Len.
All those in favor, please raise your hand. The motion passes. With it, what do we call it? The table passes. Let's move on to the next application for the lot size variance for Laura Sigri and Valerie Lai. I think, is Tom here? Your attorney or their landscaper? No?
Yes. Yes, he is.
Okay, I can't see him, but Tom, there you are.
See me?
I can see you now. All right, Tom, do you want to present your case, please?
Yeah, we were tabled at last month's meeting so that it could be submitted to the DEP and that we could strengthen our undue hardship case, which we did, and we submitted a 5-page application. And really, the undue hardship really comes down to the fact that the town records, the official zoning map and the assessor's card showed this as a residential property with a duplex already approved. And when my clients bought that property, that was their understanding. We're not trying to, you know, we all realize and agree that we wouldn't be coming in for this variance if we bought a lot somewhere else in town. But it, they did their due diligence purchase, and the town's assessor card shows it as a duplex residential structure. Ability for that, whether it's torn down or reused. And that's really where they are. We're not, we're not setting it, I don't think that we're, putting myself in the town's shoes, we certainly wouldn't be setting a precedent here, because I can't imagine there's another lot in town that has an incorrect assessor's card that shows it as the ability to have a duplex unit on an undersized lot. So that's really the hardship case in this situation. And I believe it's being taxed that way. I'm not sure how the tax code works in town, but I think it has been taxed for the last year or so as a duplex residential structure.
Would you mind just speaking to that with the card being incorrect and what that means?
It's in the it's in your package, and if you go to the town's assessor's website for this property, 584 Webb's Mills Road, this is kind of the first page, and as you read through it, it shows the assessed value, the appraisal. It shows it as, it gives all the typical information, and then it gives the footprint, kind of a picture and the footprint of the structure for assessing reasons. It's got a gross floor area of 4,114. And then the third page shows it as a zone LRR1, which is the limited recreation residential. And the description is 2-unit residential.
So Len, you wanted me to speak on that?
Please.
Yeah, so I guess to kind of summarize, code enforcement and assessing are two separate departments. So I can't really speak to the assessing side of value and how they classify a structure, but I can tell you a little bit of the process from what I understand. It looks like October of 2018, a change of use certificate was recorded in the Registry of Deeds. So what typically happens with assessing is they're constantly monitoring documents that get recorded in the Registry of Deeds. So that's how they pick up land transfers, real estate transfers, stuff like that, change of ownership. What happened in this case was they picked up this document from the registry that the use of the structure had changed and just updated that on the assessing platform that we use. There is no document recorded in the registry when the certificate expires. So there was no out to that to ever hit the registry. So there was no way that assessing would ever be notified that that certificate, that variance certificate, change of use certificate, whatever you want to call it, expired. So that's kind of why that stays out there. Typical process for something like this, a real estate agent would do their due diligence and pull the parcel file. They will look at the tax card and kind of look at all that and pull what information they can out of it. Tax card is a reference document similar to a tax map. But really the use of the structure, if the ZBA approves of the change of use, that's great. But the real change of use occurs with an updated certificate of occupancy, which never happened in this case because there was no building permit ever pulled for the actual work to change the use. So as far as code enforcement is concerned, the ZBA approved of the zone change back in 20, but the code enforcement office never actually oversaw any change of use.
Joanne has a question.
And just a comment, I was on the board back when that came before us, and we did approve the change of use to a residential use, but nothing came before us to approve a duplex, any variances, anything to do with that. It was a simple change of use was all that was ever asked for at the time. So I can't speak to as to whether a second step should have come in at some point, but it never did, so.
Not able to hear Len.
Len, we can't hear you.
How's this? Better?
That's better.
Yes.
Let me turn up my volume. Okay, is that better? That's as loud as I can go. Okay. Tom, I'm sure you've seen the letter from the Department of Environmental Protection,
Yes.
where he states that based on the conditions, the department recommends that the board deny variance application on the basis that the applicant cannot demonstrate undue hardship. So do you want to speak to that, or?
Well, yeah, I understand his situation, and I would agree to that if we're coming in asking to do a duplex on a lot that shows it as a single family structure. But when they purchased this, even the previous seller, who was a realtor, the previous owner, Justin Hayward, said that the change of use permit lapsed. And he said, all you need to do is change it to residential or keep it residential, which he said everybody would prefer it residential than commercial. And then you're allowed to do a duplex within that zone. And again, I just keep going back to the tax card that shows it as a family duplex 2-unit structure. And
I understand what you're saying. I think Alex explained that the best he could.
yeah, and we understand that, but we were not, they were not aware that that lapsed, or that they're two separate variances.
Mm-hmm. Alex, does that, the fact that that had lapsed and the applicant didn't know, does that hold any weight in this?
I mean, it can. That's up to you guys to decide. The problem is, I guess, I had multiple conversations with the previous owner. I had many conversations with real estate agents in August when this was on the market. And I made it very clear to the previous owner and the people I spoke with that in order to do a duplex, it would need to go back to the ZBA, and there's no guarantee that you'd get that approval a second time. So while the opportunity is out there, I tried to make it as clear as possible that there's no guarantee. So there was some risk buying into that. I do remember having a couple conversations with Tom and his client, and I don't know when they purchased and when those conversations were. I don't know if it was before or after, but I did try to make that as clear as possible to everyone I talked to.
Yeah, and that was after, our conversation was after they already purchased it, when I was trying to find out what the process is for the change of use. And if you remember, I mentioned that Justin Hayward said we just needed a change of use, and then they were allowed, then they would be allowed to continue with the duplex. And that's when you brought up the fact that it was that's a different variance, two variances.
Right, so
But it was at that point, they had already purchased.
yeah, so they're kind of in an interesting situation. I don't know who the real estate agent they used was or what broker, but you know, the person they bought the property from was aware. And it should have been written on the disclosure for the contract. And I'm not sure if it was, but it really should have been.
Joanne?
Yeah, can we open it up to questions to the applicant from the board?
Yes, we can, if you'd like.
Yeah, and David, if you want to go first, by all means, go for it.
Thank you. I just had a question, follow-up question for Alex. For the document that would have been filed with the Registry of Deeds back in October of 2018, would there have been an expiration date noted on that?
Let me just take a look. It says the approval shall expire if the work or change permitted by the variance has not begun within 6 months and substantially completed within 12 months of the date of the approval, which would have been August 24th, 2018. So it had to have been completed by August 24th, 2019.
So this is
Questions?
So this was been so it expired a year. Am I hearing that correctly? A year after it was.
As far as I can remember, there was no building permit issued, and the work did not start within 6 months. So it expired 6 months after August 24th.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Just to bring it back to the request, which is for a variance, there are the criteria that needs to be met. The land in question cannot yield a reasonable return unless the variance is granted. And the need for the variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property and not to the general conditions of the neighborhood. And the granting of the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality. And the hardship is not a result of actions taken by the appellant or the prior owner. I'm wondering if, Mr. Farmer, if you folks can start by, can you speak to how the land in question cannot yield a reasonable return without a duplex being on it, a variance for a duplex?
Well, they feel like they just thought that it was they had the ability to do a duplex. So with the price of the land, if they had known, I think they would have offered a different price. They would have negotiated. So with the price of the land and the the rising cost of construction, the cost of the demolition of the existing structure, which is pretty significant. It's a large structure. They just feel like the reasonable rate of return would be with a duplex.
Right, just clarification, again, it's reasonable rate of return, which sometimes doesn't, that's right near the waterfront. Sometimes that doesn't even mean a building on it for it to offer a reasonable return. But is there any reason why a single family home cannot go on that piece of property?
You want to address that?
Well, I mean, our purpose would be two family. That's what we're understanding. But if that's what it is, then
Yeah. I mean, there's still value in a single unit. So, a single structure. A single unit instead of a duplex. There's still value there, of course.
But we bought it with the intention.
It's just they bought it with those the town records. They thought the town records were correct.
Excuse me, you're referring to town records being the registry, because didn't you say the town card said single family home?
No, the town card says family duplex, 2 unit.
2 unit. I remember this. when we went out there the first time. This was very involved the first time. The picture looks much different from what I recall, because there seemed to be cars on a neighbor's lot in this picture. As far as I remember there being the land, I mean, it was really like they were using every inch to make that happen back then.
Yeah, he wasn't taking down the structure. He was going to leave the structure and come in with parking right in the middle.
That sounds familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But again, all that was requested was a change of use from.
That was all that was. That's all that was.
Change of use from a commercial use to a residential use. There was nothing else was ever requested with that. So my personal opinion is it's an error to think that the board passed. Unfortunately, it's an error to pass along to you folks that the board passed anything to do with the duplex. I know it was in the drawings, but nothing, no variance or anything was ever requested for that.
It's not in the drawings, it's in the town tax record, the assessor's card.
Right.
You know, it's right, it's like family duplex.
Yeah.
Right. But also in the record is the variance that was expired.
Right.
We didn't find that anywhere, not until I spoke to Alex, you know, several weeks ago. Did he give me the dates on when that stuff expired? The seller did say that the change of use expired, but he made it sound like that the duplex was all part of, you know, a part of that change of use. So if you get the change of use approved, then the duplex goes with it. That was our understanding.
Well, no, like you just said, you were aware that the change of use had expired. That would mean that everything that happened prior to that had expired.
Well, the card, we bought the property with doing our due diligence with your town records showing what it's allowed. And we called the town to ask, and you know, during that time, you guys were in the process of hiring a new code enforcement officer. Everything was backlogs. Because of the pandemic. Because of the pandemic.
And because of the changing codes officer. So they were not able to get the answers.
Well, I think, you know, that still brings us to where we are today is obviously if you meet the criteria for the variance, then we could approve this. So I'd love to give you the opportunity just to finish speaking to those four. So we feel like we've gathered as much information as possible from you. So the board can then see how they feel about each of the criteria, and each one would have to be approved. So if, Mr. Farmer, if you want to speak, either of you, to the need, the second one is the need for the variance is due to the unique circumstances of the property, not to the general conditions of the neighborhood.
It's been a few weeks since I addressed these, but they're in the letter to each one of you, that it is a unique circumstance. Like I said at the beginning, we're not setting a precedent here. We're not coming in and asking to do another unit on a undersized lot. It's a, you know, it's a unique circumstance, which I can't imagine would happen anywhere else in town, where the tax card shows it as a two-family duplex. And the official zoning map shows it as residential. So they
Can you speak more specifically to the unique circumstances of the property itself as to why there would be need for a duplex again versus a single family home on that property?
The structure, the footprint of the structure is large enough to support, you know, when I also spoke to the manager at the DEP that wrote the letter, he said it is grandfathered for, you know, the non-vegetated surface or the impervious surface. So the roof of the structure, any staircase, outdoor patios or stairs would be non-vegetated. So it is unique in that sense. It's got, it has all of that grandfathered ability, and the plan in front of you is 300 square feet less than what currently exists. Doing a duplex and doing a driveway on each side with the ability to park a couple of cars off of the street still is, you know, with a patio in the back and a walkway in the front, is still smaller in footprint than what currently exists. If that church structure were only half the size, then they probably wouldn't be able to do a duplex structure. So it's unique. The property is, that's a unique circumstance there.
And how about the granting of the variance will not alter the essential character of the locality? Can you speak to that?
Well, we feel it's more conforming. You know, it's going to be a much smaller structure, more conforming with the surrounding residential neighborhood, more in scale and same materials as the surrounding, similar footprint. The overall size of the building is larger than what's around there, but as for each unit, it's very similar in size to the surrounding neighborhood.
And then just finally, then you feel that the hardship is not a result of action taken by the appellant or the prior owner?
Correct. Yeah, this is not an action taken by them. This is what they thought when they bought the property, and the prior owner actually went through the process of getting the variance for the residential duplex structure.
I don't believe he did. I believe he got the change of use.
He just
but I don't believe he did not request a variance for a duplex.
Somehow it got into the tax records that way, though. I don't know.
Yeah, it's unfortunately sounds like it was an error, but
yeah, that would have been the previous codes enforcement and the previous zoning board. But he had it all. You know, he showed us some sketches that he had done, and he was in it with another partner, financial partner, and that just fell apart. But he was moving forward with a duplex structure. You know, I don't know how it would have, I don't know how else it would have gotten into the tax card as a family duplex if it wasn't somehow approved that way.
Well, we can check our history. I think Joanne is correct. It was only a change of use. We never, nothing had ever come to the zoning board of appeals for anything else regarding that structure. I remember we had to go out there. It was involved. It was a change of use, and that was it. That's all we handled. And so really that's all we could handle with this. This would be completely new. It wouldn't be like reinstating anything. All it was a change of use. Anything else, I believe the conversation was certain things aren't even part of our responsibility. That goes to code enforcement, correct? As far as the type of buildings and such?
Yeah, I would back you up, Patricia. At the time, we felt that was out of our purview because nothing was brought to us for that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But we can come up with, you know, actual history of meeting notes, correct, Mary?
We should be able to. I believe I was still able to get those things done at that time.
I think I have all of my old records. If you know, I can find it.
Well, if it helps, I have gone back and I viewed the tape on this.
Okay.
And there was nothing but a change of use requested.
Okay. Maybe we could send them the link to that.
I think it's on the website, the town website too.
As far as the date that they can find it.
What was it, 2018? Is that what we said when that was?
It was June 25th, 2018.
Thanks, David. But I still think either way, just for the board to think about is he's here requesting a variance. So what we need to focus on are those 4 criteria. And if we feel that these folks have met the burden of what they needed to, of what they presented to us, of those 4 criteria. And I'm not sure at some point, Len, probably you want to let the callers, before we move this to the board discussion and close the public discussion, maybe let the callers in and hear what they have to say.
I agree with you. We should do that, Mary.
And callers, please remember to turn down the volume when you are speaking. Caller at 617-823-7029, please. Unmute. Caller at 617-823-7029, please unmute.
I think that's an 8.
Ah, here we are. Caller? Are you there?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Abby Spicer, and I am one of the my cottage is directly behind the church. And I'm calling up, I'm actually opposed to having 2 units on that property. I would prefer to have a single family. And I think with all the discussion at this point, I know we called multiple times to the code enforcement to find out if any permits had been pulled, because we know once those were pulled, we would get notice and be able to see what the plans were. And we know at this point, nothing had ever happened until this point. And, it's from our perspective, the church there, the church only used the church July and August for 1 to 2 hours a week. It was extremely quiet. The concern is that by putting a duplex in, from what I've heard is that the duplexes were not being used by the owners, would actually be rented. So weekly rentals, going from a church that was used 1 to 2 hours a week to,
No, that's not true.
weekly. It's not going to be rented?
It's going to be used primarily by us.
Okay, we had heard that it was also going to be rented based on, folks had asked questions during the walk around, and that was noted. So I guess the concern was around if it is rented, an increase in noise and garbage and cars, and it's, a big change. In a duplex, I don't even know where there is another duplex in the area. I'm not sure if it does look like it's tied to the surrounding units. And, I think the biggest question is if a variance is granted because it's going to add value to your property, and I understand there was also comments made about fences being put up, your property goes up in value considerably because you're building right there on the water. But if you put up a big fence, ours goes down in value. So I think the variance, whatever is given, should go both ways and not improve your property, but take away from mine. So I guess those are my comments.
I hear you, but I think the church right now is blocking your view anyways. It's not, we have no intention.
It's actually not. If you put up a fence, it will block our view. We can see the water.
Len, we can't hear you, so.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just saying that we currently can see the water from our property. And the concern is if you put up a big fence, that we will lose all that.
There's never been any discussion of a fence or putting up a fence.
I guess during the walk around, there was a mention of a fence.
Well, we would do whatever that town allow any property to do. So we wouldn't do anything that's going to be outside. unique or different than what other properties are allowed to do. So
I understand that, and the town would probably allow a fence, but I guess what I'm saying is you're asking for a variance to improve your property, but by getting that variance on a non-conforming lot for a non-conforming building and then putting up a fence, you get all the value and then take away from my property.
yeah, I can see your concern if it's a non-conform fence. Yes, I can see that, your concern about it.
Yep. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, caller. Any more, Mary?
Yes, I have three more. Caller on 207-415-1617, please unmute. Two zero seven 415.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
We hear you.
Hello.
We can hear you.
We hear you.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Peggy Jensen, and I'm speaking as the president of the Raymond Waterways Protective Association. So I'm coming here with, I guess I would have to say I'm opposed to this proposal. We have very deep concerns about water quality issues for all of the waterways in Raymond. This is very close to Crescent Lake. It has been our understanding that there has never been a septic system with this particular piece of property. And so now you're putting a dwelling, 1 or 2 units on this. It will have at least one septic system. That's very close to Crescent Lake. We also are concerned about traffic and parking in that area. We have a public beach, we have a boat launch, we have a T of highways there, roads. Each stem of that T is on a slope, and there's also a curve on one side. So we're just extremely lucky that we have not had a terrible tragedy in that little piece of roadway that goes in front of this property. So primarily we're concerned about water quality and the effects that a residence so close to Crescent Lake would have on the water, but we're also concerned about the safety for all the water recreation users in that area. People who go to the beach, people who launch boats and their boats out. It's already a very dangerous situation, and having more people with more cars going in and out would just enhance that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and for
You
listening.
got a question, Joanne?
Yeah, caller, can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Would you be more comfortable with that property remaining a commercial lot? And thus, you know, using all the parking space along the waterfront with.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to be clear. I just wanted to be clear on that. Okay.
No, that's not an improvement of the situation.
Okay, thank you.
It's caller Mary.
Next caller at 207-831-1421. Please unmute. Two 207-831-1421. Please unmute.
Hi,
There we
this
are.
is Kim Rice.
Welcome.
I live at 2 Cottage Lane, so I'm up behind the church. My concern, I guess, is that the duplex proposed is a 2-story building, and I would like to know what the building elevations would be compared to the church.
I believe the maximum height in that in the residential zone is 35. Is that correct, Alex? 35 feet to the peak of the roof. So they would not be able to exceed that. And that's typically a 2-story structure with a peaked roof. And that's usually where that comes from, anywhere from 30 to 35 feet. I don't know what the existing building is right now. It's probably 20, it's probably at least 25 feet. It's a big structure, so it has to have a pretty steep roof. I don't know.
Okay, that would be my only
Answer your
concern.
question.
Yes.
You,
We have one more caller.
okay.
Let me see. Caller 207-841-6752. Please unmute. Caller 207-841-6752. Please unmute. Are you there?
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm unmuted.
Please proceed.
Okay. I dialed into the last meeting and I was present at the site visit.
Excuse me, who is this? Did they identify them?
Yep, my name is Tom Hennessy. I live on Crescent Lake, and I'm.
Please mute the device on which you're viewing this meeting.
Yeah, it's muted now.
Thank you.
And I live nearby. I'm familiar with the church and its operation from years ago. And I'd like to just ask a few questions. And I agree with most of the commentary from the callers that called in. It appears that this is requesting a lot more variances than just a change of use from what I can see. It's requesting a duplex, a 2-story building. The normal houses in that area are generally small cottages and ranches. The setbacks seem to be, I think, another variance with septic fields within 5 feet of the abutting properties. The impervious surface at the moment it's a very large building, but all the water drains off the roof and under the building because it's essentially a pole barn. There's no pavement, there's no concrete foundations to prevent the water from seeping into the ground. The driveway now on the latest plan is looking like multiple 2 driveways with parking for probably 6 or 8 cars, which adds to the traffic and the parking and cuts down on the ability for anyone to park a normal vehicle anywhere on that side of the road within that property zone. Don't know about tree cutting. The well location seems to be in the very far corner next to the road, which probably doesn't sound like a great idea. And I don't know about the fence rules, but I know at the site visit, there was mention of a fence to keep dogs in place. And there were questions about rental property by the other cottages in the area. And all the commentary was, no, we're full-time people that do not rent property. So it's owner occupied. Some of them may be summer use only, but they are not used for rental profit. So the height limitation is 35 feet from what I know, and Alex can confirm that. And that's at least 10 feet taller than the current structure. And Abby's worried about a view. Well, add 10 more feet to the roof line. So, and there doesn't seem to be any limit on the number of bathrooms inside of this duplex. It already has 2 kitchens and 4 bedrooms. So that sewage system is going to take a large load, especially if it's rented to people who want to crowd in there. So those are some of my comments. And I guess Alex could confirm how many different variances are actually buried in this request. That's my commentary.
That Alex?
Yeah, I can, I'll take a few of these all at one time. The variances that they're asking for are a change of use. Since the ordinance requires the ZBA to approve of a change of use from a non-conforming use, a minimum lot size, and minimum road frontage requirements. So there's 3 variances that they're asking for. The maximum height beyond 100 feet is 35 feet tall. It's 2.5 stories generally. Their fence is basically an exempt structure in our ordinance, so it's not reviewed by the town at all. So fences can kind of go up and we have nothing to say about it, as long as they're not over a certain height. The town does not have a rental ordinance in place, so unless they're a part of a private association that, you know, has stipulations on owner occupying the structure and not renting for, you know, weekly rentals, there's really nothing the town would do there about that. It's not considered a business, even though that can be kind of confusing for some people. It would still be a residential structure. As far as the septic system goes, it would be designed based on the number of bedrooms, and you know, the number of bathrooms doesn't necessarily factor in there. I think that was all of them.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Hennessy? No? Was that the final caller, Mary?
Yes, that's the final caller.
Well, then let's close the callers at this point.
Well, are you opening it up for board discussion now?
Yeah, I was just going to get to that now.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Well, I know you're anxious, so you go first.
I don't have to if somebody else wants to.
Go ahead.
I just want a question, I think, over to Alex is, so the first thing is the change of use, and what they're requesting is a change of use from commercial to residential, which is obviously more conforming. That's not as difficult of a question. So my understanding is with a non-conforming lot of record, at the date of the ordinances, these people have a right to build something. Isn't that correct? This isn't going to be a lot where no structure can be on it.
Yeah, the general rule of the non-conforming structure is it can be repaired and replaced in most situations. It might not be able to go in the same exact spot, but if you have a structure and it's still in decent condition, then it can typically be replaced.
So if they were to instead propose a single family home, we would have to consider the change of use first, but would we still need the variance for the lot size or the frontage?
No, they wouldn't, because it would be a single use, you know, similar to what they have now, a single commercial use. So we would really just be reviewing it under the density of one single family home, meaning it can stay a non-conforming lot of record with, you know, that one single family use.
And as long as they stay within, sorry.
The ordinance requires twice the space standards for each dwelling unit. So that's where the issue is for them here. In the shoreland zone, if you have a second, so if you have a duplex, you need to basically have twice the lot area, twice the road frontage required. In other zones away from the water, that's not necessarily the case, but here it is.
Okay, and I just wanted, because I know the caller that called in and said, I get she was concerned about it being this close to Crescent Lake, but the option here wasn't to tear down the structure and have nothing. It could remain a commercial zone. You could have cars that fill up the boat launch area and use it. They were lucky in the past that was never done. So I'm just weighing in on my feeling is it's a great idea to make this a more conforming use by switching it back to residential. However, just my take on this, I'm not hearing that the 4 variance criteria are being met. I don't see a hardship in that this land cannot produce any value without a duplex. I think there is value with a single family home, especially right there on the waterfront. I don't believe that there are unique circumstances of the property that require it to be a duplex. I'm sorry that the tax record card was inaccurate. My experience with realtors is they don't necessarily know the accuracies of what has happened for ordinances and zoning and this and that. I've run into that myself, unfortunately. As far as 3, the granting of the variance will not alter the essential care of the locality. I'm comfortable with that one, but we would have to be comfortable with all. And the hardship is not the result of action taken by the appellant or the prior owner. As far as the duplex, I would say it is the prior owner who unfortunately kept passing along to you that they had approval for a duplex. So that's just where I weigh in on all the issues that have come before us.
Any other board comments?
I agree with Joanne on all of those points.
I would agree as well.
Say I have to agree also. At this point, should we make a motion to?
Can I just say one thing before you guys make a motion?
Yeah.
There is a requirement in the ordinance, if you guys make a decision on this application tonight, they can't bring back another application for a similar appeal request for a year. So I don't know if you guys want to discuss that at all, because if they want to come back for just a change of use to just a single family, I don't know if that's close enough or if it's far enough apart that you're saying it's not similar. Because obviously if you were to vote to deny this, they wouldn't be able to bring something back that's similar for a year. And if you approve it, then it doesn't really matter. But I just wanted to put that out there for you guys before you make any decisions.
So do we have an option, Alex, to break this down and vote on just the change of use, but give them and then get that on the record? And then table the second half as far as the variance to give them an opportunity to consider if they would like to go forward with a single family home, or should we not touch the change of use unless we have the answer to the second half?
That's a fantastic question. I really think it can go either way. Obviously, I think it would be much cleaner to do it all at one time.
Yeah.
But
okay.
I think you guys have the ability to approve with conditions. So you could possibly approve just the change of use with the conditions that the requested lot size and road frontage variances are not approved. So I think that's kind of messy, but as long as it's clear in the findings, you probably would be okay there. Might save them a step.
Anything else? Anyone? Joanne?
What did it get? How is it on the agenda?
On the agenda, it's for a lot size variance.
Okay, so that's what we're addressing.
And I thought the change of use as well. And
Yeah.
we would be open to just the change of use tonight. And with the conditions.
So my question is, if we were to be stuck with just one family, can it all be approved tonight, or it has to be on a separate night, separate meeting?
That's what they're.
It will have to be a separate meeting or another meeting.
What are we waiting for?
Am I right, Alex?
Well, I mean, I think if you guys just approve the change of use and you say you're approving the change of use from a non-conforming structure to a conforming structure of just a single family residential use, I think you could just do that. The problem is those, the second variance request there. It makes things a little bit messy. And then, the plan that they submitted would not be necessarily what you guys are approving.
Right, correct.
So I guess I do have some concerns about it. So I don't know if it makes more sense to table it and have them just come back with a revised plan and just request the change of use to a single family. And then otherwise you'd have to deny and they can't come back for a year. So it's kind of, you guys are kind of in an awkward situation here where we don't want to make things terribly difficult if that's what you're leaning towards,
I know, and I think, my question about just doing the change of use first, I was trying to find a way to help you guys proceed, but what wouldn't be fair is if we granted that and then you walked away from this entirely and wanted to sell it, then you've lost your ability to sell it as it was as a commercial use, I guess. So I don't want to tie your hands further. So I guess I am wondering if, maybe the best thing is to table it for you guys to redraw up your plans potentially for a single family use.
I mean, I would prefer to have it be final or somewhat tonight, where our plan in the back would be similar, but not two family. It would be one family. I mean, it's just the what do you call it? The
Interior design?
No, what do you call it? The plot?
Footprint?
Yeah, the footprint would be the same pretty much, except that it would be just one family if it's allowed for, instead of two family, the change of use to one family. So the look of the plan wouldn't change much, except we won't be able to do it as a two family unit.
I have a question. Alex, are you saying that with going forward, if we did with the just the allowing for the conforming structure, there is still a variance attached to that?
You would just be approving the change of use.
That's it. There's nothing in addition to that that would.
Nothing.
I know it just seems like there's a lot of changes to what's been presented. And there's a lot of information that we received with all the callers.
Joanne.
Okay, Lynn. So Patricia, are you suggesting?
I'm personally not comfortable.
So to table it until we have a full package back again?
Yes. I personally feel that way.
We would prefer just an approval for the change of use from commercial to residential. And then at that point, it would be a building permit or going through Alex's department. The building would, might change, the site plan might change slightly because it's one family now instead of two, but it would just be a building permit at that point. It would be just like if it were currently, if they bought it and it was already residential, we wouldn't need to be here. So we're just asking for the residential change of use.
Right. So Alex, that would mean if we did just do the change of use, but denied the variance, then they wouldn't have to come back to us at all. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. They don't need to come back again if it's just a residential single family.
Okay.
So are we just doing what we did back in 2018 and renewing it in effect?
I would say we are not renewing.
That's not what we're doing, but what it is what we looked at, what we understand, we're just saying what we did in 2018, we're saying that that can be done again.
My request would be if you guys did go that route, that you clearly say the change of use is from a commercial building to a residential single family structure.
Should we also clarify that, or say anything about the variance side?
I think that you definitely need to make some findings stating your reasoning for not approving the variances that were also included in that.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's funky because you are sort of hearing a few different requests and only approving some of it, which it's messy. But I think, you know, the risk of appeal here is probably not very high. They always could appeal your decision if they wanted to. They could take it to Superior Court, but I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, I think that they've gone through the process enough at this point that they understand, you know, it is what it is.
What do the other board members think about that?
I'm a little uncomfortable with it.
What did you say, Len?
I said, I'm a little uncomfortable with it.
Me too.
Yeah, it feels like unfinished business is left on the table.
Yeah, it just seems messy.
Okay. All right. I will make a motion to table the application from Laura Sigree and Valami Lee for a lot size variance and a change of use and a frontage variance to the next meeting to give them an opportunity to reconsider their plan.
I would second.
Can I just ask one more question? For Alex, does this require any further follow-up with DEP?
Yeah, I would say once we have an updated plan from them, we can shoot it up to Jeff again. He was very quick with turnaround last time around, so I would expect he'll probably get something back to us again. But we would want, if they're revising the plan, we should resend it to DEP.
Thank you.
And I just want to double check on the motion. Is the variance included or not?
This was a straight motion to table it, so they would come back.
Are we tabling the variance as well? Or was that supposed to be taken out of it?
We can address that if you guys want to right now.
If we're going to table it, my feeling would be to include the variance.
Okay.
I would say you guys would probably want to table it as is, because if you decide to kind of deny the variances at this point, but also table, you're essentially making a decision on their application, which kind of gets into the 1 year delay.
All right. Okay. Just double checking as far as the language.
You're totally fine to just table it all and then let them just send in a new package with their updated request.
Okay.
So that motion was seconded. You're gonna vote on that?
Those in favor, please raise your hand. The motion passes.
Okay. See you next month.
Thank you, folks.
Thank
you very much.
And thank you, callers.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yep.
Thank you. Next business is Code Officer Communications.
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to communicate to you guys. I think both your board and the planning board have seen some applications come in for members. We might have possibly someone new for one of the boards. But you know, I think you guys are busier than the planning board right now, which is probably not a good thing, but it always seems to ebb and flow. It'll go back to them at some point here. One of the things they are working on right now is ordinance amendments for 2021. They do have a meeting coming up in February to discuss ordinance revisions. They met last month to go over some ordinance revisions. I believe there's going to be a public hearing in March on those, and there really isn't anything too substantial. A lot of clerical changes, some stuff that I had found in the last couple of months, and then some ongoing stuff for the last couple of years. But it's not really anything I think that you guys need to be aware of at this point. But if you're interested, feel free to you know, check out that public hearing in March for anything that might affect you. But other than that, that's pretty much all I got.
Anybody else with anything?
Oh, I just had a question, if I could, for Alex. Yeah. I did notice there was a bullet item for ZBA on that last month's planning board. What was that specifically?
So that is just a small change to the ordinance to require the certificate of approval for variances, requiring them to be recorded in the registry of deeds. So it's typically done, and we tell them it needs to be recorded within 90 days, but it's actually not in the ordinance. So we figured it probably should be. So that's that change. So it's a very small, one little line on that. And there should be no issues getting that approved. That's one of the clerical changes.
Thank you.
Oh, I did have one other thing for you guys. At the last meeting, we talked about applying a condition to the shared approval that basically would expire if the business ceased operations for, I think, a year or longer, or if they moved out of town. I did check with the attorney on that, and it was his decision that you guys could not apply that as a condition because the approval for conditional use runs with the land. And when they say it runs with the land, they are intentionally saying the ZBA is unable to, you know, apply a situation where it stops after someone moves or something like that. So that it's not good for one person, but good for the other. So that is something that we can't have on the decision for that appeal.
Does that impact the decision at all, Alex, or?
I mean, I think it was one part of it, but you know, it's one of those that, you know, with the approval, they are making some significant improvements, and they could go through the site plan process to, you know, build a large structure back there. And then if they decided to do that, build the structure and then sell in 2 years, then there's a gigantic commercial building back there that is now just a residential garage because the conditional use expired or didn't run with the land, it ran with them. So that's a situation where I could see that being a problem, because then the question comes up, okay, well, if it's not a commercial contractor use anymore, but it was at one point in time, what is it now? And it would be just a accessory garage. And if it's a 5,000 square foot accessory garage, it's going to be very hard for them to sell that. So okay. I think it makes sense.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else from anyone?
I had a question. Are any of us expiring? I think I am. Not expiring, but I swear.
Hope not.
Right now, I'm expiring.
I know my term's up in April.
Okay. I'm not sure. Mary, do we have to do something in particular?
I can get you that information. There is a spreadsheet on the website that, well, it's not on the website, but in our files that I can get you that information. I can let everybody know what your terms are and when they expire. And if it is expiring, you would just basically be reappointed and take your have Sue Look administer the oath and you'd be going again. So you don't have to go back before the select board or play any of that.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
And welcome, David. Thank you for joining the crew.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, David. Okay, the Raymond Zoning Board of Appeals is now adjourned. Thank everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
You.
Thanks.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers, their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Okay, welcome to the February 9th Board of Selectmen's meeting. Call the meeting to order. First item is approval of the minutes of January 12th. Your motion?
Move to.
I'll second Sam's motion.
Moved by Sam, second by Marshall. Any discussion? All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Next item is 2020 compensation study presentation. And who's,
Carrie's here from KMA. She's done the study to include all of the administrative offices as well as the fire safety that she did last year, kind of combined them into one. She's here to present and tell us what she found and give recommendations going forward. Thank you, Carrie, for coming.
Thank you for inviting me. Does somebody have the presentation to upload or should I share?
You should share.
Yeah, I'll have you share your screen.
It's still disabled.
Okay, let me try it this way. Where are you, Carrie? I don't think I have to make you a host, do I, or do I?
yeah, you have to make her a host. In order.
Okay, that's why. Yes. Okay, you're now the host, Carrie.
Okay, everybody see the slide?
Yep.
Okay, great. So to expand on what Rita said earlier, the project purpose was to include the rest of the town office positions that were not included in the prior survey, which had focused primarily on the fire and rescue department. So that was conducted over the course of the last year. And similar to the fire and rescue survey, we went out, we talked to some towns, we gathered data, consolidated the data to figure out where each of the new positions resulted in the market data, and then an analysis of the current salary grades and employees was conducted as well. That one always sticks a little bit switching over. So one thing I wanted to point out, and we talked about this in the prior survey as well, is some of the external market factors. So these have a lot of impact on what the actual cost of labor is in any given area. So even though we are still in a pandemic and we have been for about a year now, Maine's seasonally adjusted unemployment rate is just 4.9%. That's about 2% higher than it was last year at this time when we were talking about the prior survey, but it's still not incredibly high. And is still below the US average of about 6.7%. So, you know, the numbers tell a part of the story. They don't tell the whole story, but just something to keep in mind. Maine is also the oldest state in the country, and that relates to a lot of problems with hiring workers. There are just a lot more people retiring out of the workforce than there are entering the workforce in the state. That in and of itself is going to drive the cost of labor up because there's more demand for workers than there is supply of workers. There have been documented shortages of firefighters. In the prior survey, we talked about this specifically. I also found a story that I had shared in the full report from Maine Municipal Association, indicating that especially in government municipalities, it's a very difficult space to find workers. It's quoted, the individual was quoted as calling it a silver tsunami. So very difficult to find people because a lot of the people who have experience in the municipal space or in government have been retiring out of the workforce. And then of course, the state minimum wage increase is something really important to keep in mind. You do have a pay grade right on the line of minimum wage. So as that minimum wage increases every year at the indexed rate, that is something you're going to have to keep in mind. So in terms of the 2021 pay grade structure, what I did was I looked at the original structure from 2016 that was updated based on the fire and rescue survey. And then I took the 2020 results. I reviewed all of the positions against the 2020 updated market data. And you'll see the results of that coming up. The midpoint of the results is how the new bands are created. And then the minimum and maximum of the bands is created by using a range spread. So this is all stuff you saw in the prior survey. We'll review it again just to reiterate how it's developed. Finally, I also included some position realignments that Raymond had already made from the 2016 survey. So there are a number of different changes. So just for reference, here's the 2016 original structure. It started at grade 4, went to grade 11, no positions in grade 10, has steps 1 through 8, and then from there, just a generalized view of the midpoint to the maximum. So for the 2021 pay grades, there were a few changes. So grade 2, I think is a good one to start with, because that was based on the January 1st minimum wage increase. I was actually out of compliance. So this one has to increase. And what I did was I only increased it to the new minimum wage. So we can talk about strategies on managing this going forward, such as potentially removing grade 2 and just having a broader grade 3. But this is something that you're going to have to pay attention to every year and make sure you're updating it to reflect the updated minimum wage. In the fire and rescue survey, we did not touch grades 11 or grade 9 because there were no positions in the fire and rescue survey in those grades. So those 2 grades were increased based on the market data that was collected. So again, just a quick overview of all of the different grades and what happened. The town office grades are between grades 5 and 11. So some of the grades in the prior survey, we didn't reassess this time, which is fine. We still want to make sure that there's a difference between each of the grades, and everything looked fine. So grades 5 through 8 were updated after the fire and rescue survey. No additional adjustments are recommended for those grades based on additional data collected in the most recent survey. Grades 9 to 10, we just reviewed those were updated. Both of them increased based on the updated market results. And then again, grade 2 below the minimum wage, and we need to keep that on the radar every year. So going into grade 2 in a little bit more detail, I show on the table in the middle, you can see the prior minimum, midpoint, and maximum. The prior minimum was $12.01. I increased it by 14 cents up to $12.15 and kept the range spread. So the distance, the midpoint and maximum are still the same distance as the original grade 2. So again, this is one that you're going to have to continuously increase. But if this is the only grade that is increasing every year, you'll have to keep in mind any compression between grades 3 and 4 specifically, but probably all of the grades above. So this is something where every year you'll want to take a close look at the structure to make sure that the whole structure isn't increasing significantly, causing too many problems as you increase grade 2 based on any minimum wage increases that are happening. Another thing to consider is the potential minimum wage increase in the city of Portland up to $15 per hour. You'll have to see if that has any impact on your grades, and you may have to reassess at that time. Grade 10 was something that really stuck out as a potential for updating. After using the structure for a few years, there's still no positions in grade 10. And there's no market data for the grade as well. I think it makes sense to consider removing grade 10 and increasing the range spread between grades 9 and 11 from 30% to 40% to allow for some overlap between those two grades. You want to make sure that there's some degree generally of overlap between each of the grades to allow for career progression within the organization. So this would simplify the overall grade structure by removing an unused grade, and will make it easier to update everything going forward if you have a more of an overlap between 9 and 10 and there's no unused grade. Another thing that really stuck out was the pay grade steps. So in the overall structure, we have steps 1 through 8 from the minimum to the midpoint. And that can be a really useful structure if you're giving increases in compensation based on those steps. But based on Raymond's straight merit process, where they only offer a merit, they don't offer the merit plus the step or the merit plus an additional percent, I'm not sure that it is useful to continue to maintain all those different steps and the formulas that go into the steps, as you have to continuously update the actual numbers in the grades. So it might make sense, based on having just the merit increase, to remove those, simplify the whole process, and have just the midpoint, the minimum, the midpoint, and the maximum. It creates a little bit more consistency and also flexibility in allowing you to manage your employee compensation. It allows for you to apply performance criteria based on the merit process in order to determine where you're paying individuals. It gives you a little bit more flexibility in terms of any union negotiations you may have, instead of focusing on the steps, which may or may not even apply at the union level. And it provides a way for you to estimate your expenses. If you have average performers, generally they're closer to the midpoint. You want to apply several different factors, and we'll go over this a little bit later on how to actually use just the 3 bucket focus. And again, the minimum, midpoint, and maximum is not, you're not recommending a new hire start at 12.15, but the range is 12.15 to 15.57. So depending on their experience, where they fall into the organization, their position, it's within the range, not any particular step or bucket. So in terms of managing the structure going forward, besides the changes that I've already recommended, market data should be reviewed every 1 to 3 years. But at a minimum, if you're not able to go through and do a whole full assessment of the data, you should at least consider increasing the bands every year, not just band 2, but all of the bands, to keep pace with the cost of at least the annual rate of inflation. You could also use the index rate used by the state of Maine for the minimum wage increases, or the employment cost index from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So a few different ways that you can formulaically increase your bands every year, and you can build that into the budget. But I would choose one method and then stick with that method going forward. So when you're looking at the 3 level bands instead of the steps, you want to apply some guidance to each employee to determine where within those steps they should fall. And that would be based on the minimum, midpoint, and maximum. So using the guidance in the minimum section, if they're new to a job, new to a role, they don't have a ton of experience, they're still learning the role, potentially a below average performer, they're going to be closer to that minimum of the band. The midpoint is really what you should target for experienced employees who've mastered all their tasks, they're meeting expectations, a consistent performer, they don't need a lot of oversight or training, somebody who you're expecting to just get the job done. And then maximum is really for those longer tenured employees. Maybe you have a very critical position, a position that's been very hard to retain. Somebody who's a high performer, they're exceeding their expectations, or somebody who's in a coaching or training role, they may be closer to the maximum of the band. And by applying this criteria along with reviewing employee performance will help you kind of estimate your compensation costs going forward. And finally, I wanted to point out how important it is to consider the total rewards. And I know we talked about this in the prior meeting as well, about how to retain, how to attract employees. So thinking through all the different areas that you can apply and create a policy to encourage your employment. And in talking with the team, we were talking through some of the benefits that you offer and the questions that potential candidates have. And so the biggest thing is not only developing your policies and creating your benefit plans, but messaging them in a way that's going to make potential employees excited, or talking to current employees to make sure they understand all the different offerings that you have and how that relates to their well-being, their work-life balance, their financial security, and helping them understand what the town is doing for the employees to help with each of these different factors. So that is my overview. Are there any questions?
Anyone questions?
Very good.
Okay, don't see any questions from people, so thank you. Thanks for the work on that, Kara.
You're welcome. So I will close out of the presentation and give the display back.
Okay.
Sue, do you have the, Sue, you need to get the, have her reassign you as the host.
Yes, she has.
Oh, okay.
I do have one raised hand. I don't know if you want to entertain anything right now.
We're not taking questions from the public on this. They, you know, they can discuss it in public comment, but we're not taking questions from the floor. This was a presentation to the select board. Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Next would be an update
Thank you,
on
Gary.
9 Shaker Woods. Alex?
Hey there. You guys hear me?
Yep.
Yep.
Excellent. Yes, so last Friday, February 5th, I completed an inspection of the dwelling at 9 Shaker Woods with Jared Marston, Health Officer Kathy Goslin, and Fire Inspector Wayne Jones. Overall, we were very impressed with the progress that Jared has made with the property so far. They've cleaned out a significant amount of the trash and miscellaneous items from the house. Did a very heavy amount of cleaning, and they've also removed some of the exterior junkyard items in the kind of the dooryard driveway area in front of the house. So at this point, you know, they've got a master electrician that's going to help them out with some of the electrical work. We've already got some smoke alarms to them temporarily in there. There's going to be some plumbing that's going to be happening here in the next couple of weeks. But they're definitely headed in the right direction now with the house. Obviously, the junkyard portion of this is going to be later on down the road once the snow melts. But at this point, I think, and Kathy can chime in too if she'd like, but I think at this point that we would just be looking for the select board to allow us to continue to work with them and hopefully have them in a situation where they can actually be living in the house in the next month here. Because I think they should be able to do that, no problem. Kathy, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
As Alex said, we did visit it. Jared and his mother was there along with another friend. One of their big concerns was having to find a place to live by March 1st. They're not going to be eligible for DHS housing because of their age. Mrs. Stroud is not quite old enough for Medicare, so that's an issue with that. I think I agree with Alex that we were very pleased with what we saw. They made a really good start. So I think our recommendation is going to be that we continue to monitor them, but we allow them to stay at the residence because they're not going to be able to find another place. I do have a list, a short list. It's not short, but a list from the fire inspector of some of the bigger items that need to be taken care of if anyone's interested in that. It's not an all-inclusive list from Wayne Jones, but it's some of the big, more dangerous issues to get taken care of. I know Jared was on board tonight. I'm not sure if he's still listening.
Yep.
But he does want to, I think he wanted to say something also.
Does Jared have the list of the things from Wayne?
No, not yet. I just got them from Wayne today, but we can make sure that that happens. Some of the things since Friday, he's already taken care of, and he sent us pictures to document that they were done.
Wow, that's great.
Jared?
I agree.
Jared, if you have any comments, Jared? You're muted right now, so you'll have to unmute.
All right. Hey, you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
All righty. Yeah, we're making progress, but I call, middle of winter, it kind of slow going, trying to get everything together. Right, but we're still moving on, so.
Marshall?
Alex, define the word house. I'm not sure what building we're talking about.
We are talking about what was formerly the garage.
Okay,
Was converted
thank you.
to a dwelling unit a number of years ago.
And Kathy, I wonder if you could give me the top 2 recommendations that Wayne is making?
There's some flammable and combustible liquid containers along the driveway and walkway, along with some pressurized containers, LPG, welding tanks, etc. And then bringing the electrical wiring up to code. They've started that, but those were probably the 2 big things at this time.
Okay. And they sound relatively easy to solve, I think, so.
Yeah. But those
Okay, thank
things
you.
are okay for him being safe, for them being safe to live in there for now as they work on it?
Well, it's been that way. The wiring, they've already upgraded some. So they did remove a lot of it. As Alex said, when we went in, we were pleased to see the progress they were making. Some of the pressurized containers, it might be tough to remove them in the wintertime. It's as safe as it's going to be, Teresa. It's probably safer than them trying to find someplace else, or I can't say safer, but easier.
No, I know what you mean. Nope, good. I'm glad to hear that.
When is the next inspection due on that property?
We haven't said it, but Alex and I kind of went back and forth saying every 2 weeks.
I think that's fine. Thank you.
It's good, yes.
You can see it, right?
Yeah, I'm not.
See all these people.
Sam, any questions?
No questions. I think it looks good.
Good job.
Yeah.
Very good.
Keep up the work there. So, thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll get an update at the next meeting as well. So.
Yeah, this works. Alt-Y. I already did it once and they wouldn't let me go on.
Yay.
Are they having comments now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yay.
Is your alt?
Next would be public comment.
Yeah.
Carrie.
Now your hand is up.
We have one hand up, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Charlie, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
And you can hear me, I hope?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Just a point of order, Mr. Chairman. Under the Selectmen bylaws, the public has an opportunity to make comment after every agenda item. So just if you want to suspend the bylaws, I suppose you could do that, but just to a quick tutorial on that particular end of policy for the town of Raymond. I have two quick observations. I wanted to make this during the compensation study portion of the meeting, where if approved, looking at the buckets that were proposed, town manager compensation will have increased $28,000 since 2016, or the equivalent of a 3/4 time paramedic or a paramedic firefighter. So in 2016, in the big bucket, the town manager salary was 103, and under this proposal will be $131,000. It should also be noted that the new recreation director position, entry level, will be equal to the entry level deputy fire rescue chief, paramedic, and $12,000 higher than an entry level firefighter captain. The recreation director maximum will be $72,000. So those are just two items that were outstanding that I think are due consideration, not only by town management, but by town labor. I wish to also commend the new Raymond Guide to participating in virtual public meetings. It'll be quite a show if the annual town meeting goes virtual. I would add one suggestion, however. The Zoom host for the meeting should remember to close the Zoom meeting after adjournment and the cameras are turned off. The open mic and video is extremely incriminating. Thank you. And oh, by the way, Charles Levitt, East Raymond.
Thank you. Thank you. Other comments?
No other raised hands.
Okay, seeing none, selectmen comments. Okay, seeing none. Town managers report.
Yes, thank you, Rolf. Confirmed dates for upcoming regular meetings. We have March 9th and April 13th. And then we will go into a reminder of our upcoming budget schedule. February 23rd, town manager submits budget to select board and budget finance committee. March 2nd will be our first department head review. March 16th, second department head review. These are all at 6:30. March 30th will be a budget workshop. April 13th, select board warrant review and approval. April 27th, budget finance committee, budget article recommendations. Of course, everything here is via Zoom, 6:30. Then we come into town meeting at Jordan Small Middle School gym. It's going to be an either or. June 1st will be the open town meeting if we can do it, and that would be at 6 p.m. Or it would be on June 8th, and that would be a town election where we would vote by a secret ballot, as we did last year. Reminder of upcoming election schedule. March 1st, nomination papers available. April 9th, nomination papers are due back in. Reminder of upcoming holiday schedule. Monday, February 15th, President's Day.
Any questions on that? Okay, seeing none, that's the end of the agenda, so entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Moved by Marshall, seconded by Sam. All those in favor? Seeing all hands raised, motion is carried. Meeting is adjourned.
I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations. But I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through. We'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're a senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions. So we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is it expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Good evening and welcome to the Wednesday, February 10th, 2021 Planning Board for the Town of Raymond. Today is a workshop and we have nothing official, right, Jim or Alex, coming towards us? Okay, so I'm going to dispense with the reading of all of our introductory stuff. And the board does have a quorum, but I don't see an anticipation for a vote this evening. So our only thing on our list tonight is to go through the proposed land use amendments, make sure they are as we would like them to be, and that they are ready for the public hearing, and then schedule that public hearing. So could be a relatively quick meeting or a long meeting, depending upon if we have any changes that we need to make. So I guess, how would you guys like to do this? Do you want to go through one by one again with a little intro? There's a summary of the changes on the top of each one. Just go through those summary of changes, make sure it's okay with everybody, and then proceed. Does that sound? Do you want a more in-depth discussion?
Sounds good to me. I read through everything.
Okay.
Yeah, same with me.
Do you?
Same with me.
Okay. And Greg, you're still muted, and that's a good thing. Could you stay that way, please?
I won't get back to you, Bob. Sorry.
All right, I'll just go through them one and on each one, and unless anybody's got any comments for it, we'll just proceed to the next one. So first one is road, street, and definitions, and that's just simply changing the definitions. The proposed amendment would clean up similar definitions across multiple ordinances specific to roads and streets, removing any inconsistencies. The proposed text is shown either red, underlined, and and revised or removed language is shown in red. Right through. I think we didn't even have any problems with that last time around, the first time around. Is that okay with everybody?
I'm good. Yeah, I'm
All
good.
right, so our next one is our backlot.
This one, I think is this the one, Alex, we added the waiver criteria to, or is it the next one?
That would be a different one. I separated it, I believe. It should be the next one that the, yes, that would be the next one. I added that in.
Okay.
So this is not in order anymore.
No, it should still be in order.
Did I just skip over the backlot driveway? Street ordinance, subdivision
You opened it
regulation?
up and then I chimed in.
Same
Sorry?
document.
You opened it up and then I chimed in.
Yeah, but I'm already at street ordinance, which is part of the backlot, isn't it? Isn't that what we did here?
Yeah, same thing. It's just
same,
called, it's called something different on the table of contents, and that's my bad.
Okay, all right. So I'm not going to go through all these summary of changes for the street ordinance. I'm on page 7 of that booklet that we've got. Right? Okay. Everyone all right with those? And Wayne, you're okay with all the turning radiuses, is that correct? And you're muted too, Wayne. Hello, Wayne.
Wayne, you're muted.
You're muted, Wayne.
Sorry about that.
All right.
I did have a question, Jim, for the new turn-in radius. Is that the one?
We're going to, we may amend that a little bit because this doesn't show the actual radius. So we will provide we're going to take your truck radius and apply that radius to that turnaround. We'll have an updated detail when we come back for the public hearing.
Very good.
Okay, I'm going to move to page 11. The street ordinance section 5.6, private road and backlot driveway grade waivers. Is that what you've added? Jim?
Yes, this is new from last time. Jim, I'll let you take this one.
You got to wake Jim up first.
You're on page 11, you said?
Yes, page 11. I think, Jim, you're frozen.
Yeah, I think he's frozen, so I can chime in, I guess, on that
All
one.
right.
So basically, this adds a waiver section for private roads and backlot driveways for grades, and you can kind of go through that and see there's some standards that go along with that. And then we also added a section for dead end streets for a private street or backlot driveway in excess of 1,000 linear feet, which I believe that should be changed because I think there's an error there. But let me see. It was Jim that drafted these up. So
Yeah, that was the dead end street section was anything over 1,000 linear feet. They had to do bump outs or hammerheads every 1,000 feet. That's what all that language is supposed to be dealing with.
yeah, so that should be in excess of 1,000 feet there.
Alex, wait, keep going. You want to just wait till Jim gets back online?
Yep, that's fine.
That'd be. All right, so I'm going to hold 11. And we'll move to page 14. Clearing of vegetation for development. Any summary of changes, the proposed text is shown in red, underlined, blue language includes.
Yeah, this was another one that Jim had touched up. I think the only thing he changed from last time is the last sentence. exemptions from the standard. And that was based on our conversation last time. So now there's exemptions for agricultural, personal utility, and solar panel installations.
All right. Everybody okay?
No,
Well, yeah, no, you're not okay.
of course. Well, I guess I should have said something before, but I'm just wondering about this harvest plan by a state forester, a state licensed forester. What exactly is the purpose? I'm not sure I'm understanding that. The purpose of having, this isn't a forest, this is someone's backyard. They're cutting a few trees around their house. I'm not sure why we need that in there. It's an expense to the landowner. And if a landowner called me and said, Greg, I want to cut all the trees in my backyard, I said, well, I'll do a harvest plan. You can cut all the trees down. They'll just grow back. What do I do for a plan? I mean, what's the purpose? Yes. I think it's an unnecessary expense for the homeowner, but Jim put that in there and he can't tell us. So
Yeah, I kind of agree. It seems like it ought to be for some larger acreage rather than just some smaller lot. And I don't know if we want to come up with an acreage amount. Greg, is there any acreage amount you'd be comfortable with saying that this is the cutoff to where we do need a forester plan?
I think instead of a forester plan, maybe just a sketch showing what the intent is to do, because it's not really that complicated as far as just clearing a lot, you know.
I'd just eliminate that part.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure either. Alex, do you know if Jim had a specific reason for putting that in?
I do think he had a specific reason for wanting that in, but I think it is, you know, it's probably something that could be removed without any serious issues. Like, what's the threshold for requiring a state intent to harvest? Is it 2 acres? I can't remember off the top.
Yeah. I'm not sure it goes by acres. If you cut the trees yourself and you don't sell them, you don't have to file a notification. If you cut them and sell them, you do.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I'm not sure there's any.
Yeah, I was just wondering if we could match something along those guidelines so that it was this, you know, kind of similar thresholds, but it doesn't sound like that would work.
You could simply just require them to file the notification with the state of Maine.
Greg, does cutting them yourself mean personally cutting them, or can you hire someone to clear the land for you?
I think it says if you don't sell the trees.
You don't sell the trees, okay.
You don't sell the timber. I think that's what it says. I can look if you. It's going to take me a while to find it, but
let's see what Jim. I think it's back.
Jim has rejoined us.
All right, Jim. We're on page 14.
Okay.
And we're discussing the timber plan, and we're wondering what it is.
It'd just be a plan submitted by a forester, as if you were going to the state. Just that the code officer would have to just verify that he's obtained a copy of that.
So Greg, why don't you?
Are you talking about the notification then? Just obtain a notification.
It could be a it could be a notification, or yeah, it's whatever permit. What do you get when you typically go to the state, Greg?
Forest operations notification is the term.
Yeah, then I think that's all we'd be looking for in duplicate, so that we know that a permit has been applied for at the state level, and then that's essentially all that Alex would be looking for at that point to grant a permit. It's just so that we're on board with what's going on.
Oh, good. If that's what you meant, I'm okay with that. So we'll just change it to forest operation notification.
Forest operation notification.
Yep.
Wow, I didn't think you foresters used all those big words.
Try not.
It's
trees
just
out.
the stubborn.
I'll tell you, the issue with that is eventually going to be, these are all going to be done online and you have to set up an account. So whoever does one of them has to find someone with an account to be able to do that.
Gotcha.
Yes. They're making our life more difficult, not more simple.
All right,
Anyway,
we'll make that addition to this verbiage then.
Okay.
If we could drop back to page 11, we skipped that, Jim, because it's the waivers.
Yeah, we worked with Bruce and Wayne, the fire chief and the inspector here, to come up with some language. The difficulty we had was that NFPA and the subdivision ordinance have a couple things that are different than the private street section. And then what we found is that backlot driveway was not the only item that had a slope, maximum slope that was different than, say, in the subdivision or a typical town road. So it was felt that the 10% is a good practice to use for the fire department for all roads, be it backlot driveway or private road. What happens is with private roads up to 10 lots right now, we in the town street standards allow for 12%. So already we got a contradiction between what the fire department recommends and NFPA and all those different requirements versus what the town requirements have. Understanding that, we didn't want to just box everybody into one compartment and say, because your land is steep, you don't get a private road or access. So we came up with kind of a criteria here where a person could apply for a waiver based if they could show they meet these 5 or 6 different items. And obviously the first one would be the need to alter the standards due to existing physical property or limitations. You know, the geometric configuration of the lot may add to that, topography or dominance of a certain land feature. And I just put in here in existence prior to 2015 this year, because that'll be about the time that the ordinances go through. That may get adjusted that date. The second waiver was the actual grade itself. And if they exceeded that 10% grade, which is the maximum allowed under that section of road, we wanted to limit how long that slope would be into effect. So we're trying to reduce it so it's only going to happen in a 100-foot section. So we don't have a long slope, exceedance. We just have these little short bursts where we kind of can go up that mountain in steps almost. And then we wanted some separation between those so somebody doesn't come in and try to do back-to-back, steep grades. And that is just, again, for safety purposes, to going up the hill, to give yourself a little relief before you go into another steep section. Was looking at in those steep sections, as you saw, I think most of us went down to that one on Egypt Road where it was really steep. We saw how difficult it was for the tanker truck to get up and down. And the idea is in those steep sections, it's better to have a little bit wider section of gravel because a lot of these private roads and backlot driveways have no shoulders at all. They just come right off the edge of the road and boom, they can drop. So for safety purposes, we wanted to give them a little bit more leeway. So we wanted to increase the width of the shoulder by 2 feet. So if somebody does come in here, say with a 12% grade on a road, they would have to increase the shoulder width by 2 feet through that section. Other things such as guardrails may be considered, or barriers, things so that when they're coming down these roads or going up these roads, there's a little forgiveness if they slip off the edges or something, that they don't roll. Obviously, that the waiver will not impact or create adverse drainage conditions, impact the water bodies, streams, wetlands, pools, habitat. We don't want these things going through, sensitive areas. We want to try to avoid those at all costs. Will not create an unsafe condition to immediate neighbors. When some of these driveways come out, where they come out, how they come out could impact neighbors. And this also gets into the fire truck maneuverability over the road. We kind of came up where I suggested they use something called the K value, which is really just the delta curve over the length of the curve And when you have a value over 20, that's a much more calmer ride going up a hill than it is if it, say it was 10. When you get to 10, you're getting to sharp kind of points in the road where fire truck may bottom out because the transitions happens too quickly. And then with that standard, we would want a letter from the fire department basically acknowledging that they understand the design, they're accepting the design, and the board would want a letter from the fire department for that. And then F is basically, they looked at all alternatives. They just didn't decide that this was the one way we're going in and we're just going to ask for the waiver. We want to make sure that they at least looked at other considerations for the road going in before the planning board grants the waiver. So that's on the waiver criteria. And again, we kind of met with Bruce and Wayne, and we just kind of, you know, brainstormed, and I kind of put it down on in words and on paper. So feel free to massage or do what you need to do. But this was generally the thoughts of safety and design that we came up with that would be best suited for those roads over 10% and backlot driveways.
Over 10% and no max?
Well, I didn't want to, you know, because we have requests now that go up to 14 in some cases. And I just don't know if I want to put a ceiling on it. I kind of would rather, I think as a board, we want to take it case by case and not pin ourselves down to a maximum, because whenever we put a maximum, somebody's just going to say, though, my grade, you know, maybe 15 might be the max, but I don't really want to pin us down into a hole, because every time we do that, a scenario comes up where we wish we didn't. I think we could put some language in there that they must minimize, you know, I think that's the whole interpretation anyway,
Right.
Is that we want them to really minimize the impact of the slopes.
Comments from the board?
Sounds like a well thought out. I wish we had done that on Daggett Drive where I live years ago. So I think it's really good that we're approaching this now.
All right.
I think you've captured most of it, Jim. Looks pretty good.
The driveway we looked at on Egypt Road.
Yep.
Would that still be buildable the way it is?
I don't know, because of the excessive length of that slope. I think that was one of the problems that we all had with that was at 16.5 to 17%. And that road was much more than 100 feet in length of that slope. I think that was a real problem with that one. It might assist with that one, but they will have to look probably at a little bit different route going up that hill. Obviously, they got a single family in there because we don't have a standard for independent driveways.
Right.
So he has constructed a home back there, but I think they'd have to look at, you know, shaping or directing that road in a different manner. You know, ideally, we'd want this in kind of an S curve to kind of lengthen out the road as much as possible. That one's got a small curve in it, but it's pretty straight shot up over that steep part.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense for what limits this has given us, and
that one would be
sort of
one
gives me a benchmark.
Yeah, that's one, Greg, that would be really tough. At 17%, I don't think they ever would have a chance of getting that approved. It's just, it's too much for the truck. We saw that when we were up there on a dry day.
Look at there. Yeah.
If they came in from another angle, maybe they could get it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was my only question.
Okay, next one is on page 16.
Actually,
Bob?
there's another one below this one, I think, the dead end streets.
Yeah.
Sorry.
On page 12. While we were looking at these private road standards, we were surprised to find out that private roads and backlot driveways have no length or limitation on length, where subdivision, anything in subdivision can't exceed 1,000 feet. I'm not sure how or why, but again, we understand there are unique situations where some of these remote lots are deep into the woods or a long way up a mountain or a hill. So we didn't want to, you know, again, exclude them from being able to do that. But we did want to think about situations, especially in winter conditions, where, again, we have the ability to ask for midway turnaround points for safety when they're going into these long roads with multiple response emergency vehicles. Sometimes it's tough to get them all fitting down a narrow road. So the idea would be at 1,000-foot increments, the fire department has the right to request either a situation where we have a bypass area so 2 vehicles can get by each other, or incremental turnarounds. So again, a vehicle can turn off, let another one go by, or vice versa during the response. So I think I used an example. If a road were 2,100 feet long, it might be required to have 3 turnarounds along the way because it's into the 3rd increment of 1,000 feet. And the other piece of this would be that if somebody came in and does a private road, and then afterwards they come in and they say, well, now I want to do a subdivision off this private road. This private road waiver does not preclude them to not have to meet the subdivision standards, because under the subdivision standards, if it's over 1,000 feet and serves over a certain number of lots, they need 2 points of egress in and out of the subdivision. So basically, even though you grant private road approval, if they come in later for subdivision, they have to meet the subdivision standards. But again, we were kind of, while we were looking at that safety clause, this was something that came up in our discussion, and we thought, this was a good opportunity to kind of collect it and correct it at the same time.
Anyone objections?
Sounds good.
Mike?
Sounds good to me.
All right, 16,
good.
page 16. That's just a commercial district. I don't think there's any problems there at all. We never even last time around.
That was
a
just,
problem.
yeah, it was a problem. It was just incorrect. Upper floor should have been lower floor. That's just a quick typo correction.
To page 18, septic waste.
Septic waste, that was discussion we had where we would apply the Portland Water District standards to all great ponds in the town of Raymond within 250 feet of the normal high water line. That's what the Portland Water District uses on Sebago Lake, but we decided that that should apply to all water bodies, great ponds, which are over, I believe, 10 acres in size, or whatever the definition is per DEP. And that, the only change with that really has is the sizing per bedroom of the septic system. You need more info, the man over in the far box in the Hollywood Square has those answers.
Man.
All right, 20.
Jim, can I just ask on that one, do we have any provisions for like an older lot where they have a septic system currently closer than 75 feet, but the thing fails? And then because of the configuration of the lot, they really don't have any other place to put a replacement?
They already can do that.
Yeah, that falls under the main subsurface wastewater disposal rules under a replacement system. So we would use the state's rules for that.
Okay, thanks.
I think, Alex, we're looking at this to apply for all new systems, correct?
Correct. But I mean, if someone has a system within 75 feet that they're replacing and they're replacing it 200 feet from a great pond, they still need to meet this requirement at that point, because they are replacing the system and it needs to be for whatever the system is serving. If it's 3 bedrooms, then it's 3 times 120. And most of them, if we have them on record already, we know what's out there. A lot of them were already designed to this standard that we have. The 80s, they were already doing this. So it's been around for a while.
Yeah, we're in the 80s now. We're pushing 30 plus years now if we're into the 80s.
And we don't see a lot of existing systems from the 70s. They're out there, but we don't have designs for them, so we don't know what they were designed for. So you kind of have to start from scratch anyways.
Can I also ask on section B under number 2, a holding tank is not allowed for first-time residential use. I'm just curious, what are we trying to protect against? In other words, what if there's a lot that complies in terms of size and back far enough, there's enough room so they can build back far enough from the shoreland zone, but the land doesn't perk. So what are we guarding against? Are holding tanks notorious problematic, like there's overflows and that kind of thing, or?
That's
what are we
actually,
trying
that's state law. So that's
Oh.
not anything that we have the ability to change. That comes right from the state requirements. Because it's in a shoreland zone, a holding tank can't be used for a first tank system.
Okay, thanks.
Questions?
Okay, to page 20. That's the zoning board of appeals.
Yep, I think this one has to do with the recording of the certificate of variance.
Yeah.
That must be recorded in 90 days.
This all go, did that go through the zoning board?
Right now, there's no,
Jim?
Uh-oh.
say that again, I'm sorry, I interrupted.
Has the zoning board of appeals been through
Yes.
this? Okay.
That's a ZBA, yes.
Okay. All right then. 24.
Bob?
Yes.
Yeah. Are there any examples where the variance might be so insignificant that it's not even worthy of registering with the registry of deeds in relation to the recording in the deeds? Would a zoning board hear something that's so insignificant that it's not even worthy of putting in
Putting it in the deed?
Yeah, maybe not. It's a question.
But I
Oh,
don't know, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I think anything that goes to the zoning board of appeals is going to be something that is in violation of the zone or our ordinances, and therefore it would need to be put into the deed to make sure that that permission is documented for further down the road. Is that correct? Is that?
Yeah, that's correct. That's spot on.
This is for a variance. This is not for other board acts. This is just for the variance.
Okay, no, it's just a question.
Nope, no good.
We're good.
All right.
I'm testing you.
Page 24.
I think this is an Alex add-in to make us comply with the most current state regulations on junkyards. It just changed the title because that document that we had in there was outdated. Under F, waste material accumulation.
What constitutes waste material?
Alex?
Oh, well, if you pull up that lovely statute, you'd see there's a definition for a junkyard. Waste material in our ordinance is defined. I don't know it off the top of my head, but typically it falls under the standard junkyard stuff, which is any scrap, metal, wood, junk cars. Typically the rule of thumb is 3 or more unregistered, unserviceable, uninspected motor vehicles, but that could also include trailers. It can include snowmobiles, snow blowers, 4-wheelers, golf carts. It can include a lot of stuff. The only thing it really doesn't include is household trash. That's the only thing that kind of flies through. So if someone has a yard and they pile up 50 bags of household garbage, it actually becomes more of a health issue, health and sanitation issue. So that would fall under the health officer statutes. And so that's kind of not included with typical junkyard.
What about agricultural waste? Where does that fall?
That wouldn't be included as a junkyard.
Is it covered under, where would it fall? Where, as a health issue?
It depends on what it is. If it's manure or if it's waste products, then it could be a health issue. A lot of times when we have an odd situation like that, I just go to the state. They've got the Department of Agriculture is pretty, they're pretty well structured and they can respond to complaints really quick.
Okay.
Whether it's animal related or, a lot of times what it ends up being is, issues between a butter and a farm. Maybe it's a noise issue or something to do with
spreading of manure or storing of manure, stuff like that. The state's pretty good with getting out and taking care of those issues.
Okay. 26.
26 is getting into the fire ordinance provisions, which were brought forth last year and didn't get promoted up to the town meeting level. So I believe this is identically the same thing you saw last year. Wayne is here if you do have any questions with that.
Nope, I
The
think
only
that's a-
question I have is under F. We still have the word large in there, but the building is defined by size.
Right.
So to me, large is just confusing.
Right.
Just say,
Yeah.
you just want to cross that out, just say any renovated. Yep.
Jim, the only thing on where we're adopting the 2018 editions, we mentioned the life safety code, but we don't reference the fire code. We do in the title, but not in the bulk of the language. We need to do that.
Okay. Give us that language and we will fix that, and we will fix the word large. And large was under
F.
Yeah.
F. And where would
Also, Wayne, if you have a chance, can you look over this? I don't know if you have already, and just make sure it matches with what you guys had sent, because I put it into our format with the rest of these other ones, so it's the same when it goes in the town meeting documents. And I just want to make sure I didn't mess anything up along the way. It should be close, but I think there's possibility something could have gotten screwed up. So.
Okay. Yep. We can do that.
that section, Wayne, would that go? Yeah, we just got to figure out where that other piece goes that you want in there, but we'll work with you on that.
Yep. It should go before the 2018 edition. So basically life safety code and NFPA fire code 2018 edition. And I can send that to you.
Okay, great, thank you.
So it's not completely clear to me. This doesn't apply to garages or barns, right?
Correct.
Just residential, the residential part. Okay.
Yep.
Page 30, tiny homes.
Tiny homes. Alex had many conversations with various people about this one, and as per our last meeting, we decided that our tiny home should meet the zoning, or not the zoning, but should meet the various building codes for our typical residential home. So Alex has crafted up these two sections, which are identical. They have to be both dropped into our land use ordinance and our shoreline zoning. Any questions you can ask Alex, but I don't think we want to take it too far, as the state is still working on this. And at least this gets us to the point where a tiny home has to be built like a home. It just can't be rolled in on wheels, and it has to meet all the various fire codes and electrical codes and so on.
Okay.
My restriction is it can't exceed 400 feet, which I think is the big thing here.
Public hearing? Next week this time? Do we have anything coming up?
Yeah, we have a couple that I think are going to be in the pipeline. I think we may have a returning subdivision at preliminary level. And Alex, what was the other one?
We have a large solar project, which is going to be probably 6 months or so out, but it is coming. And then we do also have, possibly in the next couple of meetings, we'll see a site plan application for a contractor use at a residential property, which recently got conditional use approval from the ZBA.
What's interesting with the solar farm is that I've worked with a couple other communities looking at what other towns are doing regarding solar farm ordinances. And there are some really nice, easy, basic ordinances out there. And then some other towns have really delved in deep and looked at these based on the scale and size and have kind of a tiered approach to how they address this. Obviously, we don't have anything currently in our ordinance. It would fall under the typical site plan, and the use would probably be essential services for, you know, transmission and power grids and things like that. But we don't have anything specific to solar farms at this time.
Where is it being proposed for?
It's a lot off of Webb's Mills, not too far from the schools.
Okay.
Headed towards Casco.
Okay, so do you think we can do, with what's coming up as far as projects go for the next meeting, can we combine that with a public hearing? And I don't think there's anything that's going to get a lot of attention in the public hearing, unless you guys have been getting hit with questions.
No, I don't think there'll be anything that is going to bring too many people out, but I don't think we'll have any applications for the next meeting. The only one could be that subdivision amendment possibly, but I think that's too far out too. I think he's just kind of getting started on that.
That will be a preliminary at best, or a sketch plan at this time.
We also do have another subdivision amendment, Jim, that I don't think you know of, a really small one, just a one lot division. And that one's probably going to be coming in for a sketch plan type review, because it's kind of funky. There's some issues with it, but again, that would be the only one that might possibly be ready. And then there's actually no, that's it. So it would just be that one. So maybe next month, but probably 2 months out is my guess.
Bob, what if I know we've talked about this in the past, but what if we like start at 6:30 and get those pre-apps out of the way? Then we can maybe host the regular meeting at like 7 or whenever that workshop gets done. Won't call it a workshop, but a preliminary or sketch plan review for those other ones. We could host the public hearing immediately after that.
That works for everybody but Kyle.
I don't think he's going to say anything tonight.
Did anybody, Mary, did you send that article out that has commercial solar power in Maine from the state?
Was that the one, Kevin, that was just in the Press Herald?
I'm not sure. I got it from, I get all sorts of stuff from the state all the time. And
was that the one with the interconnectivity fees and estimates by CMP going through?
No. This is actually a guide, a PDF guide for commercial power in the state.
Okay.
Mary, are you there, Mary?
I am here.
Did you get that?
Al, I got it. Alex, do you want to address that one?
No, I don't.
All right.
But like I said, I do have a couple of other towns' ordinances, and if you want to, I mean, we can't apply it. We don't have it in our ordinance, so you know, if these people apply, they're going to fall under really just the basic site plan review, no specific performance standards or anything. But really, the big thing that comes out of the solar farms are buffers, you know, from the public way or public view, and then any noise that may come out of any of the equipment that's running at the facility. Those are usually the two big things. As far as the GP goes, because they're elevated and they're on posts, they haven't really applied any kind of impervious surface to the panels themselves. The service roads and anything they cut, like in this case, I believe this application you will be seeing, it's going to be a pretty extensive cut of vegetation to install these. So
yeah, this guide, this is called, let me read it's Technical Guidance for Utility Scale Solar Installation Development on Agricultural, Forested, and Natural Lands. And it was updated January 8th, 2021. So it's very current, published by the state with a lot of the stuff that you're talking about, you know, what clearing and what it sets on, and it's a really good guide. So if somebody can if Mary could send that out to everybody, it would be a great link to look at.
Yeah, and like I said, we can't necessarily apply everything in there because we got to follow our ordinances, but at least gives you some topics to understand what's of concern going forward.
Right, I mean, it would help us develop our own ordinance, I think, yeah.
Right, and I believe that all these ordinances have looked at this manual because the state has been, as you all know, the solar farms are really exploding on the scene, and the state's been working rapidly to come up with policy of how to address these and zone them, et cetera.
Is there a state
a lot of
guide-
form.
sorry,
So this one, because of the size of the road and the clearing, would require a site.
Oh, he's frozen again.
Yeah.
Must be Denny Cole's lot.
I believe it is.
The answer to the first question, and if you want to, is combine next Wednesday's meeting with our public hearing and whatever pops up. Is that okay with everybody?
Okay with me.
Okay with me.
Okay, and then with the caveat that it might, it may go a little bit longer depending upon what actually pops up than we normally meet. Then the next question is what Jim was asking about, is you want to get together unofficially, let's say at 6:30 or so, 6 or 6:30, to discuss the solar issue project and what the ordinances are that are out there. Do you think that's a benefit? My concern is none of that stuff, Jim, we can really use.
No, my suggestion was 6:30 was to take up the other items other than the public hearing.
Oh, okay, I got you. All right. Okay. Does 6:30 work for those that are here?
It's okay with
Works
me.
for me.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So Mary, let's shoot for 6:30. You want to make sure the what's called the place is available.
I'll do it.
So we'll meet at 6:30 next Wednesday. We'll advertise for a public hearing starting at 7.
Okay. You
We'll
mean
go through the ordinances.
next month, Wednesday?
Next Wednesday. No, not next Wednesday. Next Wednesday's meeting.
Yeah, don't mess with me.
Do we need to have any
Did I do
limitation?
that, Mary? What? I'm sorry, Jen.
If we're meeting, are you planning on meeting in person? Is that what you're saying?
No. I was just kidding.
I don't laugh. I was in Casco. They're still meeting in person.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, great.
I don't know why we can't.
Well, they're in a gymnasium and they're separated by about 10 or 20 feet a person. So it's a lot of yelling and screaming across the floor.
Whatever.
Oh, there's a lot missing with non-personal meetings, so.
There is. I agree with you, Greg.
Yeah.
Well, it is. Hopefully this isn't the new norm, but I can see in some cases it may be.
Mhm.
So Bob, if we get no other applications, then we'll just do the public hearing at 7.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right. Anybody
Right, we'll
else?
clean up these things and get them out for a public hearing, and I assume you all get a refreshed package. So till then,
Yeah. And Jim, if you just would, when you go through, there's a couple of the summaries that don't really explain what happened, what we're doing, and it's difficult to pick it out.
Alex kind of did that version. We'll look at it again and try to give it a little more specifics.
Okay.
Before we end, to be consistent, page 27, section 4 has that word large in it again. That to me might be confusing. At the very bottom.
Yep.
Page 27, section 4. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Call
it the D'Angelo clause. We'll take out that word large.
Can't have that word large in there. Forget that.
Okay, the calendar is open on the 10th of March, so we've got it.
Okay. All right. Anybody else have anything? We didn't have an official meeting, so we don't really need a motion. So goodbye.
See you later.
Thank you all.
Good night.
Jim, are you still on?
I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're a senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is it expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in or prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome you to the February 23rd Budget Finance Committee organizational meeting. First order of business is to elect the chair and vice chair. I will accept nominations for chair. Are there any nominations?
I vote Joe Bruno.
We have a Joe Bruno nomination. Joe, do you accept the nomination?
Well, it hasn't been seconded yet.
Okay.
I would make a motion, and Kevin, I appreciate the nomination, but I would make a motion to keep in place the chair and the vice chair from the last, which I believe was Bob Goslin as chair and Kevin Oliver was vice chair. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'll make that motion if somebody will second that.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion?
Move nomination cease.
Nominations will cease.
Somebody please second that.
I second it.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
So the motion on the floor is you and Kevin being chair and vice chair.
Right.
That last vote was moving that the nomination cease.
Okay. All those in favor of Robert Goslin for president, for chairman, and Kevin Oliver for vice chair?
Aye.
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 I have 5 ayes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Next, we will move ahead to approve the minutes of the May 21st meeting.
So moved.
Do I have a second, please?
I'll second.
Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Previously, the budget just came out today. We have an opportunity to have that in a printed form. Are any of you interested in having that printed form? A booklet type thing.
I think we're gonna be doing this all by Zoom. I'm just as comfortable doing it on my computer screen.
Okay.
I'm a hard copy person.
All right, Bob. Thank
Like
you.
to see the print.
Yeah, Bob, I would like a printed copy as well.
Okay.
I would like a printed copy, please.
Thank you, Karen. So we look at right now 4 printed copies. Sue? So you got that?
You want one as well, Bob?
Yes, I do, please.
Okay, I'll send an email if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, to the other members to see what their preference is.
Okay, fine. New business. You have received the budget development schedule. Are there any conflicts with any of those dates?
For me, March 30th.
All right. Anyone else? So
Yeah,
no other.
Bob, at this time, I don't have any conflicts, but the nature of my job is one that is traveling, and there are going to be maybe some meetings that come up that I won't be able to make it, but if that's the case, I will communicate that with you.
All right, thank you. The process, most of you have been through it, Robert. You've been on this committee before.
Long time ago.
Yeah, we will be hearing from provider agencies and town officials on the budget proposals. The first 2 meetings, we will hear these proposals. Our third meeting will be a combined workshop with the Board of Selectmen. And then our fourth meeting, final meeting, will be our actual voting meeting. No voting will be done prior to this meeting. This is our recommendation to the budget, to the select board on our position on the budget. Are there any questions on that? Seeing none. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, any budget finance comment?
So as I said, March 30th is a meeting I won't be able to make. If possible, I would like if we could do it the following week, April 6th, but if I'm the only one who can't make it, then I'll leave it up to you guys.
All right, I'll check with those dates to see if there's any wiggle room on the other side to get it to April 6th.
And so right now, the 30th is scheduled to be a joint meeting with the select board?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other comments? Seeing none, entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through. We'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're a senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is, the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early in the morning. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Welcome to the 2/23/2021 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. I'll ask the members to state their name. Why don't we start with you, Joanne?
Joanne Stinson, 51 Haskell.
Patricia?
Patricia Beaton, 234 Raymond Hill.
David?
David Murch, Canal Road in Raymond.
Len Sorelli, Lakeside Drive in Raymond. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda, and we will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Well, as Mary said, we were going to have an interview, but that's postponed, so that will take care of new business. And we will go up in a minute into old business. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its decision. Generally speaking, Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of the board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual right to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone. Well, we're on Zoom tonight, so if you could just say your name and address, that would be good. State the name, address, and affiliation with the application, either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chairman. The meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or concluded outside the meeting room. One second. Before we get into the public hearing, I want to remind everyone that we will not be taking any public phone calls or comments on this tonight. I'm going to read to you the findings of fact for the Levitri decision, which he was asking requests for a formal administration review of decisions of approval on conditional use application that we approved for Nicole Starlett. Okay. These are the findings of facts. The request for reconsideration was made by Mr. John F. Levitri with a mailing address of 370 Webbs Mill Road, Raymond, Maine, and a phone number of 207-655-3110. Mr. Levitri is in opposition to the Zoning Board of Appeals, ZBA, decision regarding a conditional use application for Nicole Starrett approved on December 29th, 2020. The Starrett's property in question is located at 402 Webbs Mills Road, Raymond, Maine, 04071, also identified as tax map 010 lot 027000, which is a 4-acre lot in the rural residential district. The request for reconsideration of the ZBA's decision was received on Tuesday, January 5th, 2021. This request was successfully made within 10 days of the decision made by the ZBA. A meeting was scheduled for January 26, 2021 to hear this reconsideration request. At the meeting, ZBA Chairman Len Sorelli explained to the public, members of the board, and Mr. Levitri that a quorum was unable to be established for the hearing. A minimum of 3 members who were present at the December 29th, 2020 meeting must be present at this meeting in order to have a quorum for the reconsideration request. Member Eric Welch was absent due to an illness. Member Eric Welch submitted his resignation from the ZBA on January 29th, 2021. Since the ZBA was unable to hear the reconsideration request with a minimum quorum of members from the December 29th, 2020 meeting, an attempt was made to have one of the 2 members who were either not present or not on the ZBA at the time of the conditional use approval vote on request. Nicole Starrett was contacted to see if she would consent to allow members David Murch or Patricia Beaton to vote on the reconsideration request. Mrs. Starrett did not consent to allow Mr. Murch or Ms. Beaton to vote on the reconsideration request, which was received via mail on February 10th, 2021. The conclusions of law are as follows. The ZBA is unable to hear the request for reconsideration of the decision made on December 29th, 2020, due to the inability to establish a minimum quorum at this time. The ZBA made every attempt possible to hear the request made by John F. Levitri. The decision is based on the above finding of facts and conclusion of law. The Town of Raymond Board of Appeals is unable to hear your reconsideration request made on January 5th, 2021. Is Zachary, the lawyer, here?
I am. This is Zach Greenwan, Bernstein Sure. Happy to
Hi.
answer any questions. Good evening.
Okay, I wanted to introduce you. Is it Zachary Brandwine? Is that right?
That's correct.
Close enough. From Bernstein and Sure. And I want to ask if any of the board members have questions for Zachary. And I want to really keep a handle on this. So let me call on you guys one at a time. Joanne, I know you have questions, so.
Hi, Zachary. Sure.
Good evening.
Thank you, Len. Thanks for joining us. I guess just a question of, we have exhausted all of our options as far as it was up to the Starretts to approve whether someone could step in or not, and that pretty much was the end of the rope for that.
That's correct. To proceed, without their consent and substitute new members of the ZBA for reconsideration would have been improper. It would have been sort of outside the scope of the ZBA's authority to do that. So, it's just unfortunate, but circumstances have sort of just conspired against the board being able to hear the reconsideration. You need all the original members who made the decision, or a quorum of original members who made the decision to vote on the reconsideration. And outside the board's control, and like I said, circumstances just sort of conspired against you. I think you've done absolutely everything you can to have accommodated the request here for reconsideration.
Okay, thank you.
Patricia, do you have any questions?
Not at this time, no.
How about you, David?
I just, on behalf of John Levitri, is there what further steps can he take with regards to this, if any?
I with respect to the reconsideration itself, not much. It's timed out, and I would note that the town's zoning ordinance, Article 6, which deals with your Board of Appeals, provides that the board may hear a request for reconsideration. It may grant that request and hear a reconsideration, but it is required to do so within a certain amount of time. Obviously, that's the situation that's transpired here. You tried to accommodate the request, and just because of circumstances, weren't able to do so. So there's not much else he can do with respect to the reconsideration. I understand that there are a number of other steps in the permitting and approval process for the property owner here, and any abutter or interested party will have an opportunity to address any of their concerns at future stages. Those may be the same concerns that might have been at issue in the reconsideration.
Thank you.
More questions, David? Zachary, you stated this before, but I'm going to ask the question again because I want to make it clear on the record. Do you feel as though the ZBA explored every option available to them for the Levitri reconsideration request?
I do. You attempted to hold a reconsideration hearing. Circumstances outside your control conspired to prevent that within the time frame that's provided in the town's ordinance. It would have been improper to substitute new members to form a quorum for the reconsideration. And so you've done absolutely everything I think that you could have to honor that request for reconsideration.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions before we move on?
One
Joanne?
last one, just regarding what David asking about Mr. Levitri's options, Zachary. Can he still appeal this to the Superior Court? I would assume the time frame held up for him to be able to do that because
Yeah, hypothetically, that's a possibility, although I think it's a bit of a legal reach to do so.
okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you for coming, Zachary.
My
Appreciate it.
pleasure. Yeah, happy to help. I assume you won't need me for the rest of the meeting, and I'll leave you to your business.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice night.
Okay, now we're going to move on to the public hearing. And Mary, you can turn on the phone calls if you'd like. We only want to accept phone calls relating to this application. I don't see Tom. Is he here? Tom, you got to unmute. There he goes.
I'm sorry.
Before Tom starts, I want to remind the board that the only thing that we're considering tonight is a change of use from commercial back to non-commercial, or residential, I should say. And Tom, you submitted yet another plan. We've all had a chance to look at it, and I'm sure you want to comment on it. So please go ahead.
Yeah, following the last meeting, we went ahead and revised the plan and resubmitted the following day because we wanted to, just make sure that we're, we address the board's concerns and we were get back on the agenda. But since that time, we were looking into the ordinance, and I've had some discussions with Alex on the, let me back up a little bit. I think there's been a lot of confusion on this particular site because of the past zoning board of approvals on the variances. And there was some confusion on it, even on my part, like what was necessary. And at the time, when they purchased the property, they were looking to do a duplex, and they thought that that was allowed. But since then, they've withdrawn that request, and it looks as if we really don't need a variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals. So tonight almost seems like just a courtesy meeting, because we're already in the pipeline to update you on the findings and to answer any questions, and we'd be happy to hear any comments from the public as well. But a residential use is allowed in that zone, and we're not asking for a variance on any of the setbacks or the lot coverage or the lot area. So I don't, I think based on my understanding of the ordinance, we're really, the change of use is not a variance. We're just asking for a change of use.
Alex, at the last meeting, you mentioned that a survey would have to be done. I doubt if that's been done in a short time frame, but could you comment on that, Alex?
Yeah, so I mean, and that doesn't need to be done at this level. If they are going to be getting a building permit to demolish and replace a non-conforming structure, it could require a certain extent of survey work to basically establish where that structure is in relation to the property lines. And then we need to make sure that it is, the new structure is no closer than what the previous structure was. So The only way to do that is to essentially have a surveyor come out and pin the location of the, the replacement foundation, or give us an after the fact, certificate stating that the structure meets the setbacks of the previous structure. So that's something that'll happen down the road at the building permit stage once they get.
Okay, thank you. I want to remind the board that since this is not considered a variance appeal or an administration appeal, the hardship clause does not have to be considered. This appeal would be treated similarity to a conditional use application. And does anyone have any questions on that?
Len?
Yeah.
Yeah, for full disclosure to the public, because that application was submitted and it gave the appearance that they had to fill out the variance portion with the undue hardship. They just full disclosure, both Len and I asked Alex. We did not feel that was appropriate. We were going from a non-conforming situation to a more conforming situation. We didn't feel that it looked like that it was required anyways for them to walk through the hardship criteria. So Alex graciously responded to that and helped us out with understanding the proper ordinances. So just wanted to give that explanation as to why we weren't considering the variances on that.
Thank you, Joanne. And thank you, Alex, for that. Is there anybody on the phone or that's also in favor of us approving this change of use? Is there anybody that's opposed to us?
Can't hear you, Mary.
You're muted, Mary.
There we go. Okay, I have one caller on hold. I do not know where they stand on this. All I can do is open it up and ask them.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Caller at 617-823-7829. Please unmute and join us.
Hi, this is Abby Spicer, 22 Cottage Lane. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so my camp's behind the church. So yes, I'm happy to see the change in plans, and I am for the change to a single residence.
Anything else?
I was just wondering, are you going to put up a fence?
Laura, the two applicants are not with me tonight. They both are working at the restaurant, but I don't know if I have an answer for that. I think that a fence is allowed, in either zone. I don't think they have really any need to put up a fence, but.
Okay. And then I only have actually one other comment, and that's when you start doing your construction immediately behind the church, with grass, but that's a leach field. So we just, as you're doing your construction, just be careful not to back over that because you can crush it.
Yeah, no, they'll remain on the property, on their property.
Okay, all right. Yeah, but I mean, if you're turning around vehicles and stuff, that was just a concern that just to be careful there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Welcome to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Another call, Mary?
I have no other calls.
Okay, I do have one letter in opposition that that person has asked it be read into the record, so I'm going to read that to you now. This is Greg Ganya at Crescent Lake Cottages. We talked on the phone, he's talking about Mary, and you mentioned you could pass along my concerns to the Board of Appeals for the conversion of the church to a single-family home. According to Mr. Farmer, who is representing Laura Sigri, said many times at the last Zoom meeting, this is a unique situation. Please let the fence issue be part of the unique situation in your decision. As the number 3 in the 4 criteria states, the project will not alter the essential character of the locality. Their response was the project will not negatively alter the neighborhood, but will enhance the character. A privacy fence installed across the property line would negatively alter the character of the locality and would not conform to the neighborhood of 12 property owners as an alternative for a privacy fence in back of the house would offer, and a chain link fence for the rest of the land would offer protection for the dogs and not take away anything from our view. It should be in writing that there would never be anything on the property that would take away our view to the lake. Is there anybody else in opposition?
I have one call trying to connect with us right now.
Okay,
As soon as the caller has connected, I'll let you know. Okay, the caller has disappeared.
should we give him a minute?
I think that would be fair.
Len, could I ask a question of Mr. Farmer? if I may?
Sure. Go ahead, Joanne.
Tom, at this point, do they have any plans for planting, vegetation, trees, anything like that put together?
No more than just the plan that we've submitted, which should be considered illustrative. They don't even really have specific architectural plans at this point. We just understand that we need to stay within the footprint that's there, no larger, no closer to the property lines. And obviously, based on this plan, it's going to be way under the square footage that's there now. And I think at this point, it's really a building application to the codes enforcement officer for building building permit. They do intend to live there, so I'm sure there will be landscaping, but I don't know if that's a requirement anywhere else within town for building applications for other lots in town. So I don't want to speak for them at this point.
Okay.
Hey, Joanne,
Thank you.
is there anybody else that either opposed or in favor that wants to speak at this point? No. Okay. In order to approve, the ZBA feels as though the change of use from a commercial structure to a residential single family, 1, will have no greater adverse impact on the water body, tributary stream, or wetland. 2, will have no greater adverse impact on the subject or adjacent properties and resources. That's what we have to be aware of. So if there's no other questions, I'll make a motion to approve the change of use from commercial to residential single family.
Len, could I ask a couple questions of Alex just before we do that?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Based on what Len just read in, Alex, when they go through the permitting process, and my understanding this correctly, that because of their closeness to the lake, there will be erosion control measures that go in place. And if any trees or vegetation are removed for construction, will that have to be replaced, or do we have to state that it'll have to be replaced?
No, I don't think you need to go that far. I mean, anything within 600 feet of the water is in the shoreline zone in Raymond. So they're going to have to supply us with an erosion control plan and obviously make sure that erosion control is in place throughout the entire length of the project. Any trees that are removed beyond 100 feet, you know, if they meet the requirements for, you know, the amount of trees currently beyond 100 feet, and because you can remove a certain amount within a 10-year period, they may not need to revegetate, but they may. We would look at that. Obviously, you know, we take a look at the impervious surface ratio, the lot coverage, and all of those things go into, you know, into the typical building permit. So, I mean, I think that, you know, broad, you know, look overview is kind of what you guys are kind of, I guess, looking at here. And then once they get through this, then we'll look at kind of those fine details at the building permit stage.
Just a quick follow-up, because the fence keeps coming up. I believe you addressed this one of our last meetings, saying we really have no authority over fences. I know I looked through the ordinances upside down, and I couldn't find anything except for, it wasn't in shoreland zoning, but it said we could consider the look and feel, including a fence. But I'm a little mystified by the concern over the fence situation.
Yeah, I mean, typically a fence is considered an exempt structure. So that means it's not a structure that is typically reviewed by the town when it comes to standards like setbacks, construction. So typically a fence doesn't require a permit. There's not really any special rules for it, unless it's something under site plan review. If there's a fence needed for shielding for, you know, a commercial property to a residential property, that's really the only time a fence is included on anything. I suppose you could make it part of the approval, but I mean, at that, you know, I just don't know if it's really appropriate or not, with the way it's worded in the ordinance.
I have a question. How does the community ensure and go about protecting the look and feel of a neighborhood if that is a structure that isn't questioned?
I guess, what do you mean? So are you saying if they put up like a gigantic purple fence, how would we handle that?
Well, yeah, how does the community protect the look and feel of the community, which is part of the ordinances?
Yeah, that's not something that Raymond necessarily would look at, I guess, as a town. The only way we really would be in the commercial zone, because the commercial zone has design guidelines on what the commercial zone should look like, as far as like landscape and architecture of the structure, stuff like that. That's really the only zone in town that we have those types of guidelines. Everywhere else in town, we don't look at, you know, the color of the house, or you know, the architecture of a fence, or, you know, stuff like that.
So if the 12 houses in that area supposedly don't have fences, so nobody is blocking anybody's view, they have no recourse if the new house going up puts up a fence?
I think the only way, I mean, I'm not an attorney, but the only way I could see that ever working would be if there was something in the deed that said that there was a view easement or some type of deed restriction on preventing that view from the lake. That would probably be the only way they would have any chance of, you know, preventing that in civil court, I think. I mean, I'm not an attorney, but that's just what I would think.
Okay. I'm just playing devil's advocate because I think that's where the questions lie.
Yeah.
I think it might be if their association, like Alex said, either in their deed or they have association bylaws or something that would dictate that. But I think the town's pretty good about not telling people what they can and can't do on their personal property.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Len, I have a few if I could.
Sure, go ahead, David.
First question is the section for public comment closed now?
No, we haven't closed it.
Okay, just wondering about that. So Mr. Farmer had made a statement, which I believe to hear, that the Zoning Board of Appeals perhaps does not have any requirements in this change of use. Alex, I'm looking at the shoreline zoning provisions, and Len read from it, but it's section 12 C5, and it does it does state that the use of a non-conforming structure may not be changed to another use unless the Board of Appeals, after receiving written application, determines that, blah, blah, blah. So it does, in my opinion, after reading that, the Zoning Board of Appeals does have a role in this tonight. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah. You guys definitely have to approve of it in order for them to change the use. Now, where it gets a little weird is in the actual appeals section, it lists the type of appeals. This doesn't really label it as what type of appeal it is. It's obviously not an administrative appeal, and it's not a conditional use. And it's also not a variance because under the variance section, it lists the type of variances, and the use isn't included in that. So either way I look at it personally, I consider it more of a conditional use appeal, which doesn't require them to meet the variance criteria. And that's really what this comes down to is do they need to meet those hardship criteria or not? And I don't think they do because it's not a variance.
Yeah, I based on my own reading, I would agree, and I appreciate that Joanne and Len have both reached out to you with that question. My second question is for the board, and I don't think we have to answer it just this second, but again, reading from section 12C5, it says that the Board of Appeals, after receiving written application, determines that the new use will have no greater adverse impact on the water body, tributary, stream, or wetland, or the subject, or on the subject or adjacent properties and resources that than the existing use. I would just ask that we as a board agree to that before making any motion. And then finally, again, continuing on this reading, it says, in determining that no greater impact will occur, the Board of Appeals shall require written documentation from the applicant regarding the probable effects on public health and erosion and sedimentation, water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, vegetative cover, visual and actual points of public access to waters, natural beauty, floodplain management, archaeological and historical resources, and commercial fishing and maritime activities, and other functionally water-dependent uses. To me, the key part of this is the Board of Appeals shall require written documentation from the applicant. Is that something we need to include if we choose to approve this conditional use? Is that something that we need to include as part of that conditional use? Or is that something that would just simply naturally flow out of a building permit? Alex, do you have any insight onto that part?
Yeah, I mean, I think that would be something that you guys need to at least touch on. I think some of that they probably have given us in writing, but there's a few of those that they probably haven't. It might be something that we could get that from him now during the meeting. And that would probably be enough in my eyes, at least that you guys have checked on each one of those to make sure that they can be met. You know, I think we've had them come to a few meetings at this point. I think we probably would want to try to avoid making them come back just to meet those. But if that's what you guys decide, then you know, that's what you guys decide.
Right, and I don't disagree with you in terms of having multiple meetings, and I don't want to belabor this and make it longer, but you know, given the requirements of us, you know, I think it's important to make sure we're doing due diligence to meet the expectations of us. Mm-hmm. So I put that out there, you know, for the board to obviously talk through as well. But that's it for my questions, comments.
Thanks, David. Anybody want to comment on David's comments?
Yes, because that raises a question in my own head. Is there an existing septic on the property right now?
Not that I know of. Not that we know of.
I believe there is not. I can pull the file if you wish.
Because wouldn't that affect everything that David just mentioned in some way?
Well, we've submitted an application to Alex, and it was done by a professional soil scientist, meeting the guidelines of the state.
The EPA?
Excuse me?
EPA and the water quality and the Raymond waterways?
I'm not sure about those specific agencies, but as far as I know, it still needs to be approved through the town and the state.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Len, just to follow up, David, fantastic questions, and you're absolutely right. And what I'm wondering is if maybe we can close the public comment portion and then walk through those various concerns under number 5, and maybe as a board, I think there's some in there that David mentioned that may not be applicable to this situation. So maybe we can narrow it down to the ones that we have concern about, and we can have Tom speak to what he sees as potential problems or what they might do to avoid any problem, just to walk through those.
If I may, I've pulled the file. There is no record of an existing septic system on the property. An application was submitted in 2017, but nothing was ever done with it.
Thank you.
All right, board members, what do you want to do? David, do you want to make a motion on this, or?
I don't know if a motion's applicable at this point. If anything, I would just like to do, maybe perhaps as Joanne suggested, and talk through these things as a board to see what we believe is being met or possibly needs more discussion.
Okay, let's do that then. What's the first point? I don't have it in front of me.
Well, I guess, and two, just speaking to Joanne's, do we want to specifically state that public comment is closed?
Public comments are now closed officially.
Excellent. I'm looking at it, Len, again, shoreline zoning provision, section 12(4), C5, sorry. So the zoning board needs to determine that the new use, residential, would have no greater adverse impact on the water body, tributary stream or wetlands, or on the subject or adjacent properties and resources than the existing use. So no greater adverse impact on the water body, which probably is what is applicable here, or on the subject property or adjacent properties and resources than the current existing use.
I don't believe the new structure would be any different than the old church as far as those points are concerned.
Is it a question, David, of during construction more so than after?
I think it's more so, I just want to make sure that we are in agreement, because it's the ordinance specifically states that, you know, we need to determine that there's no use. Well, I just want to feel comfortable that we as a board agree that there won't have a greater adverse effect. I agree. I don't see anything, although I do appreciate the comment on the septic, but you know, I don't see that putting in an approved septic was going to cause any adverse effects. So, you know, from my perspective, I would agree that this new use would have no greater adverse effect. You know, I would just, from the rest of you as a board, want to hear whether you would agree with that or
I can speak to, that's partly why I was asking the question about erosion control measures during construction, is to protect the water. But I would agree with David. I don't see any issues, and also with Len regarding the water body, tributary stream or wetlands, any different than with the church being there once the construction is over. As long as they're following the proper erosion control measures to protect the lake. And I don't know if, you know, Patricia, your thoughts, and even Tom, if you have any further thoughts about any comments on that, because normally if we require written statements from you about that, if you just want to make a statement for the record after Patricia maybe makes a comment.
Well, I think a lot of this is covered during the building permit process, and they have to adhere to that. And then, so I'm comfortable with that, but thank you.
Yeah, I could add a little bit to that. I know as far as the state's definition of those no adverse impacts within the shoreline zone over what exists, they're really concerned with making sure that it's not closer to the water body and it's not larger square footage of impervious surface, meaning the roof and driveway and walkways. So we're well under what currently exists. It'll be more conforming and better for the location. And as far as erosion control, luckily the site is literally almost, dead flat. Typically in shoreline applications, you've got a steep slope to the water, almost in every application. But here we've got a road in between us and the lake. We don't have frontage on the lake. There's no drainage structures that will be draining from this property into pipes and piping into the lake. So I think the water quality is certainly not going to get worse. There will be erosion controls just in case, but I honestly can't see any impacts because of the road in between us and the lake.
Are there any other points you want to bring up, David?
Just the one, and it's because I'm a stickler for what the ordinances say. It doesn't sound like, I believe we can make a decision, yes or no, that, for the change of use. But the ordinance clearly states that the Board of Appeals, in determining that no greater adverse impact will occur, which I believe we've all agreed to, the Board of Appeals shall require written documentation from the applicant. So, I mean, I don't believe, from my perspective, from what I've heard tonight, I'm comfortable with approving this, but I would need some guarantee that we get this, this written document, simply because that's what our ordinances require. So,
just a quick comment, and I'm not sure, David, but Mary, maybe this is to you, since the record of the meeting, the official record is the video.
Yes.
Is that considered the same as a written statement in this case? Do you know? Or maybe Alex knows, I'm not.
If it is the official record, such as in many cases written minutes were, as far as that applies to any statements by the applicants, I'm not a lawyer, so I really would hesitate to say definitively.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I would agree too. I mean, the meeting video is the record as far as the minutes go, and then you have a written decision, which is the written decision. I mean, in this case, I think it could go either way. I don't necessarily disagree with David at all. I mean, I think that, you guys could, I mean, it's reasonable to think you guys could approve this and then just essentially condition it on him submitting findings for each one of those written findings that we can attach with the application that they had submitted. I think if you do that, though, you just want to make sure that what he would say for each one of those is okay in this meeting now, and then just get him to send it over in writing. I mean, an email would be fine with each one of those, and then we can, essentially put that in the record for the application.
Then Len, if I may, then just to wrap it up, then if we want Tom to speak to each of these, like David said, there was a second point about no greater adverse impact on the subject or adjacent properties and resources. Now, I'm under the impression that people are going to say that a fence has an adverse impact to the area. I personally disagree. I think we don't have authority over fences. It's still not clear to me what kind of fence that it is suppositioned is going to be on this property that's going to block everyone's views when they set up higher than this property, and it's going to be a two-story single-family home. So I'll just make a comment, and like David said, if the other board members just want to say their thoughts on it, that again, I feel that they should have the same rights on this property as everyone else does on their own properties as to what they do with it, as long as it's in keeping with the ordinances and they meet all the permitting that they're supposed to do. So I think a nice single family home will add to the area. It'll make it look much nicer. It'll make it much more appealing. Residential. It is a residential zone. And I don't see that there's going to be any harm to any resources. So that's just my thought, that I feel that Tom's fine on the second points as well.
Agree with
I
you,
can
Joe.
add a little bit to the fence conversation. They have no plans for a fence. It could, they do have dogs. It could be an invisible fence. But I just want to say, like, as far as no adverse impacts over what currently exists, this is a 93-foot long building that's over 20 feet high. It's 11 feet from one property line and it's 15 feet from the other property line. It pretty much fills the whole site. And you can see, even though this may not be the exact footprint that they're looking for, they're actually talking about a smaller footprint than what we've submitted tonight, but that's 53 feet. So it's half the distance across the site. I think the views to the lake, if that's the concern with the fence, are going to, that certainly won't be more adverse, even with a fence.
I'd just like to say it on the site walk. It was just a passing comment. I don't know if you were there, Joanne, when I was talking to the applicants. It was a passing comment that they may need a fence for their dog. And somehow that's blown up into a big fence thing. But like Tom just said, I don't even know if they really want to put up a fence.
It's a busy road, no question. So, but I know that the dogs they have are small dogs. I don't think they're going to put up a huge, solid fence. They want to see the lake as well, and they don't want to feel like they're enclosed.
Joanne, help me out here. What should we do? Should we make a motion with attachments or?
Yeah, I think, Len, you had the motion. It's on the table, and if we just add a condition to the motion, just a quick, I just wanted to address all of this as well, I think, to wrap it up. Maybe it's important to note that DEP did respond to their thoughts about this. And I think it was Jeffrey Kalinich from the Maine Department of Environmental Protection said, since the parcel is already zoned residential on Raymond shoreland zoning map, the department is not opposed to the appeal request. But anyways, I just want to toss that out there, that has cleared that hurdle. But yeah, I would amend Len's motion to add the condition that Tom put in writing the comments that he made this evening, that the structure changing to residential will have no greater adverse impact on the water body, tributary stream, or wetland, and will have no greater adverse impact on the subject or adjacent properties and resources. And submit that with the file for approval.
Everyone happy with that? David?
Yes and no. It kind of, Joanne, it comes into the second part of the ordinance where it says Board of Appeals shall require written documentation from the applicant regarding probable effects on public health, erosion and sedimentation, water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, vegetative cover, visual and actual points of public access to waters, natural beauty, floodplain management, archaeological and historical resources, and commercial fishing and maritime activities and other functionally water-dependent uses. So I think Tom has already spoken to the first part that we just discussed, and we all agree as a board that, you know, that's not going to block this. I think it's, so that we agree on is those other pieces that we got to get the written documentation from. Again, I don't want to be like Debbie Downer here, but I just want to make sure we're meeting, you know, specifically the requirements of us, and it says we shall require this. So I feel like we got to
How would the applicant respond to the public health? I mean, I don't know what they do for that. Anyone?
I don't know.
Well, I mean, some of the things that you would consider in public health are wastewater. You could even say traffic, arguably could be a public health issue. But typically when you're thinking public health, it's mostly sanitation related. So, and I think David's totally right. It would be good to get something from Tom that basically says, you know, our application will have the following effect on health and public safety, and then whatever that ends up being, and then erosion and sedimentation, whatever the effect would be, water quality, whatever the effect would be. And some of them might be no effect, but we would still just want to get that from him.
Do we need to discuss those as a board, or we can ask him just to respond to them? Does anyone have comments on all the other, on the public health, erosion and sedimentation, water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, vegetative cover, visual and actual points of public access to the waters, natural beauty, floodplain management, archaeological, all of that?
I guess I don't want to keep bringing up the fence, but the fence, visual and actual points of public access. So the visual access. But again, I agree that it's their property. If they decide they want to put a fence up, it's not for us to say yes or no, unless they're putting up a, you know, 80-foot tall fence, which I don't believe is the case. So.
And I'm assuming all of these, when they say no greater adverse impact, it's impact is that structured around the ordinances of Raymond? Because to David's point, anyone could say, well, a fence visually impacts me, but we don't have authority over that. So I don't see the need to address it. So I guess I'm trying to help with David's thought around clarifying what it is, and Len's thought about what does one write about these things.
Well, could you write, for example, access to waters doesn't apply, something like that, to make it simpler for him?
It seems, no, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, I think we need to keep it in the context of the Shoreland Overlay District. We're talking about the change of use approval through the ZBA because it's within 250 feet of the shore. So those issues are related to shoreland issues, and not necessarily just you know, residential or commercial. I don't know if that helps, but.
So are we basically requesting that they write up a plan for, I mean, we have a drawing of what they're gonna do, but more of an extensive plan that does talk about, whether they're gonna meet what this plan looks like, how will it impact the parking for the boat launch, for example. I'm still not sure. Water quality, erosion and sedimentation, those will all be addressed, I believe, in the permitting phases and, permitting for construction and permitting for septic systems. They have to meet all of the DEP guidelines for any of that stuff. Natural beauty, again, that would be landscaping possibly. And I don't know that floodplain management is relevant. Archaeological and historic resources, I'm not sure that's relevant.
No.
Commercial fishing and maritime activities, I don't believe that's relevant. So. Go ahead, David, sorry.
I was just going to say to Len's point, some of those things, like when you say archaeological and historical resources, the document just simply says what are the probable effects. Probable effects would be none. It could be as simple as that.
Okay.
So do you want to add these conditions to the motion?
I can, if you'd like, I'll add to, I think Len's motion was to approve the conditional use or the change of use from commercial to residential. And the condition for the board approving this is for Tom to write up and document how this project will have no greater adverse impact, or whether it would have any greater adverse impact on public health, erosion and sedimentation, water quality, fish and wildlife habitat, vegetative cover, visual and actual points of public access to waters, the natural beauty, floodplain management, archaeological and historic resources, and commercial fishing and maritime activities and other functionally water dependent uses. And I would assume he submits that to go in his file, Alex, and would you oversee that?
Yeah, we would put that in the file, and I think maybe you add something if there are the condition is only if they have none that are a greater impact. If you catch what I'm saying, so that if there was one that was going to, which we know there probably won't be here, but if there was one that was going to be more of an impact than the previous use, then they'd have to come back to you guys.
And who decides if it's greater impact? We do.
Al, you can leave that up to me, I guess, if you want. If you want, that's up to you.
Okay.
Okay, let me amend that motion again then. Let's try it. Can I continue on from where I left off?
Yeah.
Yes.
That Tom will submit this document in writing to Alex, and if Alex finds there are greater adverse impacts to any of those categories, then we request Tom comes back to the zoning board to revisit those categories to see what the impacts are. I'm not sure I got that.
You did.
So if that's good, someone can second that. If not,
I would second it. I can
I'm not going to repeat it.
Do we have a second?
Yes,
Yep.
I'll second that.
All right. Let's vote on whether or not to approve the change of use from commercial structure to a residential single family. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That's everybody. So the motion passes.
thank you.
Julian, thank you for your help on
You're
that.
welcome.
Oh, no, you're welcome. David, thank you. That was very good.
Yep.
Okay,
All right.
what do you get left here? Code
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Have a
Yes,
good
thanks,
night.
Tom.
Thanks, Tom. Now we have Code Enforcement Officer Communications. If you have any, Alex.
Yeah, I don't really have any, but one of the things that we're going to work on eventually is cleaning up the application process a little bit for the ZBA, because, for example, we really should have a separate application for this change of use of a non-conforming structure in the shoreline zone, even though that's incredibly specific. It was so confusing for them to apply, not knowing, is it a variance? Because, he spent a lot of time putting together that application. All the time he could have put into that variance hardship criteria, he could have put into answering those specific questions. So, this change of use application for you guys could basically say you need to, in writing, answer all of these or explain, your reasoning for all of these. So that's kind of one of the projects that, I hope to put on the to-do list here pretty quick. And because you guys do have a few different applications, variance application, depending on if it's shoreland or not. And then you have the setback reduction, administrative appeal, and this change of use, and then conditional use. So there's a lot of different things. And I know Mary probably deals with it more than I do, but people, when they're applying, honestly have no clue really what they're looking at. So we can make it easier.
Joanne has questioned this ever since I've been on the board.
So Joanne, we're gonna fix it.
You've been all over there.
Thank you, Alex.
We do have an application for the March meeting, and the fellow applying called and asked if he could come in and have me help him with it, because he hadn't a clue.
Yeah.
And it was just, it was much more simple than he thought from looking at it. But yeah, there's a lot of things that need to be fixed.
Yeah, so that gets added to the list, but I think as far as code enforcement stuff goes, that's probably it. Like Mary said, we do have a variance coming in for next month, which should be an interesting one. And then, Joanne, is that your last meeting next month?
It is.
So I think we can have a party, a Zoom party for you on that. But no, that's all I have.
Thank you, Alex. Before we adjourn, I just wanted to say thank you to Eric Welch for the time he spent on the board and his contributions to it. And I'm sure the board agrees with me that we all hope his health gets better.
Yeah, thank you, Len.
You're welcome. So the Raymond Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of 2/23/2021 is now adjourned and closed. Thank you.
Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Kayla. I'm the Communications Director for the Town of Raymond, and today I'm sitting here with Gary, who manages the food pantry in Raymond. I'd like to talk with Gary today about the food pantry and how COVID-19 has affected his operations, but I'd also like to get to know Gary too first. Gary, how long have you been managing the food pantry?
Well, I've been involved with the pantry for about 5 years or so, but as manager about 4 years.
What started your involvement with the food pantry?
Well, I had a forced retirement, and I was involved with the Raymond Lions. Some of the Lions were supporting the pantry. They brought me in. There was concern over pantry operations and how things were operating and what it looked like going down the road. Reverend Elmer, who was the proprietor of the pantry, took me under his wing, entrustment, and I've been building on that throughout.
What are the hours of the food pantry?
The pantry itself, the operation is on the second and fourth Thursday of the month from 4 to 6 p.m.
Are there eligibility requirements for the recipients?
Yes, we follow TFAB requirements. The TFAB is a temporary emergency food program provided through Wayside and Good Shepherd. Also, we allow, some families will have a hardship in any given month, and they come to the pantry as well.
You mentioned that a bulk of your products come from the Good Shepherd Food Bank and Wayside, but you also rely on local businesses.
Yes, we do food rescue pickups once a week from both Hannaford and Shaw's out of North Windham. But we also have food drives that are done and donations dropped off from some of the local businesses. Good Shepherd's a big one. The Ready Care, one or two of the local daycare centers. PNF has done donations and food drives, and so has 302 Nutrition. One of the things I didn't want to forget is the Thomas Pond Christmas in July. That event brings in over 1,000 pounds of dry goods for that one event.
How has COVID-19 affected your food supply?
We don't receive as many donations from local groups because of the concern of transmitting. We have been getting quite a bit of distribution from Good Shepherd. They have the program that goes farmer to family programs, so we're getting more of that produce stuff. We've been having larger distributions from USDA, which comes from Wayside. They're trying to help the farmers and the producers, food producers. Their warehouses are filling up. Well, some of that product they're giving to us for storage, not necessarily the product that we're using every day, so some of those volumes increase. At the onset of COVID, our store donations, rescue items went to almost zero. We rely quite heavily on store donations, rescue items for both produce, bakery, breads, and protein. Also, a lot of the dry goods that we were getting from Good Shepherd and purchasing elsewhere were not available on the shelves.
COVID has changed how many of us have to operate. What are the major changes that you and your team have had to implement?
In a number of ways. Number one, I've gotten more volunteers because there's less people employed and whatnot, and people eligible, need to get out of the house, need something to do. That's been a great help. As far as the clients go, we used to have interaction with clients. Clients would come in the door, have selections of product, work their way through, we'd have conversations, and then send them on their way. Today, it's a drive up, drop, do a selection, here's a box. The only interaction is with the intake person or the person that's giving them their food.
You mentioned an intake person. What exactly does that entail?
The intake person records who the individual is, number of people in the family, whether they're senior or non-senior. And they also ask them, they have a checklist of food items or dry good items, select things that we can give them a choice to take. And they'll fill out, ask the questions, fill out the form, bring the form in to me, and then we start the process of putting their stuff together.
Can you talk about your volunteers?
Our volunteers are primarily driven through the local Lions group. I am a Lion. This is the food pantry supported as a project by the Lions, so we're heavily supported there, and it's a pool of volunteers for me to grab onto. During the COVID, we had as many as 17, 18 volunteers. We're back down to around 10 or 12, and that's diminishing as people go to work. The hours of operation or hours of need for volunteers is challenging for the workforce. Most of our operations are done early, I say early morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning, 8 to 10, and then from 9 to 12, and then 3 to 7 on pantry days. So it makes it difficult.
It sounds to me like you really rely heavily on the elder community for your volunteer base.
Yeah, 90 to 95% of our volunteers are age, let's say 65 or older.
What is expected of your volunteers to help promote healthy and safety for everybody involved?
We generally follow the general COVID guidelines. Anytime we're working within the pantry, all the doors, the appliances, and tables are wiped down first, generally by myself or somebody else that comes in prior to everybody else. A volunteer walks in the door, they have to wash their hands. Masks are required.
Gary, thank you for taking the time to speak with me today. It's been a pleasure.
You're welcome, Kayla. It was my pleasure.
If you'd like more information on the food pantry, please visit the Town of Raymond website.
Good evening. Welcome to the March 2nd Combined Budget Finance Committee and Select Board meeting to review budget requests. First order of business is approval of the minutes from the February 23rd meeting. I'll entertain a motion.
Move they be approved.
Second.
I have a first and a second. Are there any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? I don't see any. Motion carries. We will have presentations from provider agencies first. I ask that the participating agencies address the committees by introducing themselves and where they live, and then go ahead and with your budget presentation. I really don't know who's there, Sue, so you can pick someone to come up first.
Well, nor do I. I think Alex Aponte has a better idea of who he sent his email to.
I can help with that. Abel Bates is with the Hawthorne House.
Okay. We'll go ahead and start with Abel.
Okay, can you hear me all right? I'm not real familiar with this, so.
You're doing great.
All right, well, if I look, and I've got two monitors here, and only one of them has the camera on it, and that's the small one, so I can't see unless I look at the other monitor. So anyway, Abel Bates, 55 Stark Cove Road in Raymond. I'm here on behalf of the Hawthorne Association. We have been getting $1,000 a year for the last few years, and that has been extremely helpful with my day-to-day operations and keeping our head above water. This year, we have asked for a 1-year additional $1,000. And the reason for that is that maybe some of you recall that a couple of years ago, we had an engineering study done for about $3,500 to address and give us information about repairing the floor structure and the foundation and one of the sides of the buildings. And we had planned in 2019 to begin a big fundraising year, 2020. All of our events that we had planned for 2020 got canceled, but we have still been pretty active as far as raising funds. We've had 2 large mailings. We have a PR fellow who's Dave Carew, lives in Bangor. He's been very helpful. He's got us on the news on Channel 8, 6, and 13, and on the Bangor stations. He's also run some articles in the local and some of the independent newspapers. And so far this year, just doing that, we've managed to raise a little over $38,000, which we feel is terrific considering what's happened this year with COVID. However, we're still about $35,000, $37,000 short of what we need. And so any additional funding we can get from the town, I know it's a tough year, we would really appreciate it. And as I said in my letter to the committee, that we planned on this additional $1,000 just for 1 year, just for this particular fundraising to address the problems of the Hawthorne Association. And if you got any questions about what we've been doing and what has to be done, I'd be glad to try to answer them. So,
Thank you, Abel. Are there any questions?
great.
I don't see everyone, so I can't tell if there's any questions. All right, well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Good luck
Thank
with
you.
your fundraiser.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll have some events this summer, and I'd like to see all your people, all your faces there with your wallets. So, all right, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Peggy and Neil Jensen, I believe, from Raymond Waterways, Bob.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Peggy Jensen, and I live at 315 Meadow Road. I'm here tonight as the president of Raymond Waterways Protective Association. I did deliver our budget request letter to Don Willard at the end of December and introduced myself to Alex Aponte at Don's urging. So thank you for letting me put my head in, Alex. Our letter pretty well outlines the fantastic success we've had in controlling the variable milfoil that's invasive in Sebago Lake and a couple of tributaries. We have pretty much cleaned it out of the Sebago shores and have cleaned out the mouth of Dingley Brook that comes from Thomas Pond into Sebago Lake. And we are almost cleaned out Jordan River. We have a couple of big challenges there to work on this year, but we are really, really thrilled with the progress that we've made and grateful for your ongoing support. We also do the courtesy boat inspections at all the boat launches to prevent more invasive plants from coming into our waters. So those are the 2 big money-eating programs that we run, and we really rely on the town's support for that. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Peggy. Are there any questions? Marshall?
What's the dollar amount of your request this year, please?
I think we've requested 15,000, which is a slight drop from our request last year.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions.
There are no raised hands.
Thank you, Peggy.
So we have Robin Mullins from the Sebago Lake Chamber of Commerce.
Good evening. Sue, are you pulling up the presentation? All right, so yes, I am Robin Mullins. I'm the Executive Director of the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce, and I actually live in Wyndham. And I'm here tonight to request $350 from you folks. And we have 8 towns that we support, and we find that those towns that invest in our chamber are usually the towns that get the most out of what it is that we do. And right now we have all 8 towns that are invested, which is great. If you want to go to the next slide, Sue. So we're asking for $350, and I want to let you know how that's broken down. The first is a $250 investment in our chamber. And for that, we'd like to think that you're getting a lot more for your money than what it is that we're requesting from you. And you get a town listing on our website. We also do a visitor's guide, which we call a regional guide. And there's specific information on Raymond restaurants, hiking accommodations, beaches, things like that, that can be found on our website and on our regional guide. We also, for any of our towns that are part of our chamber, we also give access for parks and recreation. I had a fantastic conversation with Joe Crawford the other day about how the chamber can partner with the Parks and Recreation Department and do some things in partnership. I do a lot currently with Wyndham Parks and Rec, and I'd really like to be able to do the same thing with Joe. So that was a great conversation, and I appreciate his time. You also, as a member, get discounted access to events. We do morning momentum sessions that are free for our folks. We had one last week, which was managing finances during a crisis, which was done by KeyBank. We also have one coming up on the impact of social media, and we've also done some on stress management. So those are available for any one of our member businesses as well as our towns. We also like to partner with our towns, and this year I was super excited. The town of Wyndham came to me and said, we'd really like for you to partner. The governor is giving money to educate and to provide personal protective equipment to folks, and we'd like for you to partner with us. And I said, I absolutely would like to partner, but I want to include all 8 towns that we do business in. And when I called up Don, he said, we're going to be doing our own grant, but we'd love to participate. So I had the opportunity to work with Don and with Kathy Goslin, and it was a great partnership. We were able to provide stuff to the town for the voting process, signs, hand sanitizer stations, and we also gave lots of stuff to businesses in Raymond as well, free of charge. And it didn't matter if they were a chamber member or not. We were there to support them as much as we possibly could. And we just had our Polar Dip. The Polar Dip used to be run by the Maine Children's Cancer Program, and the chamber has taken that over. We give money to 11 food pantries in the region on an annual basis. And so we've decided to have the Polar Dip be how we raise the bulk of our money for that. And so I want to thank personally Nate, who had some folks come and help us get ready for that. And I'm happy to say that we raised $5,500 for Feed the Need, and we will be giving checks out to those 11 food pantries. We're going to have about $10,000 total with all of the stuff that we've earned this year. So we will be splitting that between those 11 food pantries, and that obviously includes Raymond. So the other $100 that I'm asking for is for a Maine Invites You ad. Maine Invites You is part of the Maine Tourism Association. It's their biggest magazine that they have that promotes tourism in Maine. There's about 300,000 copies of that get distributed. And what you have on the right-hand side of the screen is the ad that I placed. We actually got a $5,000 full-page ad on page 143 of Maine Invites You, if you get a chance to take a look at that. And there were a lot of local businesses that did ads, and then I did one in the middle, kind of touting our entire region, listing all 8 towns that we support. And so that's the first that first page. So if you want to go to the next page too, that would be great. So the picture on the right-hand side is the president of the chamber. His name is Zach Conley. He does live in Raymond, and he was challenged to jump in the Polar Dip a couple of weekends ago, and his first reaction was no. But then we said, if we raised $1,000, will you do it? And so we raised $1,100. So here he is being a brave soul, jumping into a 34-degree Sebago Lake. During the year of COVID, when a lot of chambers closed their doors or furloughed or canceled all of their events, we tried to keep going as much as possible. We served 25 Raymond businesses. Again, we had an additional 20 that we helped during Keep Sebago Lakes Region Healthy. We did whatever we could to keep our membership. It was a difficult year for a lot of members, and if they said we can't pay, then we gave them free membership. Some of them said, hey, you know what, I'll give you $100. I said, we'll take whatever we can get, because last year was a year when people really needed the chamber. I did weekly newsletters letting people know about loans that were available, letting them know. I actually work with a group of other executive directors from chambers, and we had the opportunity to meet with Susan Collins, Angus King, and Jared Maxwell several times to talk about the different PPP loans and things that were coming. And we actually just met with Susan Collins' team recently, because one of the concerns that we have is that new businesses aren't eligible for the PPP program. And that has been a stickler for quite a few businesses in the region. So I've been heavily involved in that and making sure that we're supporting our businesses as much as possible. And again, supporting businesses, whether they're chamber members or not. We were part of the work share program. What that meant was we worked with the unemployment department, and rather than lay anyone off, we reduced the amount of hours that we worked so that we were able to save our chamber $6,500, thereby making sure that we met all budgets, and that was great. We also had our golf open. We usually have that in June. We pushed it off to August. We had our Sebago Spirits event, which we worked very closely with the state and made sure that we followed all COVID and CDC protocols. Again, weekly updates. And one thing that I was super excited about was Camden Library approached me. They did a staycation presentation. And Sue, if you want to go to the final screen. Oh, sorry. So this is the page that I showed. And what I did was I started in Sebago over here on the left-hand side. And I talked about all the fun things there are to do in Sebago. That I went to Standish, Wyndham, and then Raymond, as you can see, is highlighted here. And then, I'm sorry, one more page still. And then I actually did a presentation and I talked about in Raymond, you guys have Fry Island. I talked about the beaches. Specifically, I talked about Tasseltop. The picture with the shovel is from Tasseltop. Talked about all of the wonderful places like Good Life Market, the Beacon Pizza, Fisherman's Catch. We talked about hotels, motels, camping, and things like that as a way to tout the Sebago Lakes region area. And again, I did it by town. And so I just want you to know that the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber is here to support you in any way we can. We do ask for hopefully a nominal amount of money so that we can continue to do the things that we do. But know that we are here, and if anyone has any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you, Robin.
There are no raised hands. Oh, there is now.
Go ahead, Marshall.
Sorry, do we pay dues to the chamber?
Yes, that's what this is. Yes.
Thank you.
Rolf, yeah, you have a question? Oh, you're on mute.
I'm assuming it's just a typo, but on page 2, we're not really paying for Naples dues. We're paying for our dues, correct?
Oh, yes, you are. Yeah, that was a typo.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you don't have to pay for them. They pay for their own.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Robin.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time tonight.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I just want to make a comment to the board and the finance committee subcommittee is that the appropriations for that, you won't find a exact line for that initial request. You'll find that in the public services provider agency total of the 2,000 that was initially requested. I just want to let you know where that would come from.
Mhm. Thank you.
And I would like to echo what Robin said about the partnership that we had for the grant that we had in common with all the communities around Sebago Lake. That was a great benefit to our town. And I think we were right there with at the top pretty much in terms of participation. We pretty much attended every meeting and got to know the chamber folks in I think in a good way. And so if you look at the value proposition on the chamber membership, at least in this particular year, it was significantly more than the ask. But I was not sure whether Robin was coming, so I kind of put this into the contingency account that the selectmen had given me to utilize to help, various nonprofit provider agencies that, have benefit to the town. So it could be broken out and put in as an individual provider agency if you'd like to do that. But I was a little unsure because I funded it in the prior year from that amount that the Board of Selectmen granted me. But I would tell you, money well spent.
Thank you, Don.
Yes, thank you, Don. And I enjoyed working with you and Kathy a lot. And I, again, appreciate everyone's time.
Don't forget Kayla, she might be watching.
Well, I just thought of that when you said that. I'm like, I can't forget Kayla because I think she may have actually been on more calls than Kathy was. So yeah, so I'm sorry, Kayla.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Marshall.
Yes, sorry, Bob. The Raymond Waterways, that falls outside the $2,000 limit, I'm assuming. It has fallen out in the past. That's a standalone item.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have any other provider
Yes.
agencies?
I see an RTP, Deb Fritzen.
Hi, that's me. I'm representing RTP. RTP operates the Lakes Region Explorer, which is the big, beautiful white bus that runs up and down the 302 corridor. This year, we were shut down for the months of April and May. You'll see that in the packet of information that I've given you. But we've been providing service consistently to the Lakes Region towns. This year we do have 2 brand new buses that are out on the road. So you'll see them, they're bigger. They're 24 passenger buses. They have accommodations for 2 wheelchairs. They're Wi-Fi equipped. They have bike racks on the front. And despite COVID this year, we did start our service on Saturdays in the summertime. And it's hard to say if it was popular or not, given that it was in a COVID environment, but we're committed to continuing that service moving forward. Some of the COVID safety measures that we've taken are disinfecting the buses regularly during the day, at the end of the day and during the day too. The drivers wipe down the high touch areas during the day. We hand out masks to riders and face shields to riders if they don't have their own masks. We provide social distancing on the bus, which has been a little bit tricky with the 24 passenger bus, depending upon how many riders we get from the same household. We've been running at about 40% capacity in the bus, and at times we've had to run a chaser bus behind the big Lakes Region Explorer bus so that it would take overflow passengers, sit a safe distance apart from each other. So we literally from time to time have been running 2 buses on the same route at the same time. After we reopened the bus line in June, of the there's no light way to say it. Cash is quite germy, and people were not handling cash. The drivers had to handle a lot of cash, so we didn't collect cash fares for a long time. And in that time, we renovated our website so that riders can actually purchase Lakes Region tickets and monthly passes on our website. So it's a much more cleaner environment, put it that way. So what else do? We updated the website. So we are asking all 5 of the Lakes Region towns on 302 between Wyndham and Bridgeton. We're asking each town for $8,500 of support. That's the same amount that we've asked in the past. I know not every town can offer that full support. And I just want to thank you for any amount that you can give to us. We're very grateful. We take the money from each of the 5 towns that we ask money from, and we leverage that to get federal dollars to meet the deficit in our budget. The Lakes Region Explorer costs, outside of our COVID world, our budget runs between $150,000 and $160,000 a year. And we ask for $8,500 of support from 5 different towns. So you can see, if you do the math, that's a very small percentage of our annual budget. And like I said, not every town can give $8,500, but we're grateful for anything that you can give. In the past year, when we have become aware of our regular Lakes Region riders that were uncomfortable on the bus, what we did is we shifted some of the riders over to our paratransit service, which is a door-to-door service, so that people would get to where they needed to go and feel comfortable getting there in a safe way. And we plan to continue to do that for all of the residents along the Lakes Region route. In addition to that, we have annually provided free ride tickets and monthly passes at the food pantry. And if there's a demand for that, we're happy to continue to offer that service to Raymond residents as well. Are there any questions that you might have?
Thank you, Deb.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yes.
There are no hands raised.
Well, Deb, I guess you did a good job.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation.
So we have Paul Cullinan from the Raymond Village Library here, and we have the Walkers. I think they're affiliated as well.
All right.
Hello, good evening. I'm Paul Cullinan. I'm the co-treasurer of the Raymond Village Library. I live on Spiller Hill Road. First thing I'd like to do is thank the Budget Committee and the Select Board for their support in the past few years. We've needed it, and we thoroughly appreciate it. This year, we're coming forward with a budget that asks again for $66,000, the same amount we received last year. I have to say that this year has been a challenge from all aspects of the library for us to continue providing services, to come up with new ways to deliver those services. But I have to say, I think we've done very well. We couldn't have done it without the town's support. For the coming year, we are looking to continue that outreach into the community, which we would like to extend. In the past year, we did some story walks in the Raymond Village Shopping Center and in the community garden that has been proven very successful. And we will be continuing those sorts of activities in the upcoming year. As well, we are discussing with Joe Crocker and Don the possibility of putting in kiosks that at certain places around the town that would have a take one, leave one type of lending library that would be basically stocked with either withdrawals from our community, I mean, from our circulation, or from donations we get for our book sale. Trying to have a selection of children's books and activities, as well as adult titles. Proper adult titles. We were considering, and we hope we might be able to place one at Tasseltop Beach, perhaps at the Fry Island Landing, and maybe tap into some people the summer residents out there who might think of us upon time for continued support. And there are several other things that we have that we are looking, that we'll have to spend money on in the upcoming year. We're talking about replacing several windows in the library that are still single pane windows that would help us be more energy efficient. We're talking about potentially installing a standby generator that would allow for continued access in periods when there's a power outage, et cetera, and perhaps even be a warming space for the town if necessary. We have been continuing to discuss internally the possibility of a building expansion with a general purpose, multi-purpose room added. But in the process of doing that, we also have uncovered some potential structural problems that we'll need to address with regard to the existing library. The addition at the back of the library is on a slab that has settled somewhat, and we're starting to try to figure out what the structural issues actually are there and what we would have to do to correct them. So that is pretty much where we are with regard to this. We're asking for the same amount we received from the town last year. We have done very well in our fundraising, so we hope that we'll be able to do some of these additional projects without asking for more resources from the town. We've also put in the budget some money to hire or retain the services of a grant writer to help us try to access more grants from various sources for library and general purpose organizations, foundations, etc.
Thank you, Paul. Does anyone have any questions for Paul?
Joe does.
Paul, has the library been open?
Yes. Yes. We're closed for 6 weeks or so completely, and then we got into having people curbside service for people and delivery if they wanted it. We offered that, and then when the guidelines loosened up a bit, we started to let people come into the library. That was limited to 5 patrons at a time, maximum initially. It's now up to 12 patrons at a time. But no, and I'd say our circulation is virtually back where it was before the pandemic, before this time last year when we shut down.
Great, thank you.
Rolf has a hand up, Bob.
Rolf?
Just wondering, you got some PPP money and also some grants.
We did, and that again is a boost to our money. As I say, our fundraising held up extremely well this year, and in fact exceeded our expectations. In addition, we've gotten the forgiveness of the PPP loan, which was $14,000 something.
Right. If it hadn't been for the grant and the PPP, you have an idea where you would have been budget wise, because obviously that helped out quite a bit there. So
that's true. If you took out the PPE and the fact that that our fundraising captured, well, we went over 50,000 in what we collected from our annual appeal, and our goal at the time was, or our originally budgeted number was 35,000. So, but those are the two things that basically came on. All of our other fundraisers marginally have done better. So I think we would have finished the year without those two other things. I think we would finish this year right about breaking even.
Thank you.
Teresa has a question.
Paul, I know that they're doing another round of the PPP, and I forgot to ask this Sunday night. Can you do that?
No,
Another round?
no, we can't, because we can't demonstrate a revenue loss.
Okay. I just know that they're offering it again, but I didn't know. Yeah.
And Marshall had his hand up as well.
Go ahead, Marshall.
My turn. Paul,
Yes.
your 2020 tax return shows a deficit of 7,000, and yet your savings increased by 16,000. I'm not sure the accounting method used to handle those numbers.
Well, the at the time, we would have shown, no, that's 19. Let me think. The taxes we were showing are for 2019, right? That's the filing.
No, let me give you the numbers. This is June 30, 2020, line 22. Or I'm sorry, line 18 shows a deficit of 7,000. And yet your line 22 shows an increase of 16,000. I'm not sure what accounting theory that is there.
Well, first, part of it is that we need to record depreciation, which doesn't actually have a cash flow to it, but it is an expense in that it recognizes the loss of capital value. So that's a part of that, why that doesn't show up quite in the cash situation. Let's see, this is 19 June. We would also have the PPP loan in there as part of the cash flow that generates that, even though we couldn't show it as income. Because the income from the forgiveness of the loan doesn't show up until this fiscal year.
Well, it shouldn't, right?
But we got the cash, we got the proceeds from the loan back in April of last year. So that's that boosted the cash flow to show up in this bottom line, and why the numbers don't quite match up the way they should. I mean, the way the assets show up greater than what you'd expect from the income statement.
This is the first time you've shown a deficit in years. Thank you.
I see no other raised hands, Paul.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you.
Are there any other provider agencies?
No, it doesn't look like it.
All right, thank you. We're gonna move right on to cemeteries.
Yeah, I believe that's on page 102 of your.
Our pages don't have numbers.
But I don't think you have numbers. If you're looking at it electronically, you could find it.
Oh, okay.
We're going to rectify that in a subsequent year.
Yeah, I counted that to my learning curve. I do apologize for that.
Right.
Most of the charges stay the same. The software stays the same. I'm still requesting $35 to $100 to restore all stones, the ones that are broken, leaning, fallen down, and eventually clean them. Right now, they're working in the, or right now, not right now, as in as cold as it is today, but this year, this fiscal year, and next fiscal year, they'll be working on fixing the broken and leaning stones in the village cemetery. And as soon as they finish that, I'm going to have them start on North Raymond Road, because that has quite a few stones and things that are broken. But as far as I know, I think Nathan said it was a 3% increase in mowing. Yes. And this is the first year of a new contract, I believe.
Yeah, I think the contract went up 3%. I'm sorry, I was not ready for that. Yeah, so it's 3% up for the first year in mowing.
And Joe has a question, Bob.
Yeah, Joe.
So you mentioned that you're requesting 3,500, but it says 4,300 for repairs and maintenance.
Okay. That piece of paper says 35. Did I mistype it somewhere?
Well, I'm looking at Department 40-1200, Public Services Cemeteries.
I believe Alex lumped together several items in my request.
Yes. Yeah, so in historically, Sue has presented a separate document where it breaks down all the numbers based on, from my understanding, the board's and the finance committee's preference. In terms of how it's listed in the accounting software, you will see that in 40-1200, account number 4010, which is the 4300, as Joe just mentioned.
Is it 4345, Joe?
It's 4,300.
4,300.
Yeah, there's
So
software for 845.
Okay. Yeah.
And then there's
And it's
4,300 for
300
repairs and maintenance.
And part of the repairs and maintenance is $400 for the American Legion Veterans flags, $100 for supplies, and $300 that Dick charges us occasionally for going out and doing work in the cemeteries.
Okay, so it's 3,500 plus another 800
Yes.
on top of that. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Sue? Thank you, Sue. We'll move on to Parks and Recreation. Tasseltop.
Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Crocker. I'm the Parks and Recreation Director. The first line I'd like to go over is the salary. We'll be asking for an increase of 20,000. What this position will be is a Parks foreman position that will be split between Public Works and Parks. On the park side of things, we'll be focusing on Sherry Gagnon Memorial Park, Crescent, some of the other parks around the town. Specifically the baseball, softball field. This will allow some grooming, chalk in the field, and some other special projects that I think we need to address in that area. This would also could lead to some revenue streams there as we get the baseball and softball fields. We could have softball rentals and other type of programs using that. Also, this position would be in charge of the playground structures as far as being a certified playground safety instructor. It's a national accreditation through the National Recreation Parks Association. So they'll do routine checks and any maintenance on these structures and new structures that we're putting in. The contract fee, which is line 3005, that should be actually 17,000.
Yeah, and I could talk to that. That
go
was
ahead, Alex.
yeah, definitely. So when so you'll notice that on contracts, the prior budget for this current fiscal year was 13,500. So there was actually a request to increase that to 17,000. So this was one of the things that was caught and rectified. And I'll speak to the bottom in total increase to the budget as we get to the bottom number with you all. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Alex. So with the contract increase is actually we're just moving a what's in there is a porta potty contract that we for all the parks. And then we're moving a mosquito and tick spray for Sherry Guyton Park out of Public Works and into the Parks and Rec budget, where I will be in charge of that. I'm also asking for two new additional lines, one being advertising or marketing, the other one being park and maintenance and projects. The advertisement line would be for brochures. If we can get volunteers, gifts, kind of labeled Raymond Parks and Rec, stuff like that. The park and maintenance project line would be kind of for equipment and other resources that we need to take care of the park systems. We also worked with the soccer director, Raymond Rec Association, to help line fields this fall. And one of the things that I think we need to address was they just didn't have the equipment. So to properly line the fields and have them, they were using spray cans and push type of liner. And I'd like to go to a paint type of liner so it would stay longer. So that's what that line would be for. Do you want to move on to Tassel Top?
Sure.
Okay. Tassel Top it runs a little bit differently as an enterprise account, but I did put the expenses and kind of lined up with what we did this year. We definitely had to increase our spending on these items because of the infrastructure. So I adjusted those accordingly to what we did last year in expenses. And then this year, it's kind of different in this revenue goes through the fiscal year, but tallying the season revenues, we did increase at Tassel Top 26% from the last season. So that was really a big success, and I'd like to thank the staff for really being motivated and in a different type of climate this year, the pandemic. So that's what I have.
Thank you, Joe. Are there any questions?
Teresa,
Joe.
Joe, Nathan.
Want to go first, Tracy? You want me to go?
Go ahead.
I just want to speak to the part-time position because that person is going to be coming on to Public Works in the wintertime. We're picking up a little bit of plowing on Gore Road and Brown Road, and I'm trying to juggle a little bit on the plow routes. Most of the support on this should be for the summertime. We're falling behind on Mill Street Playground. 10 years ago, we started falling behind. We don't have the time or the expertise to maintain that the way it needs to be maintained. Same with Raymond Beach and Crescent Beach. We go in the spring, do a quick cleanup, and that's it. I think this has been a long time coming. We just haven't had the place for that full-time position in the Public Works until now. And sharing it with Parks and Rec is going to help us and help them, I think.
Yeah, I would like to double up on that. This model has been done in other municipal parks and rec agencies. They'll spend their time in the parks side of things during spring, summer, fall, and then move into winter where obviously the workload changes because of our seasons. So that's what this is modeled after.
Joe?
Thank you. So just so I'm reading this correctly, because they're in two separate areas, but you're asking for a $15,000 increase in salaries at Tassel Top and $20,000 in rec. Is that correct?
Um, y- y- so the tassel top increase is not funded through taxpayers. It's an enterprise account. We can balance those off of the revenues coming into the park. So it's kind of seen as an increase, but it's actually just kind of adjusted to what we spend on salaries.
And Joe, I can speak to that.
Good.
So Tassel Top right now, we have an initial budget for revenues for Tassel Top at 79,500, and expenses for Tassel Top at 76,393. Essentially, about a $3,000 net gain for that proprietary account, which, like Joe has just mentioned, that it's separate from the tax dollars because it basically funds itself. And you are correct as far as the salaries for the Parks and Rec. It would be the portion for Parks and Rec would be roughly 20,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think the answer to the general question, though, is a yes.
Yeah, in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Yes.
But it's a, it is a difference in funding source, but it's a yes.
Yes.
Teresa has her hand up.
Yeah, Teresa.
Okay, so the 20,000, is that just out of Parks and Rec, or is there going to be money coming out of Public Works for that other part of the salary?
Half of the salary will be coming out of the Public Works budget. 26 weeks, in theory, 26 weeks out of the year he'll be working, or they will be working for Public Works.
And how much is that Public Works salary?
It'll be the same, whatever we end up paying the person. I put in $22,880. I think that's around $21 an hour, somewhere in that range.
Okay, because I'm thinking 20,000 for what they're going to be doing. I thought that was total. All right. The other question is, I have a couple. How are we doing on rentals for this year for Tassel Top? Are we full already on that, Joe?
Yes, I just I've opened up the rental season a little bit longer than what was previously done. So we have, I believe, 15. I just had that up. I believe we have 15 weeks rented this year. And I have gotten 2 requests outside that I'm just waiting to confirm. So we'll be roughly in revenues coming in probably around 20,000. So that should increase this year as well.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask the first question because the second one might be longer. I always ask every year 35,000 in I think it's under capital improvement, the CIP account for playground improvements of 35,000. Is that something that should stay in there that you guys can continue to use?
Yes. And Nathan might be able to speak more of it because it was kind of before my time here.
We've got we still got some more equipment to change out down to Mill Street and some upgrades to Mill Street. So yes, I would encourage that we keep that 35 grand in there for playground improvements.
Okay, so talking about Mill Street. Anybody that's ever done Mill Street down there has always, between baseball or whatever else, has always known that you are very limited on when you can get on those fields. We have constantly, it's a constant swamp back there. So my question would be to Joe, and you don't have to answer tonight, just put this in your brain, is I think something else needs to be done besides that back field with the baseball. I mean, it's just, we put a lot of time in, we put a lot of frustration in, you put dirt in, you put, dryer, whatever it is in there for these people to play back there, and boom, it's a very limited thing. But now what we're also finding, and that's one of the reasons why we did not put up the big playground unit for anybody that's watching these meetings, because we have a small unit down there, but we didn't put the other big unit up there down there, is because it was sink. It's not safe to put a playground unit. So that's why we're looking to put it up at Tassel Top, where it's a lot nicer ground. So something needs to be done with with Mill Street that can be usable, that we don't have to go through this every year. And this is definitely a thorn in everybody's side that's ever been on baseball, that's ever done public works down there, that's done anything down there. So
I can speak for that. Yes, I've been talking with the president of Little League since last February is one of the first outreaches I did. And he talked about Mill Street, and I got to go down during springtime, and he was not over exaggerating on these
no,
issues. It's definitely probably from a parks maintenance situation. I don't know how you can remedy that. It's just flat. It pools up. There's clay underneath. So yes, I do have a plan that I can put on paper and kind of put an assessment in. And that's definitely in the works.
okay, cool, because it is definitely a nightmare back there.
Yeah.
And people go down there and hang out and everything else, but I think we need to turn it into something good or something else. So thank you.
Yeah, and it's the season, really. That spring season is just, if we get a long winter, really wet spring, it's just a combination. I do think you could get away with a field during the summer, springtime soccer type of thing because you have, fall, because you have time for it to dry out long term and get some sun out there and dry it out. So,
Cool.
yeah,
Thanks.
no problem. Thank you.
We've actually had that looked at least a couple of times by the town engineer, and it's very difficult to engineer your way out of a hole.
Yep.
And so it's certainly something we could look at again, but it's a difficult site.
I think something's got to be. The baseball fields are the biggest problem down there. We just can't get on. We can't get on the fields until halfway through the season. Usually when it dries up, the lawn equipment getting stuck out in the backfield trying to mow it.
Yeah.
Joe's got his hand up.
Yeah, Joe.
Thanks. Every time someone says Joe, I don't know whether to answer.
I'm looking at the other Joe.
I'm looking at Tasseltop, and we got cabin repairs for $5,000 requested. Are we going to do that before the season starts so people have a nice cabin to go into, or is this like after they ruin it, we go in and repair it?
No, it's not a post what we didn't we got kind of a late start, and with all the operational changes we had to make going into last season with the pandemic, we didn't get to address the cabins. We kind of addressed every other structure there. So no, we're going to try to get some these projects that we had lined up in place. We did remodel the bathroom, made it a little bit bigger, and put some nicer finishings in there. So no, this will be springtime before the cabin rentals.
So, but you're budgeting this for next year. So you're hoping you have some money already in your budget to do that ahead of time.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Any other questions for Joe?
I see no other hands.
Thank you very much, Joe.
Thank you.
Let's move on to administration.
Okay, thank you very much. Don Willard, Spiller Hill Road. And this is the introduction, so it's a little bit out of sequence, but so I'll keep it kind of quick. The draft budget for FY 21-22 has met, I believe, the Board of Selectmen budget goals that were outlined in their meeting last year. And we have it at a 2.46% increase without any undesignated fund balance in at this point. So all calculations throughout the budget, reflect no fund balance. We've had another great and strong year with respect to property tax growth, valuation growth. We're looking at about $7.5 million. And we always try to estimate that on the conservative side. I should tell you, this has been an unprecedented year, as you all know. It's been very difficult for the staff. So I want to thank the staff members. I want to thank the elected officials of the town. We've all worked together and to try to provide services uninterrupted, and we achieved that, and so far safely, which is a very good thing. And most importantly, I want to thank the citizens. We haven't had any real instances of any kind of problems or difficulties And so it's been, a good and cooperative relationship between, the appointed elected officials, citizens, in trying to provide services in what are unprecedented times for us, at least. And so I want to thank everybody for that. We're going to continue to try to adjust our protocols moving forward, stay safe, and try to avoid any sort of outbreak in our municipal facilities. We do have, as you probably know, COVID, throughout the town, and it's serious business. And so we're trying to do what we can to be compliant with best health and safety practices. So we have 3 new department heads, and so you're seeing Joe Crocker. So that's the duplicate of Joe. So Joe's not our only Joe anymore. And we have another problem here in the town office. We got 2 Alexes, so we call them Old Alex and New Alex, although they're both considerably younger than many of us. So it's a little confusing, but so we have a new finance director, a new code officer, and a new recreation director, and a new recreation department. Not the greatest timing in the world for Joe Crocker to be coming in less than a month before the outbreak of a pandemic. I'd like to say, though, that he's a creative and I think resourceful young man, and he's done a good job to try to come up with programming and resources, and he's made a number of improvements that have been, I think, very meaningful for the town. And I think the most, to me, interesting thing and biggest achievement was coming in with a great season at Tasseltop in a pandemic year. Now, some of that was the idea that people were going to the park, but we also had to social distance the park and reduce its capacity, and we didn't have the length of season that we had previously. So I think a lot of that is due to the management and operations and the budgeting and so forth that he did. And so I give him credit for that. I'm equally enthusiastic about our new code officer, Alex Soroyce, who comes to us from Casco. He's got a number of new and good ideas, which he's going to talk about. And then we have Alex Aponte, who comes to us from the Androscoggin Valley Council of Governments about a month or so before he had to start his budget. So I've been working with him closely, and I think he is going to turn out to be, and has turned out already to be, a great addition to our staff. So that's the new staff members. And so, as I said, this was supposed to be the introduction, but I'll give you the kind of the real quick highlights of the administration budget. So we've got first in salaries, a 2195 decrease, which is due in part to a reduction in salaries and with the change in personnel, most notably from our former finance director to our new finance director. And we have rescue billing is an increase of $800 to reflect our increased collections, and the cost of the service, the contract service, goes with that increase. Registry of Deeds, we have an increase of $1,000 to reflect greater activity, i.e. discharges, transfers, et cetera. It's a busy time in real estate. Travel and training in administration is a reduction of $4,000. This reflects our actual use. This is a pandemic. We aren't traveling like we would normally be. And so that's a savings we can take. Dues and publications, an increase of $400, and that's primarily an increase in the Maine Municipal Association dues. Advertising is a decrease of $100. In talking to Alex today, we possibly could decrease that some more. I guess we've never, I think the number was 4,000, Alex, so we've never gone above. So we could play with that a little bit, but that's pretty minor money. Supplies is an increase of $400 to cover the cost of consumables. We're doing a lot more in-house. We have more printers, more of everything when it comes to technology these days. Elections is a reduction of $624, and I've learned from prior years not to speak on Sue's election. So I let Sue, she can do it now, or she can do it at the end. Which do you like, Sue?
May as well do it now. That's primarily because this is what's considered an off year for elections. The only state elections would be referendum. On the whole, they are less expensive. But after last year with the presidential and the number of absentees that were sent out, I did increase the number of absentees for each election because I think people are getting the hang of it more or less and like voting that way. So, But I think that even though, this past year was a historic election because of the president, it also, because of COVID, has changed a lot of how people are thinking about how they vote. So we may see different costs in the future, but it made it a little challenging to put that together this year.
Okay. The next area is postage, which is a reduction of $1,000, and that reflects, the continuing decrease in the use of the U.S. Postal Service. Records restoration, which is another Sue line. It's a new line at $3,000.
And that is where there's a company named CoFile in Essex, Vermont, that will take and has taken now 3 of our books. And by books, I'm referring to our vital records, the permanent records that are down cellar in the vault, that are births, deaths, and marriages. They've already done the one that started in the late 1800s and went through the beginning of the 1900s, and they have just finished 2 of the books from the end of that until 68, I believe, for births and for marriages. So these are all records that we have to keep permanently. They were fading significantly. They were in bindings that were acidic. And the company wraps the pages in Mylar after putting the paper through a deacidification process. But they also scan them all, and I will end up getting all of the records electronically, so I'll be able to post them online, the ones that are for public viewing, the oldest ones. And we'll have a record electronically as well. So it's a benefit that way for all posterity, and will make Kevin happy too.
Thank you, Sue. So we have the telephone at an increase of $1,500, and that's to reflect the addition of 2 new cell phones for Joe Crocker, Rec Director, and also for Kayla Gonzalez, who does our communications director. And then we picked up 4 flip phones, thinking that in the beginning of the pandemic, before they were no longer available, thinking we may use them for remote services. We ended up not going remotely, so we had that expense, and that will drop off, and eventually when the contract runs. And we do have the phones in the meantime, not knowing exactly what's going to happen. And I guess we have used them a small amount, but that was something that we did. We did a number of things to try to be ready, and we're going to seek, obviously, and have been seeking, and I can talk about that later, FEMA reimbursement. So that may come back to us. So the administration overall reduction is $819. And then I can roll into general government if you'd like. And so the compensation training, that's the merit pool. We did an update with KMA of Falmouth. And so that's a private sector firm that does this sort of wage analysis work. Don Tyler, you may recall, had done the original study back in 2016. So this is the first update. It's not saying that, and the difference there is $38,027 from last year's appropriation. Not saying we're going to utilize that amount of money, but subject to merit reviews, subject to appropriate adjustments, some of that money, may be used, will be used. And so this is the first update of that study. Travel and training. Once again, this is the general account for travel and training, is a $4,000 reduction. And so overall, we're looking at for general government compensation training, an overall increase of $34,027.
Any questions?
I see no raised hands.
All right, let's go on to the assessors then. Assessing.
Yep, good evening, everybody. My name's Kurt LaBelle. I'm the contract assessor for the town of Raymond. There's the assessor's budget is typically stable every year. This year, there's a couple of changes, one that's fairly minor and another one that's quite significant. The minor change to the assessor's budget relates to some increased software maintenance and web hosting costs from our appraisal system vendor. That's a software line. And the biggest change is the addition of a revaluation fund line into the assessor's budget. And what happened a couple of years ago, I had requested that the town begin to appropriate some funds annually for a revaluation project fund for future incoming reval. We've been seeing quite a bit of appreciation in the marketplace, and we're going to probably need to look at initiating a reval here in the very near future. Became aware in late fall in discussions with the outgoing finance administrator that the town had been appropriating $100,000 for the last 2 years, but it had been doing so through its TIF fund. And the problem with that is revaluation is not an allowable expense out of the TIF fund. That needs to be used for economic development purposes only. So for this year's budget, we're taking the $100,000 allotment out of the TIF fund and into the general fund. I believe that there are some general fund expenditures that do qualify as TIF expenditures that will be rerouted so that we don't upset the overall continuity of the budget. But we will have a couple $100,000 of TIF reserve money kind of lingering out there for a future TIF project that I think over the next year or so, we'll be probably continuing to look for general fund expenditures that qualify under the TIF that we can swap some of those funds around and hopefully catch back up on our revaluation project fund. I know that was pretty quick. Anybody have any questions about that or TIF funding or in general?
I have a question. What's the estimated cost on a reval? I mean, how many years that we're gonna have to save?
I would estimate it's going to be in the vicinity of $300,000 to $350,000. I believe the last revaluation that we had in 2005 was around 260,000 in that vicinity. I'm expecting prices have probably increased since then. So I'm thinking in the $300,000 range is going to pretty well get us there.
Mr. Bruno has questions.
Go ahead, Joseph.
Thank you. So Kurt, are you saying that the money that was put into the TIF fund for reval cannot be used?
It cannot be used for the reval because it's not it's not a statutorily approved expense for TIF districts. So we will need to hold that money and wait and use it for a TIF project in the future.
So that money cannot be transferred to a reval account?
We could do that, but the problem is when you transfer it into the general fund, you then have to report that to the state, and you're going to lose your shelter on your state valuation. You're going to have increased costs on the education and the rev share inside. So you're going to pay a price if you move that money to general.
Okay, thank you.
So how much is in there that we had put in there already for the reval?
$200,000 is in the TIF fund right now for the reval. And I believe in talking to Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to kind of hold that in the TIF fund for a future project. We do have some things coming up related to the district that we may be able to use that funding for in the upcoming years.
That is the intention. I mean, the intention, Joe, is to not go off track. The intention is to make the accounting adjustments that we need to make by finding TIF eligible projects to charge against, against to shift TIF eligible projects from the general fund budget to the TIF budget, and then the TIF monies to the reval.
Is this something new? I mean, I guess I'm kind of wondering, we've got 200,000 in there. How do we all miss this? Is it a new law or is it?
No, it's not a new law. It's an error. I don't know how we missed it. I mean, I don't know if Alex can shed any light on that, but
Yeah. So TIF is one of those accounting creatures that isn't really really talked about much, and very, very few people know the ins and outs. I could totally see this as, unless you read that 1990 document, that I think that's the correct year, right, Kurt? 1990, when we did the original.
Well, in late 90s, probably 1998, 99 is when the town's development program for the district was approved. So the town is constrained both by its own development program and by TIF statutes.
Right.
I think, yeah, certainly if I were aware that that was how we were corralling our funding, I would have made mention of that early on. Unfortunately,
Right.
I did not know until this fall that that's how we were deriving that funding.
Well, and I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying, because I know we all are like question things that go in the TIF, what can go, but all of a sudden, all of us like didn't catch that. You know what I mean? So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And I think so as I was doing an audit, just coming into the new position, I noticed that, I started questioning TIF and questioning this reevaluation, then started talking with Kurt and noted, and, when I shared with him that reevaluation line was listed under TIF, and he stated that that's definitely not, I think, and we consulted with our lawyers, and it's definitely not something that a reevaluation that's, it's not TIF eligible. So what we can do, I did talk to Shauna. She's definitely the one that can handle this creature, because she knows TIF inside and out. So she was able to just essentially say to me, as long as it stays within the TIF, bucket, then we're not losing the money. We just have to make sure that whatever we use it for has to be right. Exactly. And the thought in conversation with Dawn and Kurt is, is it the possibility to look at general funds that are not being utilized? And obviously we would have to talk to the board and reallocating some possible funds to try to do some catch up, as Kurt mentioned.
I think that's going to be relatively easy to do, to get some things out of the general fund budget that are TIF qualified, and then utilize the funds in the, for the reval.
Okay, thanks.
Marshall had a question, I believe.
I had the same question. Thank you.
Oh, and Nathan has his hand up.
Can't we take the paving money that we're matching the grant for the
Yes.
project
Yes.
and just swap it?
Yes. That's one of them we're doing. Yes.
That was short and sweet, Dawn. Yes. Yes.
Mr. Bruno has a
At
question.
least a portion of the project that's inside the district, for sure. You may have to do some proration there. But one of the things that the town may want to do over the next few years is 8 more years in this district term. And I'm anticipating that the district is going to produce about $2 million in revenue over the next 8 years of its life. And, it may well be worthwhile to look at the development program to see if it requires some amendment or some bringing some new projects in that money can be utilized towards. And then, if it were to come to pass that the town just doesn't have the projects for the $2 million that's going to come in, then, the town could always start to phase down its capture as the TIF nears its term and transfer that money to general fund. That's an option too, but that's something that we could look for in the next year or two as we proceed.
Mr. Bruno has a question.
Good, Joe.
Yeah, I was thinking along the same lines as Nathan. Why can't we use it for road improvement? But one of the other, where are we as a percentage of the state valuation right now?
I would estimate that coming into this year's tax season, we are probably in the low to mid 70% of market value range. State had us at 84% in 2019. They haven't completed their 2020 study yet, but I'm guessing they're going to put us in around 80. And I believe things have really heated up over the fall of 2020. So I'm thinking we're going to come into the spring. We're already down into the low to mid 70 range. So it's really going to be a question of, do things continue at this pace, or do we start to see a cool off period?
But it means we're going to have to do a reval pretty soon, because we're going to drop below that 70% level pretty soon.
Well, we are going to drop below that 70% level. Of course, there's no real, there's no real penalty to be served. Most towns, by the time they actually get to implementation date, they're down into that 50% range, because it does take 2 to 3 years to get the project up and implemented. So, if we start now and we begin the process, by the time we implement this reval, we could be 2023, 2024. By then, our old system, if things continue, we'll be down around 50%, 55%, unless we have a cool down.
I see no other hands.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kurt. We'll move on to code enforcement now.
Hey there. My name is Alex. I'm the code officer for the town, for those who have never met me. I think I know most of you in here, though. So when I started in Raymond in July, I took a couple of weeks to just kind of study how the department was being run, and then created a punch list of things I wanted to accomplish in order to improve the overall customer experience within the department. And the two complaints that I think we hear repeatedly are probably known to everyone in this meeting. And that's, the first one is I can't get a hold of anyone or get a call back. And the second is permit turnaround is too slow. Those have been the two complaints that have been going on for years. And so the primary focus now, on top of reorganizing the department and its processes internally, has been to improve the communication, accessibility, and response time, and also try to speed up the permit processing time. So a big part of that is taking advantage of the technology we have available to us. Using the website to process permits. We've already implemented an online reservation page, which allows people to schedule inspections, office meetings, return phone calls right through the website, which has been a big help, and has definitely reduced the amount of incoming calls we get. So I guess to kind of go over some of the changes or requests, the first big one is the salary line. So you'll see that increase. What I'd like to do is hire an additional part-time employee to assist the planning board and the ZBA. So currently, my assistant Mary is part-time. She's my assistant. She's also the secretary for the planning board and the zoning board of appeals. And unfortunately, the workload is just too much for her to kind of get it all done. And so I think by taking the planning board and ZBA tasks away from her, she'd be able to basically get all of the code enforcement specific tasks done, which would be phone calls, scheduling, permit processing, accepting payments, stuff like that. While she's focused on code enforcement stuff, she's really unable to give the two boards the attention they need, which my concern is down the road that could cause some serious issues. For example, minutes not being able to be completed and archived. Things like that really need someone who can be specifically focused on just those tasks every day and not have someone coming in every few minutes, the phone ringing every few minutes. It's just a lot for one person to handle. So I think splitting those two between two part-timers will definitely increase the efficiency for both of those people and can allow them to dial in. The next one is actually, I'm going to skip to software. So for a little over 5 years, the code office has had a database program, which mainly is to track permits and inspections, but the software ran incredibly slow. And after a week or two of just trying to, struggling to log into it, I stopped using it because it was just taking way too long. Just to log in took 2 minutes. And every function you did would take a minute for it to catch up to you. It also lacked basically all of the features we need for processing permits on the website specifically. And it was basically just a database software. So we ended up canceling that. That was $5,000 a year the town's been spending on something that was probably only worth $500 or less every year. So that got cut real quick. We found a replacement, which would only cost $1,000 more a year than what we had, and the functions are, they greatly outweigh what we had. We'd be able to, have an online portal for people to apply for permits online, pay for permits online. And when they apply for a permit online, it automatically would enter it right into the database on the back end. So now Mary would no longer have to take these permits and physically enter everything into the database. It would be already done. So that'll take a significant amount of time away from what she has to do there as well. So the real nice thing about that is having people be able to do all of that through the website, and it'll definitely decrease the amount of time we need to process a permit. Plus, people now won't have to print it out off the website, fill it in, scan it, email it back to us, and then we have to print it out and enter everything in. So it'll just streamline things a little bit more. So looking at the number, I just said it's only $1,000 more, and there's obviously quite a bit more requested. That is for some ordinance work that I'd like to have done. So the heart of code enforcement is the ordinances, and unfortunately, the documents are not being updated currently. Long story short, there was an employee who was kind of handling all of the ordinance work that left, and since then, it's kind of been one of those projects that has been tackled when there's time. And right now there is no time. So the ordinances are not being updated, and to update an ordinance is very time consuming, tedious, and one small error can actually cost the town a lot of money. And the longer the ordinances go without being updated, the less enforceable they become. So one of the things that we did in Casco, which was very helpful, was we did a codification project. So you hire an outside company to basically take all of your documents. They put it all together, they reformat everything, they update it, they clean it up, and they send it back to you. And so obviously the first year, the cost for that is a little bit higher because they're actually taking the documents and putting it into their format and getting it back to you. But every year after that, the price is actually, it's much lower because they're only sending the updates to be done. So that's where that additional amount of money is for. There's also in the contracts line, the $3,800 would be an analysis by that company after they've codified the ordinances. What they would do at that point, once they've said, okay, we've taken all of your information, we put it in this new format, we've cleaned it up for you, they would look at it and do a legal analysis. So they'd be looking for errors, redundancies, statute, references that need to be updated, or they'll give you suggestions on ways that the ordinance itself could be improved. So just because our ordinances have been kind of piecemeal updated over the years, we thought it might be a good idea to do a one-time run through on at least the land use ordinance and the shoreline zoning provisions, to make sure that stuff hasn't been missed or errors aren't sitting out there that we aren't aware of. The other stuff's pretty small, so I think that's pretty much all I got.
Thank you, Alex. Nice to meet you, by the way.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Any questions for Alex? Joe?
Weren't we using Sebago Technics to do a lot of the ordnance stuff?
Yeah, we do use Sebago. So Sebago, we have a contract with them, and we pay the planner. I don't know what his hourly rate is. I think it's 96 an hour. They're in a position where, and I did talk with them about this before we went and started the process to get a quote from General Code. They are basically in a position where they don't have the staff to do a project like this, which would be taking the entire ordinance and cleaning it up and updating it every year. They could, but they said it would be very expensive to do.
Great, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Some towns use law firms, which is even more so. So this is kind of the way, if you look at the client list on this particular software, you can see that there's a broad spectrum of communities from larger to quite small. And certainly in a lot of communities that we know and have talked with about it. So, I guess it's an evolutionary sort of thing, but the idea of trying to keep it up in-house with, part-time attention has been problematic. We've been, despite the pandemic, in a situation of being extremely inundated with business and requests, permits and whatnot, and a lot of staff changes. We, as Alex said, we had someone who was able to do that and did it. And, that's not the case. And so some of what, I guess I'll take responsibility for this, some of what has been uncovered is stuff that, I was not aware of. And so now I'm in agreement with Alex. We need to get a system that can fix it and move forward and keep us updated. And, we need to make sure that we're providing good services, good timely services and accurate information, and to have things in a searchable database and to be able to do online permitting and all these different things, and having the code in order. These are all things that, we need to do.
I see no other hands.
All right, thank you, Alex.
Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Yep. Town buildings. Don, is that you?
Nate,
No,
I can. Oh no, go ahead.
no, I guess that's me.
I mean, I can talk if you need me to. I have the figures in front of me.
Yeah, I've got them. I think I've got all the town building stuff right here, Alex.
Okay, perfect. Awesome.
Nothing's changed and it's all the same going right down through. We took $300 out of contracts. That's about it. That all stayed the same.
Any questions?
I see no, Mr. Bruno has a question, and Mr. Olson.
You didn't spend anything on building maintenance this year?
I took money when I was paying the bills on some of the maintenance we did. I took it out of the CIP account. That's just an accounting whoops on my end. The $5,000 for the $4,000 for buildings is general maintenance of that building, the cleaning of the furnace, small stuff. And it was a mistake on my end. I coded them wrong to the code to Alex, and we haven't straightened it out yet.
Unbelievable, Nathan. You coded something wrong. What is wrong with you?
You're lucky I coded it.
Well, one thing I would like to say about the buildings is that, as you know, we don't have, in the case of the town office, the newest building, but there's been a lot of effort put into, the building systems. And I think Alex is going to get to this, when we talk about, maybe this is the time to talk about the
Yes. Yeah, that's what I do. I wanted to mention there was a decrease in our heating costs, and that is largely due to the heat pumps.
Yeah.
So that's why we budgeted less for this upcoming fiscal year.
I think we saw a decrease in the electrical, getting rid of all the window air conditioners last year. And those heat pumps have been working pretty good on that. The other thing that's been, I hate to be the one to bring it up, but we really need to start talking and looking and thinking about a new building. We've outgrown the town office. There's problems coming up with that building that are going to be problematic. It's a very old building. We've been working, trying to figure out a air exchange system to help with the COVID-19 stuff that was going on. And that got very expensive very quick and we didn't do it yet. But I do think it's something we need to start looking at. It's nothing that anybody really wants to hear, but it's a fact.
My point was just that we have made the most of a really old building and tried to make it as habitable and useful as we can. But I don't disagree with what Nathan's saying in terms of space. We're tight.
I think we've put a lot of money into that building, but I don't think it's lost money. Everything that we've done has been high quality stuff. All it's done is add to the value of that building. I don't think it's lost money, but we found when COVID-19 hit, trying to separate people out and keep people safe when you got shared offices, and it's pretty tough.
And of course, we'll get to this when we get to insurance, and this is a good news, bad news story, but a lot of the money that was put into the renovations came from depending on how you look at it, the unfortunate or fortunate collapse of the tower during
the tower, yeah,
fall windstorm. And so we were looking at a $20,000 or $30,000 liability if we were kind of willing to spin the wheel and have somebody who didn't perhaps have even the proper insurance that it was necessary to take it down. But then Mother Nature took it down and it became a nearly $100,000, payout. And we didn't need to put the tower back up because we had other towers by that point. And so a lot of the money that went in the building came from the tower collapse.
The other building that isn't mentioned in any of this very often is our technology building. That's sitting on concrete blocks up there, and it was a portable classroom that's been modified a couple of times, and that's getting pretty tired.
I think Chair Olson had some questions too.
Yeah, I'm assuming that, I know that a lot of the things that we did in the building this year, COVID related, we captured and we brought that out to a separate sub account. So
yes,
to be able to capture that. But when it's all said and done, are we going to have to retrench some of that stuff? And essentially you've kept the numbers the same, but you're going to have to do some rework once we get clear of that. And is that sufficient in there?
Everything that we did to accommodate for the COVID-19 is temporary stuff. The plexiglass guards that we put up, that all comes down. It's just a little touch up in paint to make that go away. We're pretty careful and paid attention to that, so we didn't damage anything that would be expensive to reverse.
We have a couple of FEMA submissions, one that's in pending payment, another one that's going in. There could be some changes coming. There probably will be changes coming from the Biden administration with respect to what's qualified for reimbursement. So I'm very hopeful that we're going to recover a large part of what we did have to expend on the building, on what we needed to be ready to address safety in the pandemic. So Bruce Tupper, Chief Tupper, and Deputy Chief Kathy Goslin are working on that.